September 17, Mikhail Khorunzhii annotation. September 17 is a philosophical urban fantasy novel that blends mystery, romance, and metaphysical adventure. At its heart lies the story of Daniel Varga, a historian haunted by the tragic death of his beloved Anna on September 17 a decade earlier. The recurrence of this date, marked by strange coincidences and symbolic patterns, draws him into a series of encounters that blur the boundaries between memory, chance, and destiny. Through the mysterious Clara Novak, an architect with a birthday on September 17, and Ethan Blake, a comedian whose own life seems cursed by the number, Daniel is pulled into a hidden web of resonance where the city itself responds to unseen forces. Artifacts, symbols, and rituals reveal a pattern encoded in the number 17, linking ancient traditions, personal grief, and the fate of entire worlds. The novel moves from intimate psychological reflection to surreal cosmic trial, culminating in a confrontation with guardians of time and shadow where Daniel, Clara, and Ethan must decide whether the resonance of 17 is curse, chance, or the key to transformation. It is a story of grief and renewal, fate and freedom, where coincidence becomes design and human connection proves stronger than chaos. Main characters: Daniel Varga, a middle-aged historian, professor at the university, burdened by grief over the death of Anna, his former love, on September 17. Rational and skeptical by nature, he is gradually drawn into the mystical resonance of the number 17. His journey is both intellectual and emotional, testing his endurance, courage, and capacity for renewal. Clara Novak, a young architect, vibrant and perceptive, whose birthday falls on September 17. She becomes Daniel's companion and guide into the mysteries of the city, interpreting its hidden patterns and architectural codes. Both playful and serious, she balances curiosity with determination, and her presence reawakens Daniel's sense of connection. Ethan Blake, a sarcastic and witty comedian, also born on September 17. Though initially appearing as comic relief, his awareness of patterns and his resilience make him a vital member of the trio. His humor masks fear, but also enables courage in the face of cosmic trials. Anna, Daniel's lost love, remembered in flashbacks. Her death on September 17 continues to haunt him, shaping his grief and his search for meaning. Though absent in the present narrative, she embodies the novel's theme of memory and unresolved fate. Helena Weiss, an enigmatic antiquarian who warns the trio about the tests and resonance of September 17. She functions as a gatekeeper between the ordinary city and its hidden metaphysical order. Genres: urban fantasy, metaphysical thriller, philosophical fiction, romantic drama, mystery. Bibliography: Khorunzhii, Mikhail. September 17. Author's edition, 2025. Bibliographic codes: APA, Khorunzhii, M. 2025. September 17. Author's edition. MLA, Khorunzhii, Mikhail. September 17. Author's edition, 2025. Chicago, Khorunzhii, Mikhail. September 17. Author's edition, 2025. September 17. List of chapters: 1. The Calendar Mark 2. A Stranger at the Café 3. Laughter in the Rain 4. The Woman with Red Umbrella. Chapter 1, The Calendar Mark Part A. The morning came reluctantly, like a guest who had overstayed the night and did not wish to announce his departure. Daniel Varga stirred awake not because he desired the day but because a thin shaft of pale sunlight insisted on piercing the heavy curtains. His apartment smelled faintly of old books, dust, and the faint bitter residue of last night's half-drunk coffee. The silence of the rooms pressed on him, broken only by the ticking of a clock on the kitchen wall, a clock he had promised to replace years ago, one that ran a few minutes slow, though he had grown accustomed to its imperfections, as if they mirrored his own. He swung his legs out of bed, rubbing at his temples. His sleep had been uneven, restless with dreams that felt more like echoes than visions, fragments of laughter, the glint of auburn hair in the sunlight, a sudden screech of tires on wet asphalt. He pushed them aside with the stubbornness of a man who has long practiced the art of denial. Dreams were for the young, he thought. For him, mornings had become rituals of endurance. The kitchen greeted him without warmth. He poured water into the kettle and stared absently at the calendar on the wall. It was an old one, printed years ago by the university, a promotional piece with faded photographs of stone arches and lecture halls. He had never cared enough to replace it. The pages curled slightly at the corners, stiff with age. His eyes drifted over the grid of dates. He seldom noticed it anymore, but something snagged at him like a thorn, the square marked 17. It was circled in red ink. Bold, insistent, almost violent in its simplicity. Daniel froze, mug in hand. For a long moment he simply stared, waiting for memory to align with reason. He could not recall the last time he had touched that calendar. Certainly not this year, nor the last. Yet the mark was unmistakably his handwriting, angular, quick, the same stroke he had once used to underline passages in history books, the same impatient hand that once left love notes on yellow sticky pads. A line of sweat prickled the back of his neck. 17. September. He exhaled slowly, telling himself it was nothing, only an old relic from years ago, an oversight. He should have thrown the calendar away. He should have stripped the wall bare. But the thought would not rest. His gaze kept circling back, as though the number itself radiated a gravitational pull. 10 years had passed, and still the date lived, like a parasite lodged deep within his calendar and within him. The kettle hissed. He poured the water over coffee grounds, though the taste would be lifeless. He drank anyway, staring at the marked square, replaying the single word that name and number conjured, Anna. He did not speak her name aloud, rarely did any more, but it hummed in the back of his skull like a forbidden song. Anna, who had died on that date a decade past. Anna, whose absence had sculpted his life into something unrecognizable, like marble chipped into an uncommissioned statue. He pressed his eyes shut. He whispered to himself, "It means nothing. Dates mean nothing." But his voice lacked conviction. The morning unfolded around him with weary inevitability. He showered, dressed in the grey suit he favored for its anonymity, and gathered the worn leather satchel that carried his lecture notes. He taught European history at the university, though these days his enthusiasm felt ceremonial at best. The weight of expectation remained. Students waited, papers demanded grading, but the fire had dimmed, replaced by a steady hum of repetition. He lectured about cycles of power, the rise and fall of empires, the patterns that returned across centuries. Secretly, he suspected his own life had become just such a cycle, predictable, irreversible, and bound by an invisible calendar. Before leaving the apartment, he glanced once more at the wall. The red circle glared back at him, a wound that would not close. He reached out impulsively, as if to tear the page away, but stopped. His hand hovered. To remove it would be to admit it mattered. And so, with a grimace, he let it be. Outside, the city breathed with a muted rhythm. Early commuters hurried through narrow streets, umbrellas tucked under their arms, though the sky had not yet broken into rain. The cobblestones glistened faintly, remnants of the night's drizzle. Daniel walked with long strides, his expression closed, the kind of face strangers overlooked. He preferred it that way. In another life, perhaps, he had been more open, more visible. But that life had ended 10 years ago, on a night when rain blurred headlights and silence replaced laughter. At the university gates, he paused, adjusting his satchel. Students passed by in clusters, their conversations loud, unburdened, filled with trivial hopes and minor dramas. He envied them in small, unspoken ways. They had futures that stretched like open maps. His own path felt drawn already, a narrow corridor with no doors. Still, he smiled faintly at their exuberance, like an old man humoring children, though he was not yet 40. Inside the lecture hall, the air smelled of chalk dust and warm paper. He began his lecture mechanically, the way one repeats a story told 100 times. He spoke of empire and decline, of Rome's endless echoes through modern Europe, of patterns that repeated across centuries. The students scribbled notes, half attentive. Yet as he spoke the word 17 provinces, 17 battles, he faltered. His throat tightened. He covered it with a cough and pressed onward, but the number lingered in the room, resonating against the walls. When the lecture ended, he remained at the desk longer than usual, staring at his own handwriting across the notes. He had written the date in the corner, September 16th. The ink was smudged. And just beneath it, though he did not remember writing it, appeared a faint marking, 17. No explanation. His chest constricted, as though the universe itself were mocking him. The afternoon passed in a blur. Meetings, polite nods in corridors, the hollow gestures of academia. But beneath it all, the undercurrent remained, tugging at him. Tomorrow. Tomorrow was the day he despised, the day he denied, the day he could never escape. He convinced himself it was coincidence, muscle memory, some unconscious hand that wrote the number. Still, he felt the weight pressing heavier with each hour. As evening approached, he delayed returning home. The thought of sitting alone in his apartment with that marked calendar was unbearable. He walked instead through the streets, letting the city swallow him. Lights bloomed in windows, restaurants filled with laughter. He drifted until he found himself outside a small cafe, one he seldom noticed. Its door stood open, spilling warm light and the scent of roasted beans. He hesitated only a moment before stepping inside, seeking distraction, perhaps solace. And there, amid the low hum of conversation, sat a woman he had never seen before, though the sight of her jarred him like a sudden chord in a familiar symphony. Her hair caught the lamplight in auburn strands. The curve of her profile was achingly familiar. His chest tightened, not with recognition but with memory so vivid it blurred the present. She lifted her eyes briefly from the notebook in front of her, and for an instant their gazes locked. Daniel felt the ground shift beneath him. It was not Anna, could not be, but the resemblance was so sharp it cut through 10 years of silence. He drew a slow breath, steadying himself, as if the very air of September had conspired against him. Chapter 1, The Calendar Mark Part B. The cafe's air was warm, almost suffocating, perfumed with cinnamon and roasted beans. Daniel stood just inside the doorway longer than was natural, unsure whether to step forward or retreat. The young woman with auburn hair had already lowered her gaze again, absorbed in her notebook, as if his existence did not matter. And perhaps it didn't. To her, he was merely another middle-aged man, damp from the evening drizzle, carrying the weary posture of someone too used to silence. But to him, she was a wound reopened. He ordered a coffee at the counter, his voice oddly hoarse, and chose a seat 2 tables away, careful not to seem deliberate. Yet he could not keep his eyes from straying toward her. The way she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, it was the same unconscious gesture Anna used to make when poring over her dissertation drafts. The slight furrow of concentration between her brows, it carried the same quiet intensity. Even the shape of her hands, pale and restless, triggered echoes Daniel had tried for a decade to bury. He scolded himself inwardly. Resemblance was not identity. Cities swarmed with ghosts for those who refused to let go. He forced himself to sip his drink, to taste the bitterness that anchored him in the present. But memory did not obey discipline. The sound of rain against the cafe's awning grew louder, and with it came the first flash, uninvited, sharp as broken glass. A windshield blurred with raindrops. Anna in the passenger seat, laughing at something trivial he had said, her voice drowned suddenly by a horn. Headlights expanding like an onrushing sun. The violent snap of metal and glass. Silence. Daniel gasped softly, his hand tightening on the coffee cup until it threatened to crack. He lowered it quickly, ashamed, hoping no one had noticed. The cafe continued around him, clinking spoons, murmured conversations, the faint hiss of milk frothing. Ordinary life, oblivious to his unraveling. He pressed his palms together beneath the table, whispering inwardly, 10 years. 10 years. You promised yourself not to do this again. But anniversaries had a way of betraying promises. Tomorrow would not pass quietly, and he knew it. When he dared glance back at the auburn-haired woman, she was closing her notebook, tucking it into a worn leather bag. She rose gracefully, adjusted her coat, and left without once noticing him. The bell above the door jingled, then silence reclaimed her absence. Daniel sat motionless, staring at the empty chair she had left behind, as though it still retained the outline of a ghost. The walk home was slow, weighed down by the memory she had awakened. The city's streets glistened black under the rain, lamplight stretching across puddles like thin gold wires. His shoes struck the cobblestones with a steady rhythm, a metronome marking the passage of an evening he did not wish to inhabit. By the time he reached his apartment door, his chest felt heavy, as though carrying two lives, the one he endured, and the one that had ended 10 years before. Inside, the calendar waited, mute and merciless. He did not turn on the light at first, the shape of the red-circled number glowed faintly in the shadows. He sat on the edge of his bed, loosened his tie, and surrendered to the memories he could no longer resist. Anna had been light itself. He remembered the first time they met, the university library, both of them reaching for the same worn copy of Tacitus. She had laughed at the coincidence, though her laugh had carried a hint of challenge. Her mind was quick, precise, often merciless in debate. Yet her warmth softened the edges, leaving Daniel both humbled and drawn. In those early years, life had seemed almost unbearably full. Their conversations stretched into dawn, leaping from history to philosophy to trivial gossip. Anna painted her thoughts with gestures, her hands always alive, her words punctuated by sudden bursts of laughter. They lived in cramped apartments, shared cheap bottles of wine, and built dreams out of fragments they could not yet afford. But none of that mattered. Poverty had seemed irrelevant when abundance lived in their voices. The flashbacks blurred. He saw her sitting at his desk, hair pulled into a loose knot, surrounded by stacks of papers. He saw her running through the rain, coat half buttoned, shoes splashing through puddles, calling his name with mock impatience. He saw her asleep, her face turned toward him in fragile trust. And then, inevitably, he saw the night of September 17th, the rain, the headlights, the silence. Daniel pressed his face into his hands, rocking slightly, whispering fragments of her name as though it might conjure her back. He hated the way grief could still ambush him, turning him into a beggar at the door of memory. 10 years should have been enough. Yet tomorrow's date proved otherwise. At last he stood, restless. He moved to his desk, searching for distraction. Stacks of student essays awaited, unread. He opened one at random, the words swimming before his eyes. But at the top of the page, in the student's careless scrawl, was the date, September 16, 2025. And below it, a mistake, September 17, hastily written and crossed out. His breath caught. Coincidence, surely. Yet the number haunted him now, appearing in ink, in memory, in the faces of strangers. He pushed the papers aside, turned out the lamp, and lay in bed staring at the ceiling. The rain continued outside, steady as a heartbeat. Sleep came fitfully. His dreams replayed fragments, Anna reaching across a library table, Anna laughing beneath a street lamp, Anna vanishing in the glare of headlights. And in the midst of it, always the number, stark and unyielding, 17. When he awoke in the dark hours before dawn, his pillow was damp with sweat. The clock ticked its slow rhythm, mocking him. Tomorrow was waiting. Tomorrow would come, whether he willed it or not. Chapter 1, The Calendar Mark Part C. The hours that followed were a blur of restless pacing, half-scribbled notes, and silence broken only by the creak of his old apartment floorboards. Daniel had always believed that insomnia was merely the mind's rebellion against stillness, but this night felt different. The air itself seemed charged, as if the walls of his room carried some invisible pulse, whispering a date into the marrow of his bones. Unable to endure it, he dressed again and stepped outside. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a damp city that gleamed under the street lamps. Midnight was near. He walked without purpose, past shuttered shops and narrow alleys where cats crouched like sentinels. The rhythm of his footsteps echoed faintly, reminding him of another night long ago when he and Anna had roamed the streets with nothing but youth and hunger to guide them. At a corner bookstall that never seemed to close, Daniel paused. The proprietor, a thin man with spectacles perched precariously on his nose, was arranging a stack of almanacs. Daniel's eye fell upon one of them, opened by chance at a calendar page. September 17th was circled in thick black ink, not red, not faded, but bold as a warning. He blinked, certain he had imagined it, but when he looked closer, the page was blank, unmarked. The vendor glanced up, puzzled at Daniel's intensity, and asked if he wished to buy. Daniel muttered a refusal and walked on, his chest tightening. By the time he reached the river, the city had grown quieter. The bridge stretched ahead like a skeletal arm, its arches mirrored in the black water. He leaned against the railing, staring at the current, and tried to anchor himself in logic. Dates were arbitrary. Numbers had no power. His mind was weaving patterns where none existed. Yet even as he argued with himself, the clock tower nearby struck once 12 clear chimes that rolled across the water, each note heavy as stone. Midnight. The 17th had begun. A gust of wind rose suddenly, carrying with it a scatter of papers from somewhere unseen. One sheet slapped against his leg. He peeled it away and saw that it was a torn fragment of a flyer, advertising a lecture at the university. The title read, Cycles of Time and Human Destiny. The date printed at the bottom was unmistakable: September 17. He let the paper slip from his fingers, shivering despite the mild air. Coincidences layered upon coincidences, until they no longer felt accidental but orchestrated, deliberate. He looked out across the river and wondered, not for the first time, whether grief had made him a willing victim of illusions. Anna's absence had been the defining axis of his life, perhaps now he was spinning upon it so furiously that the universe itself seemed complicit. Returning home proved no relief. The calendar still hung on the wall, its crimson mark glowing faintly in the lamplight. He tore the page down in a sudden fury, crumpling it into his fist. Yet even as he dropped the paper into the bin, he knew the gesture was meaningless. The number existed not on paper but in his veins, in his dreams. Sleep toyed with him like a cruel adversary. When at last he drifted into unconsciousness, visions surged: Anna crossing a street, turning to smile, dissolving into light, the auburn-haired stranger at the cafe, her face shifting until it was both hers and Anna's, the calendar itself, pages fluttering endlessly, every one stamped with the same number, 17. He woke near dawn, the sky pale and reluctant. For a long while he lay motionless, listening to the hum of the city coming alive. Tomorrow, or rather, today was here. September 17th had arrived. Somewhere across the city, Clara Novak was also waking, tracing with her fingertip the date on her phone's screen. For her, it was a birthday. For him, it was a wound. For both, though neither yet understood it, the day had already begun to weave them into the same web of chance and necessity, laughter and dread. The morning light crept across Daniel's floor, falling directly upon the empty space where the calendar had hung. He closed his eyes, but the mark remained inside him. He would not escape it. September 17th, Chapter 1, The Calendar Mark, Part D. Daniel had not planned to return to the university so early, but the silence of his apartment gnawed at him. By 7 in the morning he was already walking briskly across the quadrangle, past statues wet with last night's rain. The old buildings wore a sheen of melancholy in the weak September light. Students hurried across the courtyard, arms clutching books and laptops, their chatter filling the air with the kind of careless vitality Daniel both envied and distrusted. He did not have a lecture scheduled until the afternoon, but routine had become his shield. He unlocked his office, the door squealing on its hinges, and stepped into the familiar smell of chalk dust and old paper. For a moment, the normality of it steadied him. His desk was stacked high with essays, his bookshelf sagging with volumes that had traveled with him through half his life. On the wall, his diploma hung crookedly. Anna had teased him once about refusing to fix it, claiming it was a metaphor for his lopsided perfectionism. Yet even here, in this sanctum, the date crept in. When he opened his inbox, the first email carried the subject line, September 17 Symposium Reminder. It was from a colleague in another department, one he had long ignored. His finger hovered over delete, but instead he opened it, scanning the words. The symposium would discuss recurrence and cycles in human history. The theme struck too close to his nerves. He closed the laptop with a snap and sat back, rubbing his temples. The knock on his door startled him. A student leaned in, nervous, eyes downcast, clutching a notebook. "Professor Varga, sorry to bother you. I couldn't submit the paper yesterday. Would you still take it today?" Daniel gestured wearily. "Leave it on the desk." The student obeyed, retreating quickly, but in his hurry dropped a pen. Daniel bent to retrieve it. The pen was cheap plastic, with a logo printed along its side, September 17 Café. He froze, staring at the words. He had never heard of such a place. He turned the pen over and over in his hand, but the letters remained, clear and banal, as though mocking him. He slipped it into his pocket, a talisman he could not quite release. The rest of the morning dissolved into fragments, meetings where he barely listened, lectures where his voice sounded detached even to himself. By noon he felt a tightening in his chest, a pressure like the weight of unseen eyes. He left the university without excuse, wandering into the city again. The streets were busier now, filled with shoppers and office workers. Yet amid the flow of anonymous faces, he caught glimpses that unsettled him. A child clutched a balloon shaped like the number 17. A bus rolled past with an advertisement that read, "New season begins September 17th. A beggar at the corner muttered incoherently, but Daniel thought he heard the syllables 17. He shook himself violently, angry at his own susceptibility. Numbers were everywhere. The mind sought patterns and found them even in chaos. Yet each new instance burrowed deeper under his skin. By late afternoon, the sky had clouded again, threatening rain. He ducked into a narrow street where an antiquarian shop stood with its door half open. The window displayed dusty globes, faded maps, and a clock whose hands seemed permanently fixed at 3 minutes past 5. Something in the gloom drew him inside. The shop smelled of leather and mildew. Shelves sagged under the weight of books no one had touched in decades. Behind the counter, an old woman looked up from her knitting, her eyes sharp despite the cloudiness of age. "Looking for something particular?" she asked. "I'm not sure," Daniel admitted. He ran his fingers along a row of spines until one volume caught his eye. It was a small leather-bound diary, its cover cracked. He opened it at random. The handwriting was faded, but a date leaped out at him, September 17, 1893. The entry beneath was brief, almost cryptic, the day repeated. The faces were not the same, but the voices carried through. "I fear tomorrow will never come." Daniel felt his mouth go dry. He closed the book quickly and replaced it on the shelf, but the old woman was watching him closely, her needles clicking. "Strange, isn't it?" she murmured. "How certain dates find us, no matter where we hide." He stared at her. "What do you mean?" But she only smiled thinly and bent back to her knitting, offering no further explanation. He left the shop with his pulse racing, the words etched into him like a warning. The day repeated. He thought of his own memories, cycling endlessly, never allowing tomorrow to come. Evening fell as he reached the cafe again, the same one from the night before. He had not intended to return, yet his steps carried him there as though compelled. Inside, the warmth enfolded him once more. He ordered without thinking, and when he turned, his gaze fell upon the same table. Empty now, but in his mind the auburn-haired stranger sat there still, her presence haunting him like Anna's. He lingered for an hour, staring at the door each time it opened, half expecting her return. She did not come. Yet the sense of inevitability deepened, as though tomorrow promised something he could neither predict nor prevent. When he finally rose to leave, he noticed a flyer pinned to the cafe's bulletin board. It announced a birthday gathering for a dear friend, Clara, on September 17. The coincidence struck him like a blow. The handwriting was neat, feminine, with a flourish that stirred some buried recognition. He stood rooted, unable to move, until the barista asked if he needed help. He shook his head quickly and stepped into the night, the city lights blurring before his eyes. The 17th had fully arrived. The day was no longer approaching, it had him firmly in its grip. Chapter 1, The Calendar Mark Part E, Installment A, beginning 10 pages. Daniel returned to the cafe the next evening with the excuse, weak though it sounded even to himself, that the coffee was good. In truth, he had slept barely 3 hours, his dreams threaded with fractured images of Anna, the auburn-haired stranger, and that cursed number echoing everywhere. When he entered, the room looked unchanged, the same warm yellow glow, the same chalkboard menu, the same slow shuffle of regulars. Yet there was a hush of expectancy in the air, as though the place itself anticipated him. And there she was. Seated at the table near the window, the woman with the auburn hair was bent over a sketchbook, her hand moving swiftly across the page. This time she did not vanish before he could gather courage. This time, the world had conspired to place them in the same room again. Daniel hesitated, then forced himself to order, to take a seat not far from her. He tried not to look, but the pull was irresistible. He noticed the details, the precise lines of her sketch, the way she paused to chew thoughtfully on the end of her pencil, the frown that suggested she was measuring invisible structures in her mind. It was she who broke the silence. She looked up suddenly, as if sensing his gaze, and smiled hesitant, courteous. "Forgive me," she said. "Do you mind if I ask, are you Professor Varga?" He blinked, startled. "Yes. How do you know?" "I saw your name on a flyer at the university. The symposium on cycles of history tomorrow. I'm an architect, here for a project. Your field overlaps with mine more than you'd think." Daniel gave a short, self-deprecating laugh. "History and architecture? I suppose we both build on ruins." Her eyes glinted, and she gestured to the chair opposite her. "Then perhaps we should talk about ruins. I'm Clara Novak." The name settled into him with the weight of inevitability. They shook hands. The skin of her palm was warm, alive. For a brief moment he felt a surge of déjà vu so intense it frightened him. Anna's hand, Anna's voice, Anna's presence. He pulled back slightly, steadying himself. They spoke cautiously at first, testing the waters, where she was from, how long she would be in the city, what brought her here. She explained she had been commissioned to consult on the restoration of a historic quarter, a maze of old walls that seem to remember more than we do, she put it. "But it isn't just architecture," Clara continued, lowering her voice as though sharing a secret. "Some structures were built with numbers woven into their very proportions. Sacred numbers. 17, for instance. You find it everywhere once you start looking: steps in stairways, windows in cathedrals, angles in forgotten temples. It's as if entire civilizations conspired to whisper the same number across centuries." Daniel felt the hairs on his arms rise. He wanted to dismiss it as coincidence, yet the force of her conviction silenced him. Clara leaned closer. "I know how it sounds. Superstition, numerology. But some of us believe the ancients knew something we've forgotten, that certain numbers carry resonance. 17 especially. It divides harmony into tension, it resists easy symmetry, and because of that it creates power. Some rulers used it to bind people together, to inspire loyalty. Others twisted it to sow fear, to enslave whole nations through ritual." Daniel's throat tightened. "You speak as though numbers can shape destiny." She studied him, as though measuring his willingness to believe. Maybe they can. There are artifacts, fragments of tablets, ceremonial objects where 17 is not just written but encoded. We don't fully understand how. Some say those who touch such relics become more persuasive, able to bend crowds to their will. Others claim madness follows. History gives us both tyrants and saints who were marked by it. Daniel leaned back, unsettled. Memories of the old woman in the antiquarian shop returned with fresh sting. The day repeated. The faces were not the same. Now Clara's words seemed to confirm that some hidden current had been flowing beneath his grief all along. You think this force still exists? He asked. Clara did not flinch. I think it never left. And I think tomorrow, my birthday, September 17th, may show us more than either of us expects. Chapter 2, A Stranger at the Café. Part A. The café smelled of warm pastries and the faint tang of roasted coffee, a sensory lull against the drizzle outside. Daniel arrived before Clara that evening, claiming a desire to catch up with his morning thoughts. He chose a table by the window, close enough to see the street, far enough to maintain the illusion of detachment. Clara entered not long after, her steps quiet yet purposeful. She smiled when she noticed him, though the gesture carried both politeness and caution, as though aware of the invisible boundary between strangers and acquaintances. She placed her sketchbook on the table, brushing a loose auburn strand behind her ear, and slid into the chair opposite him. Evening, she said lightly, her accent faint, a blend of European intonation and subtle, cultivated precision. I hope you weren't waiting long. Not at all, Daniel replied, though his voice betrayed a stiffness he did not intend. The rain cleared up, mercifully. It gives the streets a certain credibility. He tried to sound ironic, to mask the strange tautness inside him, but he knew he failed. Clara tilted her head, noting the slight tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes flitted toward the door every time it opened. You seem cautious, she said, a trace of humor in her tone. Or perhaps perpetually prepared for disappointment. Daniel laughed softly. Both, I suppose. You never know what a city has planned for you. She arched an eyebrow. A philosopher, then? Or just someone who overthinks bad coffee? I prefer to think of it as strategic pessimism, Daniel countered. Protects against surprise. He caught her smile, small and fleeting, and something in him shifted, though he could not name it. They ordered, then lapsed into silence for a few moments, each absorbed in observation. Daniel noticed her accent more consciously now, the subtle lift of her vowels, the precise cadences in her speech, suggesting someone accustomed to moving between cities, languages, and histories. It was not exotic, exactly, but it carried an authority tempered by warmth. Clara studied him as carefully. His posture was closed but not defensive, reserved but not hostile. There was a quiet deliberation in his movements, the way he folded his hands, the slight hesitation before answering. She sensed an intellect sharpened by discipline and also a wound that had long remained unspoken. You said your lectures today were typical, she ventured, tracing a finger along the edge of her sketchbook. Do you always work so diligently in the mornings? Daniel shrugged, a small, ironic tilt of his shoulders. Diligence is a form of endurance. But you seem curious about everything. He paused, his voice dropping slightly. Including the lives of strangers. Clara tilted her head again, as if measuring the weight of his words. Not the lives, she corrected lightly. The intersections. When paths cross in ways that might mean something or nothing. Timing, coincidence, or perhaps design. Daniel's chest tightened imperceptibly. Her words, casual though they seemed, carried an undertone of significance he could not ignore. He thought of the calendar, the red circle, the echoes of 10 years past, and the inexplicable repetition of the number 17. Tomorrow is my birthday, Clara said suddenly, her voice neutral but precise, as if stating a fact rather than an invitation. Daniel felt a chill spread through him, subtle but undeniable. His fingers tightened around the handle of his coffee cup. He did not answer immediately. The room seemed to contract, the light dimming even though the lamps were steady. He told himself it was absurd, her birthday, her presence, but the date was the same. September 17th. Daniel. Clara prompted, leaning slightly forward. Are you, all right? He forced a faint smile, a thin veil over the tension coiling inside him. I am. Just, reflexes, I suppose. Years of habit. She studied him for a moment longer, then returned to her sketches, though she left her pencil hovering in midair, as if ready to react to any sign of distress. Their conversation shifted again, lightening as they discussed mundane things, the city's architecture, favorite cafes, odd quirks of local history. Yet beneath the surface, both sensed the thread pulling them toward tomorrow, the unseen current of something larger, unspoken. Later that evening, Daniel left the cafe with a sense of unease mixed with fascination. The streets were alive with neon reflections and the low hum of traffic. Across the street, a neon sign blinked, Ethan Blake live tonight. Daniel paused, curious. The name sounded familiar, though he could not immediately place it. He followed a faint crowd into the bar, small and dimly lit, with the stage at one end and the smell of spilled beer mingling with fried food. Ethan Blake emerged under the spotlight, lanky and animated, adjusting his microphone. His opening line was casual, almost careless. So, folks, anyone here born on a cursed day? Raise your hands. Yeah? Don't worry, I've been there. 17 of September. Every failure, every ridiculous mistake, seems to hit me on that very day. I think the universe has a grudge against me. The audience laughed, some nervously. Daniel's stomach turned slightly. The comedian's words, meant as humor, sounded like prophecy. The words 17 of September echoed off the walls, reverberating through the marrow of his consciousness. Ethan's routine continued, each joke a playful commentary on unlucky birthdays, misfortune, and chance events that spiral out of control. Daniel listened, involuntarily connecting each punchline to his own experiences: Anna, the calendar, the pen, the balloon, the flyer. Each coincidence threaded together with the surreal inevitability of fate. The comedian laughed along with the audience, oblivious to the gravity in Daniel's mind. Yet Daniel could not shake the feeling that the laughter itself was a prelude, a signpost pointing to forces older and deeper than mere coincidence. Something was stirring, something encoded in the number 17, something that had been waiting for him and Clara to awaken its pattern. As the set ended, applause echoed, and Daniel stepped out into the night, cold and contemplative. Tomorrow her birthday, the date itself loomed larger than ever. He knew that the encounter with Clara, the words of Ethan Blake, and the hidden threads of history he had only glimpsed would converge in ways he could neither predict nor avoid. The city hummed around him, alive, expectant, and ominous. The 17th had arrived in full, and with it, the unspoken promise that nothing would remain the same. September 17th, Chapter 2, A Stranger at the Café, Part B. The streets seemed to hum with an invisible cadence as Daniel and Clara stepped out of the café, their umbrellas barely holding back the light drizzle that had returned. Clara led the way, her strides purposeful, as though instinct guided her toward an unseen destination. Daniel followed silently, the tension in his chest mingling with curiosity and unease. The air was thick with anticipation. "I have to show you something," Clara said after a pause, glancing at him with a faint smile. "It's easier to see in person than to explain with words." He nodded, adjusting the collar of his coat. "I have a feeling this won't be just architectural trivia." They wound through narrow streets, past fountains and statues Daniel had never noticed before, their steps echoing off the cobblestones. The city seemed to respond to their passage, streetlights flickered almost rhythmically, a subtle reflection of the tension that threaded the evening. Even the rain formed a pattern on the pavement, droplets gathering in clusters that Daniel found disturbingly symmetrical. Clara stopped before a building tucked between two larger structures. Its facade was plain, but the doorframe bore 17 carved notches, small and precise. These markings are subtle, Clara explained, but the pattern repeats across this district. Walkways, staircases, windows all designed to echo this number. Ancient masons, possibly dating back to pre-Roman times, believed 17 was a bridge between logic and intuition. Daniel leaned closer, tracing the notches with his fingers. There was a cold solidity to them, as though they were carved not only in stone but into the very rhythm of the place. "You really think the builders were conscious of this influence?" he asked. "Conscious, yes, or guided by tradition," Clara replied. "The number isn't just symbolic. Some records suggest it was thought to affect perception, how people see a space, feel in a space. Certain rituals, ceremonies, even civic gatherings used it to shape mood and decision-making." Daniel felt the weight of her words pressing into his chest. The coincidences of his morning, the balloon, the pen, the flyer, suddenly seemed less random. He glanced around the street. The traffic lights flickered in a sequence of red, yellow, and green that, for a moment, seemed to correspond numerically with 17 seconds per cycle. His pulse quickened. He had always been a historian, a rationalist, yet every fiber of him now recognized patterns where others might see mere chance. Clara continued, her voice steady but intense. "Some civilizations left more tangible traces. Take Mesopotamia, cuneiform tablets encoded with cycles of 17. Archaeologists have found them in ceremonial ruins, often near statues or altars. Touching these sites, even inadvertently, was believed to awaken latent cognitive abilities in certain people. Ability to persuade, to inspire, to sense future patterns." Daniel's eyes widened. "So you're saying, the number could influence minds?" "Not metaphorically." Clara nodded. "Precisely. And those individuals, often unrecognized, were considered guardians or instruments of this power. Some wielded it for good, building societies, healing communities. Others, not so much." She lowered her voice. "History records secret factions that hunted those born under the number's influence. Entire lineages erased. Temples destroyed. Knowledge hidden." Daniel shivered, aware of the chill creeping up his spine. He thought of Anna, of the red-circled date, of the pen, of the child with the balloon. Were these echoes of that same hidden current? Or merely coincidences amplified by grief? They walked further, past a small square where fountains caught the early evening light. Clara paused before a fountain decorated with mosaics. "Notice the layout," she said. 17 tiles form a central pattern. Not decoration. Alignment. Think of it as a grid of influence. The ancients believed those who moved through it saw it consciously, could sense paths others would not. Daniel bent to examine it, counting slowly. Each tile seemed deliberately placed, subtle shifts in color and proportion forming a rhythm he could feel more than see. A strange dizziness washed over him. For a moment, the fountain seemed alive, whispering possibilities he could not name. "And it's not just ancient ruins," Clara added. "These designs were embedded in civic architecture, churches, libraries, government halls. Even some streets are patterned intentionally. People moving through them unconsciously absorb the rhythm, the resonance of the number. Influence at a scale most never perceive." Daniel's thoughts raced. He imagined the city as a web, its veins pulsing with hidden numerology. Could his repeated grief, the coincidences of September 17, the traces of Anna, be connected to this pattern? Could he himself unwittingly be one of those sensitive to the influence? Clara's gaze softened as she noticed his tension. "It's overwhelming at first. But once you see the pattern, you also see opportunity. Some of those attuned can change events. Save lives. Prevent destruction. Others can manipulate, control, even destroy. He swallowed hard, the echo of the comedian's jokes from earlier in his mind. The idea of fate, coincidence, prophecy, they were colliding into something tangible, almost dangerous. "And you," he said finally, "you believe you've seen this influence?" Clara smiled faintly. "I've seen its traces. And I've felt its pull. Tomorrow, perhaps, we'll witness it more clearly." She tapped her sketchbook. "I've traced these patterns across the city. Paths of 17, cycles of 17, repetitions of 17. Most people pass by obliviously, but certain days, certain people, the patterns converge." Daniel's pulse quickened. He could feel the convergence of the day, the date, the city, and now this woman who had appeared like a living echo of the past. He remembered the red circle on the calendar, the pen, the flyer. Everything threaded together as if invisible hands were orchestrating their path. And as the sun set behind the rooftops, casting long shadows across the streets, Daniel realized with a mix of fear and fascination that he and Clara were stepping into something far larger than either had anticipated. Something that connected history, human consciousness, and a number older than memory itself. Chapter 2, A Stranger at the Café. Part C. The city had grown quieter as night fell, yet it hummed with hidden rhythms. Streetlights flickered on in succession, traffic signals shifted in imperceptible patterns, and reflections in wet asphalt seemed to ripple according to some unseen pulse. Daniel walked beside Clara, both alert, both aware that the ordinary world was feeling less ordinary. "You'll notice it," Clara said softly, "if you pay attention. 17 is everywhere, even in places you would never suspect." He frowned. "Everywhere? That sounds improbable." She smiled faintly. "I know. But watch." She pointed to a nearby intersection. "Those crosswalk stripes, count them." Daniel did. 1, 2, 3, 17. His eyebrows rose. A line of 17 stripes, though the street was wide enough to easily accommodate another or fewer. "It's precise. Not random," she said. "And notice the lamp posts. 17 paces apart. Then the number of windows on that corner building, 17. She paused, her eyes scanning the street. Most people walk past without noticing. But some see patterns. Some are sensitive to them. Daniel shivered, remembering the old artifacts, the mosaics, and the long shadows of ancient civilizations she had described. He wondered if sensitivity to 17 was genetic, learned, or something else entirely. A pulse thrummed through him, faint but insistent, as though the city itself were alive. They moved toward a public square. The fountain's lights reflected on the rippling water, and Daniel caught a fleeting glimpse of 17 coins at its base. He bent to look closer, counting, 1, 2, 17. "It can't be coincidence," he whispered. Clara nodded. "Some dates, some places, some people, everything converges. Tomorrow the 17th will make it more visible. The alignment strengthens. People like us, attuned to it, notice first. Others won't until later." Daniel's gaze wandered to a building across the square. Its facade was lined with 17 balconies, each with a slightly different design, as though each contained a separate rhythm of observation. "You think the city arranged itself like this intentionally?" Clara's lips curved in a cryptic smile. "Humans are clever, and the ancients were cleverer. Some patterns are deliberate, some evolved. But the number remains constant. 17. They walked further, past a small bookstore whose sign read, 17 Tomes of Forgotten Knowledge. Daniel rubbed his eyes. Surely this was coincidence. Yet when he glanced at the window, he saw 17 books stacked neatly on display. Each spine bore symbols, numbers, and faded script that made his head swim. "It's like the city itself is alive," he murmured, his voice low, almost afraid to be overheard. "Alive with intention," Clara corrected. "And some people sense it before others." Some manipulate it. Her eyes darted around the square, wary. There are forces, hidden, that have always used 17. In governments, in organizations, even in entertainment. Those with sensitivity can alter outcomes, influence masses, sway decisions. And there are those who seek to exploit them. Daniel's stomach tightened. He recalled Ethan Blake's performance earlier, the jokes, the repetitions of unlucky birthdays, the eerie resonance with his own life. Something clicked in his mind. The comedian was not simply humorous, he was signaling, perhaps unconsciously, a fracture in the ordinary pattern. You said some manipulate it, Daniel said cautiously. Do you mean like, people who understand patterns and use them? Clara nodded. Exactly. In history, certain rulers, priests, or magicians encoded 17 into cities, temples, even mundane objects. They could bend perception, alter behavior, or guide populations. Today, modern structures, events, and even media carry the same resonance. Most never notice, but someone attuned might see warnings, opportunities, or threats. Daniel shivered again, as if a current ran down his spine. The air was thick with expectation. And Ethan Blake? Clara glanced toward the bar where they had first encountered him. Comedians, entertainers, they often reflect society's hidden truths through humor. Observers call it coincidence. I call it alignment. His jokes 17, cursed dates, unlucky birthdays, they aren't just entertainment. He's tapping into the same currents. Daniel's eyes widened. He realized the unsettling parallel. Every joke he heard echoed a pattern he had been tracing unknowingly. Every coincidence, every artifact of urban design 17 was the thread. And Ethan Blake, like Clara, seemed aware, though through a lens of humor rather than scholarship. A gust of wind blew down the street, scattering leaves and papers. Daniel bent to pick one up. It was a flyer, edges damp, announcing a performance, Ethan Blake Birthday Special September 17th. He held it tightly, stomach twisting. Clara's gaze met his, calm but knowing. The day will show its power soon, she said. 17 is patient, but precise. As they walked, more signs emerged, street numbers, buses, advertisements, even the arrangement of cafe tables and lamp posts. Each reinforced the impression that the city was structured according to a hidden logic. Daniel's mind spun, caught between fascination and dread. Every coincidence of the day, the pen, the balloons, the flyer, Ethan's jokes no longer seemed chance. They were deliberate notes in a grand, invisible score. They paused near a small park, empty except for a fountain and the distant hum of traffic. Daniel looked at Clara. And you believe, some people are born with the ability to see it? Yes, she said. The number chooses them. Or perhaps they choose it, unconsciously. Either way, their awareness can alter events, save lives, prevent disasters, or contribute to chaos. Which is why tomorrow is significant. 17 will mark those who are attuned. Daniel swallowed hard. The weight of the day pressed upon him. The number, once abstract and academic, had become visceral, alive, a force that might guide or destroy. And somewhere in the city, Ethan Blake's laughter, and the echoes of his jokes, reminded him that even humor could carry portent, a warning wrapped in folly. As the night deepened, Daniel and Clara continued through the streets, their steps tracing patterns older than memory, unaware yet entirely aware that the 17th had arrived, and with it, the subtle awakening of forces that had waited centuries to be noticed. Chapter 2, A Stranger at the Café Part D. The city had settled into a quiet rhythm, but Daniel and Clara sensed a pulse beneath the familiar streetlights, a vibration that made ordinary objects shimmer with meaning. Even the pedestrians seemed to move according to some unseen metric. Each figure crossing a street, each car pausing at a light, felt as though it followed the invisible rhythm of 17, though none of them were aware. Look at that, Clara said, stopping abruptly. She pointed to a lamp post. 17 leaves had accumulated around its base, each positioned as if by careful intention. Daniel bent, examining the pattern. The wind had scattered debris, yet here, it lay with uncanny order. Order, or coincidence? He asked, voice taut with tension. Clara smiled faintly. Coherence is often hidden beneath chaos. Some people can see it. Some can act upon it. Daniel noticed how her eyes darted to the surrounding streets, to the windows of nearby buildings. You mean there are people who understand these patterns, and can influence them? Yes, she said. They exist in secret. Some are descendants of ancient families, guardians of knowledge. Others are those who awaken unexpectedly, chosen by the number itself. They shape events quietly, steering decisions, nudging societies, guiding sometimes for good, sometimes for ill. Daniel shivered. The implication was profound, the coincidences in his own life, the pen, the balloon, the flyer, Anna's death might not have been accidents. Perhaps they were subtle manipulations, interactions with forces he had never recognized. Could someone be watching us now? He asked, suddenly self-conscious. Perhaps, Clara said softly. Or perhaps the patterns themselves are watching. The number has a way of revealing it's attuned. She bent to pick up a crumpled leaflet from the street. Printed on it were 17 symbols, arranged in a spiral. See? Not random. Daniel stared at it. Each symbol felt familiar, though he had never seen them before. They resonated with something deep in his memory, stirring echoes of texts, of artifacts, of half-forgotten lectures. It was as if the city itself whispered secrets only certain minds could comprehend. They walked on, passing a small plaza. 17 benches lined the perimeter. A fountain's spray formed 17 droplets suspended in the lamplight. Daniel counted unconsciously. 17. Again. He swallowed hard. It was too consistent to ignore. Clara glanced at him, eyes shadowed with meaning. Tomorrow, she said, the 17th. It will bring alignment. Events that seemed random will reveal purpose. The attuned will feel it most. Some will awaken fully to their sensitivity. Others will remain blind. Daniel's pulse quickened. He thought of Anna, of the old calendar, of the cafe encounter that had drawn Clara into his life. He felt the convergence of personal history with something far older and larger. The city, the artifacts, even the patterns of ordinary life, they were aligned, and he and Clara were at the center. Hidden lineages, Daniel murmured. You said some are born into it, others awaken. How does one know? Clara's gaze was steady. You feel it. Some sense the number before their eyes. Some hear it in rhythm, feel it in coincidence, recognize it in events others dismiss. And once awakened, you cannot unsee it. Daniel felt the weight of her words. He recalled moments he had long ignored, the stranger at the cafe who seemed to vanish, the child with the balloon, the flurry of minor accidents and near misses that had surrounded Anna's death. They might not have been accidents. Perhaps he had been part of a larger pattern all along. As they crossed a bridge spanning the river, the lights reflected in 17 elongated shards across the water. Each shard seemed to pulse, almost as though responding to their presence. Daniel felt an involuntary thrill, a combination of fear and exhilaration. He realized that the city itself was alive with the patterns Clara described, but only those attuned could sense them. Do you think we are chosen? He asked quietly. Clara's expression softened. I think we have been noticed. That is different from being chosen. But tomorrow, the 17th, we may find out which we are. A distant laugh drifted from a bar nearby. Ethan Blake's voice carried across the street, light and ironic, yet somehow underscored by something darker. Daniel felt a shiver run through him. The comedian, unaware of it, was part of the pattern too. His jokes about cursed birthdays and unlucky days now took on a chilling weight. As the night deepened, the streets themselves seemed to conspire in quiet orchestration. Traffic signals blinked in sequences of 17 seconds. Neon signs flashed numbers once, twice, 17. Even ordinary passers-by, unaware, moved in intervals that echoed the hidden rhythm. Daniel and Clara walked through the city, their awareness sharpening with each observation. The number was alive, resonant, conspiratorial. By the time they returned toward the café, both were silent, each immersed in thought. The date September 17 loomed ahead, pregnant with possibility. Tomorrow would reveal much, the alignment of hidden lineages, the awakening of attuned minds, and perhaps the first visible effects of 17's subtle manipulations. Daniel felt the anticipation tighten around him like a physical force. The past, the city, the artifacts, the coincidences all converged toward the morrow. The 17th promised revelation, power, and perhaps danger. And in the quiet of the night, walking beside Clara, he realized they were moving inexorably into something that would change everything. Chapter 2, A Stranger at the Café Party. The rain had stopped, leaving the streets slick and reflective, each lamp-post casting elongated shadows across the cobblestones. Daniel and Clara moved cautiously through a quieter part of the city, one Daniel had rarely visited. Shops shuttered for the evening, their windows fogged and dim, yet a faint light glimmered from one corner store. "Wait," Clara said, pausing at the entrance. "I want to show you something, not on any map." Daniel followed her inside, the bell above the door jingling softly. The interior smelled of aged paper, wax, and something faintly metallic. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with curiosities, artifacts, and manuscripts that seemed to hum with quiet energy. The proprietor, an elderly man with sharp eyes, nodded at Clara as if expecting her. "This way," she said, guiding Daniel toward a glass display case at the center of the room. Beneath the glass lay a small, ornate object, a metallic disc, roughly the size of a palm, etched with intricate patterns. Daniel squinted, noticing immediately that there were 17 concentric rings engraved into its surface, each filled with symbols he had seen before but could not name. "The 17th cipher," the man said quietly, addressing Daniel for the first time. "It arrives for those who are ready. It waits for the 17th of September." Daniel froze. His pulse quickened, and he glanced at Clara. "Ready for, what?" The man's gaze was steady. "For insight. For awareness. For action." Clara stepped closer to the case, her hand hovering above the disc. "It's said that those attuned to the number can feel it. Touch it. Learn from it. Some use it to guide, others to control. But it reveals itself only to the sensitive." Daniel leaned in, examining the disc. The rings seemed to shimmer faintly, as if reflecting a light that wasn't there. He could almost feel them vibrating beneath his fingertips, a resonance that matched the pulse he had sensed throughout the city. "I don't understand," he said, swallowing hard. "How can an object do this?" Clara's voice was calm but urgent. "It's not about the object itself. It's a conduit. A focus for the energy encoded by the number 17. People, places, artifacts, some are sensitive nodes. This disc is one. It has awakened before, to those born on the 17th or influenced by it. Tomorrow, it will resonate stronger." Daniel felt a shiver run down his spine. He wanted to laugh, to dismiss it all as mysticism, but the pulse in his chest, the city's rhythm, the coincidences of his life, and Clara's unshakable certainty all combined into a force too compelling to ignore. He reached toward the disc hesitantly. As his fingers brushed the glass, a soft hum filled the room, vibrating through his bones. The concentric rings seemed to shift slightly, patterns aligning in ways he could not consciously perceive. A warmth spread through his hand, climbing up his arm, and suddenly he understood, not fully, but enough that the disc was not inert. It was alive with intention. Clara watched him closely. "Feel it. Don't resist. The number chooses you, but you must acknowledge it. Daniel closed his eyes. Images flashed behind his lids, streets aligned in 17-step sequences, mosaics with 17 tiles, his own memories circling the 17th of September over the years. And then, something else, a vision of Anna, her smile fleeting, a hand extended as if beckoning him toward understanding. He gasped, stepping back. This is real. Clara's hand rested on his shoulder. It is real. But reality is broader than most can perceive. Tomorrow, when the 17th arrives fully, you will see more. The old man cleared his throat. Be careful. Objects such as these attract attention. Some seek guidance, others, control. His gaze locked on Daniel. They will come. Be aware. Daniel felt a chill. Those who have always sought to manipulate the number. Some have influence in governments, finance, media, even entertainment. Others are hidden, waiting for the right alignment. They recognize the attuned and act accordingly. A sudden noise outside drew their attention. A bus passed, number 17 flashing prominently on its side. A street light above them flickered 17 times before stabilizing. Daniel shivered, realizing that even outside, the pattern persisted, as if confirming Clara's words. Tomorrow, Clara whispered, the alignment will strengthen. The number, the city, the artifact, all of it converges. You must be ready to see it, to feel it, and to act. 17 is patient, but it moves inexorably toward those attuned. Daniel's chest tightened, a mixture of fear, anticipation, and resolve. He glanced at the disc one last time before stepping back. He realized that whatever awaited him tomorrow was beyond coincidence, beyond rationality. The mystical influence of the number 17 had begun its work, threading through the city, through the artifact, through his life. As they left the shop, the rain had begun again, lighter now, pattering against the streets with soft persistence. Daniel and Clara walked side by side, their steps in quiet rhythm, sensing the invisible pattern surrounding them. The city seemed alive, whispering in 17-beat pulses, hinting at powers, dangers, and revelations yet to come. And above all, the 17th loomed like a silent sentinel, waiting to unfold the mysteries encoded into the streets, the artifacts, and the very hearts of those who had been chosen or noticed by it. Chapter 2, A Stranger at the Café. Part F. Daniel could hardly breathe as he and Clara stepped back into the night, the disc's hum still lingering in his mind. Each footstep on the slick pavement echoed strangely, as if the city itself were mirroring their movements. He realized he could feel the pulse of 17 not as a number, but as a rhythm coursing through the streets, the buildings, the very air. Do you feel it? Clara asked softly, glancing at him. The alignment? The way it calls. Daniel nodded, though his mind struggled to articulate the sensation. It was as if the patterns, the artifacts, the mosaics, the benches, the streetlights, all of it were vibrating in synchrony, and he was suddenly a part of it. He could sense the hidden grids, the sequences of 17 woven into the city, and with them, the possibility of influence. They paused on a bridge overlooking the river. The water reflected streetlights in fractured, shifting sequences. Daniel's vision blurred slightly, every ripple, every reflection, every shadow seemed to correspond to the number 17. His pulse matched the rhythm, steady, insistent, urgent. This is too much, he whispered, gripping the railing. It's everywhere. Clara's eyes were steady, unwavering. It always has been. Most people are blind to it. But those attuned, we notice. We feel. We can act. The number chooses those it recognizes, but it does not compel. Yet tomorrow, she let the thought hang in the night air, the unfinished warning heavier than any word. As if summoned by the tension in the city, a figure appeared at the far end of the bridge. Ethan Blake, the comedian, leaned casually against the railing, half smiling, a notebook in hand. Daniel's chest tightened, he had not expected to see him here. "You feel it too, don't you?" Ethan said, his tone light but edged with something deeper. "The hum, the patterns, the 7th day of this month, or wait 17th. Same thing. Funny, right? How the world insists on repeating itself." Daniel said nothing, only nodded, feeling the resonance of the disc intensify in his mind, matching the pull of the city. Ethan's presence was no accident, his jokes, his observations, even his timing seemed in harmony with the number, amplifying the invisible pattern that surrounded them. Clara stepped closer to Daniel, her hand briefly touching his arm. "He's part of it," she whispered. "Whether he knows or not, he interacts with the alignment. He's a signal, a conduit." Ethan's gaze flicked toward the river, then back at Daniel. "Funny how people ignore patterns until they can't. And then bam, the world throws them a sign they can't avoid." He laughed softly. "Or maybe it's just the 17th. Hard to tell." Daniel's vision sharpened. The bridges, the streetlights, the fountain below, they were all pulsing in rhythm with the disc in his mind. He could see concentric alignments, windows, benches, trees, cars passing, all moving according to a pattern that had waited centuries to awaken. And he understood, without fully knowing how, that the artifact was amplifying this resonance, drawing him deeper into the hidden architecture of the city. Suddenly, the fountain below erupted in a spray of water, catching light from 17 lamp posts, scattering prisms across the night. Daniel staggered back, gripping the bridge railing. Clara's voice steadied him. "It responds to awareness. The artifact, the patterns, they react to attunement. Tomorrow, the 7th, no, the 17th will heighten the effect." Ethan scribbled in his notebook, then looked up with a grin. "Chaos loves a neat pattern. Or neat patterns love chaos. Depends on which way you read it." His words, casual as they seemed, resonated with a deep truth. Daniel realized that the alignment could bring insight or disaster, depending on who moved within it. He closed his eyes, feeling the hum, the vibration, the invisible geometry stretching through the city. He sensed not only the alignment of streets and structures but the alignment of people, decisions, coincidences, all converging toward tomorrow. His own heartbeat merged with it, each pulse a step closer to revelation. "Do you feel it too?" Clara asked, her voice gentle, insistent. "Yes," he breathed. "Everywhere. It's alive." Ethan laughed again, a soft, knowing sound. "Alive, yet. Alive with possibility. And trouble. Don't forget the trouble." Daniel opened his eyes. The city no longer seemed ordinary. The streets were a grid of potential, the buildings a lattice of influence. Every passerby was part of the resonance, and every movement carried the weight of choice. The 17th would reveal all, and he and Clara were at the center. He looked at the disc again in his mind, the artifact's image vivid, shimmering. The resonance had reached its peak. He could almost see the hidden currents of the city, the echoes of past civilizations, the subtle influence of ancestors who had harnessed 17 for power, for good, or for chaos. And as they stood on the bridge, the river reflecting 1,000 fractured lights, Daniel realized that tomorrow would not just be another day. September 17th would awaken hidden forces, challenge their perception, and set in motion events that could not be stopped. Ethan Blake straightened, flipping his notebook closed. "I'll see you tomorrow," he said, smiling faintly. "Or maybe I won't. But either way, the 17th has its say." Daniel felt a shiver of recognition and uneasy certainty that this day, this number, this city, and these encounters were all threads of a design too vast to comprehend fully. He looked at Clara, who nodded subtly, as if confirming the weight of what he now understood. The wind gusted across the bridge, carrying the distant echoes of footsteps, laughter, and the soft hum of the city itself. Daniel knew, with the clarity of inevitability, that nothing would remain the same when the 17th arrived. The patterns were awake, the artifact had called, and the number had chosen to make itself felt. And in that moment, standing between shadow and light, between calm and resonance, Daniel understood that the city, the artifact, and the number 17 had entwined his fate irrevocably with Clara, with Ethan Blake, and with forces both ancient and imminent. The night deepened. The 17th approached. And the hidden rhythm of the city waited patiently, prepared to reveal the unseen. Chapter 3, Laughter in the Rain. The city had transformed under the heavy, persistent rain. Streetlights reflected in rivulets along the cobblestones, forming a river of amber light that led the way through the quiet streets. Daniel stepped out of the cafe, the warmth of his coffee still lingering in his hands, and shivered as the first drops splashed his face. Across the street, Clara realized she had forgotten her umbrella, leaning against the doorframe to watch him. "Daniel," she called, chasing him into the downpour. Her voice was sharp with both exasperation and amusement. He turned, shielding his face, and laughed despite the cold. "Looks like fate decided to drown us together." The absurdity of the moment, the rain, the forgotten umbrella, the echoes of the city's hidden patterns produced a sense of levity that Daniel had not felt in years. Yet beneath the humor, a thread of awareness ran taut. The number 17 lingered in every shadow, in every dripping light. At that moment, a voice cut through the rain with casual precision. "You know," said Ethan Blake, stepping from a darkened doorway with the soaked remains of a set list clutched under his arm, "they say fate always loves a comedic trio." Daniel and Clara blinked, startled. The same Ethan Blake from the cafe, whose earlier jokes had seemed prophetic in hindsight, now appeared as if conjured by the city itself. His grin was sardonic, and his wet jacket clung to him as he gestured toward them. "You two look like you're trying to escape destiny. Sorry, can't do that in this city." The three of them moved together, umbrellas forgotten in the rush of water, their laughter mingling with the rhythm of the rain. Each step forward resonated in subtle, imperceptible patterns, as if the streets themselves recognized the convergence of attuned individuals. Daniel felt the same pulse he had sensed at the bridge the night before, but stronger, more insistent, as though amplified by the collective presence of those sensitive to 17. As they turned toward a square, the rain slowed into a gentle mist, revealing a row of storefronts bathed in soft, wet light. One shop caught their attention, an old antique store, its windows fogged with condensation, displaying an assortment of curiosities. At its center, a clock had stopped at 17:09, its hands frozen in time. Clara gasped softly. "It's 17 minutes past 17 hours." Daniel felt a familiar chill. The alignment of numbers was no longer abstract or hidden in mosaics or artifacts. The city itself, its architecture, its objects, its signs, was participating in the same deliberate orchestration he had felt at the cafe and along the streets. He realized that the 17th was not simply a day, but a point of resonance, a temporal locus where hidden currents manifested visibly. Ethan, ever the observer, leaned closer. "You see it too, right? Most would ignore it, but we notice. That's what makes this night interesting." His voice carried a subtle edge, humor masking recognition, or perhaps warning. Daniel and Clara approached the antique shop, peering through the fogged glass. Inside, the store seemed frozen in time, clocks, manuscripts, small artifacts arranged with an almost ritualistic precision. The ticking of one functioning clock blended into the dripping of the rain, producing a subtle, hypnotic rhythm. "The 17th minute past the 17th hour," Daniel murmured. "It's not just symbolic. It's a sign." Clara nodded. "The artifact in the shop may be another conduit, similar to the disc we saw yesterday. Objects like these respond to attuned minds, to the number, to the flow of time and perception. They reveal alignment." Daniel felt a sudden pull in his chest, a resonance that seemed to radiate from the shop, through the square, through the streets they had walked. The rhythm matched the city's invisible pulse he had felt in Part F of the previous chapter. It was as though the entire urban landscape, and the artifacts within it, were vibrating in harmony with the number 17, seeking recognition. Ethan's voice broke through his concentration. Ever notice how comedy and chaos share a secret rhythm? Tonight, the 17th, it's louder than ever. You can laugh at it, or you can listen and maybe survive it. Daniel looked at him, the weight of his words settling like a stone in his stomach. He felt the pattern everywhere, the clock, the puddles, the reflections, the scattered leaves, the echoes of laughter. He realized that what had seemed like coincidences in Chapter 2, the pen, the mosaic, the disc, the bridge, were now converging in real time, manifesting in both the environment and the people around him. Clara stepped closer to Daniel, brushing water from her hair. We need to understand it, not just see it. The artifact, the patterns, Ethan's role, they're all part of the same system. And tomorrow, if we are attuned enough, we may influence it, rather than be swept along. The rain intensified briefly, turning the square into a reflective surface of shifting light and shadow. The three of them stood together, a triad of attuned observers, aware of the city's hidden heartbeat. The 17th was imminent, and with it, the potential for revelation or disaster. As Daniel glanced toward the antique shop, he noticed a small manuscript on the counter, partially visible through the glass. Its cover bore 17 intricate symbols, reminiscent of those on the disc. He recognized the significance immediately. The artifact was waiting, and it called to attuned minds. Ethan, noticing his gaze, chuckled softly. Don't just stare. It's not polite to ignore the things that are trying to teach you. Or warn you. Daniel swallowed, feeling the same resonance as the previous night intensify within him. Every step, every heartbeat, every breath seemed attuned to 17. He realized that the number was no longer a curiosity, it was a force acting upon the city, upon the artifact, upon him, upon everyone perceptive enough to notice. Clara extended a hand toward the shop's door. Tomorrow, she said, we'll see how far the alignment goes. Tonight, it's only a taste, a prelude. The three of them moved down the square, the rain softening to mist. Daniel realized the night had become an orchestrated interplay of coincidences, artifacts, and attuned individuals. The laughter, the rain, the reflections, the stopped clock, all were part of the pattern, all converging toward September 17th, the day when the number would assert itself fully. And as they walked through the misty square, Daniel felt a thrill and a chill. The city, the artifact, the number 17, and the enigmatic presence of Ethan Blake had pulled him into something larger than memory, larger than chance, larger than comprehension. The alignment was approaching, and with it, the first true consequences of attunement. The night deepened, and the city waited, breathless, for the dawn of the 17th. Chapter 3, Laughter in the Rain. Part B. The antique shop had faded behind them, yet its presence lingered in Daniel's mind like a pulse he could not ignore. The frozen clock at 1709, the manuscript, the metallic disc, all resonated in a rhythm that seemed to echo through the rain-soaked streets. Each droplet, each reflection, each flickering light felt amplified, vibrating to a pattern that was simultaneously ancient and immediate. Daniel noticed a subtle alignment in the pedestrians around them. 17 people crossed the square in precise intervals, each step almost synchronized with the others. Their movements were ordinary in isolation, yet in the pattern of 17, they became a choreography orchestrated by unseen hands. Clara's gaze followed them, eyes sharp and calculating. See, she said softly. Even the city participates. The artifact doesn't act alone. It amplifies awareness, revealing the hidden alignment of life around us. Patterns of 17 aren't just historical or symbolic, they are functional, active. Daniel shivered. The sensation was disorienting, almost intoxicating. He realized that he could feel the number's influence not just in objects, but in decisions, movements, and even conversations. People walked, crossed streets, laughed, and argued, but each act, when viewed through the prism of 17, revealed faint threads connecting them all. Ethan, walking beside them, chuckled. It's like the city itself is improvising a comedy routine, but the jokes are written in a code no one else can read. Except us. Or maybe me, partly. Daniel frowned. The artifact it does this. Clara nodded. Artifacts like the disc, or the clock, serve as focal points. They awaken attunement, making these hidden patterns perceptible. Think of it as a lens. Once you look through it, the world rearranges itself in subtle ways. As they walked toward a nearby plaza, a series of seemingly unrelated events began to unfold. A bus numbered 17 passed exactly on schedule, despite a slight delay predicted by the city's transport logs. A traffic light blinked 17 times before turning green. Even street performers seemed to move with an unusual synchronicity, their gestures and rhythms creating an unseen harmony. Daniel's head spun. Each manifestation reinforced a single truth: the number 17 had tangible effects, capable of influencing both the city and its inhabitants. He glanced at Ethan, who was scribbling in his notebook. "What are you doing?" Daniel asked. Ethan grinned. "Documenting chaos in increments of 17. Think of it as field research. Comedy is observation, right? But tonight, observation is dangerous." Clara's eyes narrowed. "Dangerous in what sense?" Ethan shrugged, a subtle tension behind his casual demeanor. "The attuned people like us notice patterns, but those unaware are still influenced. Decisions, movements, even thoughts can be nudged without recognition. The more aligned a person or artifact is, the greater the effect. Tomorrow, when the 17th begins, the consequences could be unpredictable." Daniel felt a knot tighten in his stomach. The alignment was no longer theoretical. The artifact had acted as a catalyst, making him, Clara, and even Ethan, consciously aware of 17's invisible influence. He recalled the disk's hum, the stopped clock, the manuscript. These were not mere curiosities. They were instruments of perception, amplifying attunement and exposing latent influence. As they approached a street lined with cafes and small shops, Daniel noticed the number 17 recurring everywhere. Table arrangements, lamp posts, even the menu numbers in a pastry shop all carried the subtle signature. He realized that every modern object, every design choice, every seemingly trivial arrangement could now be interpreted as part of the same intricate network. "People pass through these alignments unaware," Clara said, her voice low. "But artifacts, attuned individuals, and events like tonight create intersections. You can influence the alignment or be swept along by it. The difference is awareness." Daniel's mind raced. Could he act to influence events? Could he use the awareness awakened by the artifact to intervene, to guide outcomes, to protect or to prevent harm? The possibilities and the dangers were dizzying. The rain intensified, the cityscape around them shimmering in reflections. A fountain at the center of the plaza erupted in a spray that seemed to shimmer in 17 arcs. Daniel watched, mesmerized, as the droplets landed with uncanny precision, each reflecting the glow of streetlights. Ethan leaned close to him. "See? Even water respects the pattern. Imagine what could happen when more of us attuned minds are active at once. The 17th doesn't just reveal, it amplifies." Daniel nodded, feeling the resonance deepen within him. The artifact had been a catalyst, but the city, the rain, the people, the reflections, they were now coalescing into a living demonstration of 17's influence. Each beat of his heart, each breath he took, seemed synchronized with the invisible rhythm, drawing him further into attunement. Clara stopped suddenly, pointing to a small crowd gathering near the fountain. 17 individuals were assembling naturally, their movements seemingly uncoordinated yet precisely timed. Daniel felt a shiver. "It's like the city itself is arranging us," he whispered. Clara's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Exactly. And tomorrow, when the 17th reaches full resonance, these alignments will become events, actions, decisions influenced in real time. Attuned individuals thus will recognize the patterns and have the chance to intervene. Or we may simply witness the unfolding. Ethan chuckled. I call it comedy. Some of it tragic, some absurd, but always patterned. Daniel shivered, half laughing, half afraid. The rain soaked his clothes, the city pulsed with hidden resonance, and the artifact's influence thrummed through his mind. He realized, with a mix of dread and awe, that they were approaching the threshold of September 17th, when perception and reality would converge, and the number 17 would assert itself fully not as theory, not as coincidence, but as living, shaping force. And so, under the rain-soaked glow of streetlights, with the hum of attuned artifacts still vibrating in his thoughts, Daniel, Clara, and Ethan continued through the city. Each step, each glance, each movement felt orchestrated by forces older and more subtle than any they had known, preparing them for the imminent convergence of past, present, and future on the 17th. Chapter 3, Laughter in the Rain Part C. By now, the rain had softened to a gentle mist, leaving the streets slick but shimmering. Daniel, Clara, and Ethan moved cautiously through the square, the weight of the night pressing on them. Every reflection in the puddles, every flicker of neon light, and every stray note from street performers seemed to echo 17 in some imperceptible way. The city itself was alive, responding to unseen currents. Daniel noticed a delivery truck parked oddly near the fountain. Its license plate ended with the number 17. Across the street, 17 pigeons strutted in a straight line, pecking at the cobblestones with measured intervals. Clara's eyes followed the flock. The alignment intensifies, she said. Objects, animals, people, they all fall into patterns when attuned energy amplifies. The artifact was just the beginning. Ethan laughed, glancing at the pigeons. Well, birds never read the manual. But tonight, apparently, they're in on it. A sudden commotion erupted as a cyclist skidded on the wet pavement, narrowly missing a lamp post. Daniel instinctively grabbed him by the shoulder, steadying him. The cyclist, a man clearly unaware of the pattern unfolding, gave him a startled look and moved on. Daniel realized that even seemingly random acts of chaos were now aligning subtly with 17, influenced by the resonance they carried. See? Clara whispered. Even mistakes obey the pattern. Events are nudged toward alignment. It's subtle, but it's happening. Daniel felt a rush of realization. He had encountered coincidences before, numbers repeating, objects appearing in sequence, but this was different. These were orchestrated alignments, and the artifact had awakened in him a perception capable of noticing them. Every minor accident, every unexpected alignment, every reflected light became a signal, a call to awareness. They continued walking, approaching a small park where a street musician was performing. 17 passers-by gathered naturally around him, creating a semicircle of attentive listeners. As Daniel observed, he noticed how their gestures and positions corresponded almost precisely with the movements of the fountain spray nearby, creating a harmony between human activity and environmental resonance. Ethan grinned. I knew it. It's like improv theater on a city scale. Everyone's playing a part without realizing it. Except us, of course. Lucky or unlucky, depending on how you see it. Daniel laughed nervously, though a thread of unease ran through him. The humor was present, but underlying it was the growing realization that the alignment carried consequences. Minor chaos could be observed, predicted, and even subtly manipulated if one attuned enough. Could people feel it without knowing why? Daniel asked. The pedestrians, the cyclist, the musician. Clara nodded. They feel the pattern subconsciously. That's why some respond instinctively, others resist, and some simply ignore it. The attuned like us see the architecture behind the randomness. Tomorrow, when the 17th reaches full resonance, these alignments will become far more pronounced. Actions will cascade. Daniel's mind raced. He thought of the artifacts, the disc, the stopped clock, the manuscript. Each had acted as a focal point, awakening his perception. Now, the city itself was a web of interactive nodes, each responding to attuned individuals and magnifying the influence of 17. As they walked past a cafe, the windows reflected 17 distinct points of light from nearby street lamps. Inside, a barista accidentally knocked over a tray of 17 glasses, which fell in perfect sequence without shattering. Daniel froze, noting the absurdity and precision simultaneously. "It's incredible," he whispered. Ethan leaned closer, voice low. "Incredible and terrifying. Every trivial act suddenly has weight. Every alignment is a signal, a possibility, a choice. That's the gift or curse of noticing the pattern." The trio moved toward the central square, where a street festival had been partially set up earlier in the day. Tents, tables, and decorative lights reflected sequences of 17 in subtle ways, 17 flags along a row, 17 strings of lights, 17 decorative lanterns swinging with the wind. Daniel noticed that even the minor chaos of people moving, talking, and setting up equipment mirrored the geometric precision of 17, reinforcing the citywide resonance. "Look there," Clara said, pointing to a street performer juggling 17 balls, or rather, juggling in 17 beats per cycle. Daniel's breath caught. Even this act of skill, ostensibly ordinary, now felt like part of the larger design. Ethan's smile widened. "See? Chaos and comedy are siblings, dancing to 17's rhythm. Tonight, they're choreographed." Daniel shivered, sensing the magnitude of attunement required to notice it. The alignment was not just numbers or coincidences, it was a living resonance, an interplay between people, artifacts, and environmental cues, guided invisibly by the number 17. Suddenly, a gust of wind toppled a row of decorative lanterns, sending them swinging dangerously close to the crowd. Daniel instinctively caught one, steadying it as it swung back. Clara placed her hands on his shoulders. "You see how small actions now matter. Each choice, each intervention, ripples through the alignment. The artifact awakens awareness, but tomorrow, the 17th will magnify it." Ethan scribbled in his notebook, glancing at Daniel. "Every observer now becomes a participant. Watch carefully. Act deliberately. Or the pattern acts for you, whether you like it or not." Daniel's gaze swept the square, the fountain, the street performers, the lanterns, the reflections in puddles, all part of a synchronized rhythm. Minor chaos and orchestrated order blended seamlessly. He understood, in a flash, that they were no longer mere witnesses. They were nodes of influence, their actions resonating outward, interacting with the unseen architecture of 17. The rain misted further, softening the lights and muting the sounds of the city, but the hidden pulse of 17 remained vivid, insistent, alive. Daniel, Clara, and Ethan walked at its rhythm, aware that each step, each glance, each gesture would matter tomorrow when the full resonance of September 17 arrived. And in that quiet, misty night, the city itself seemed to breathe, anticipating the unfolding events, subtle and profound, that the number 17 would catalyze. Chapter 3, Laughter in the Rain Part D. By now, the mist had thickened into a fine drizzle, softening the city lights into glowing halos on the slick streets. Daniel could feel the pulse of 17 intensifying around him, faster, sharper, insistent. Every reflection in a puddle, every ripple on the fountain's surface, every faint echo from distant conversations seemed to resonate in alignment. The artifact's presence, the disc, the stopped clock, the manuscript, was no longer distant or abstract. It had begun interacting directly, feeding back into their awareness. Clara's gaze shifted toward the antique shop they had passed earlier. "It's awake," she whispered. "The alignment is strengthening, and the artifact is responding. Look for subtle disruptions, they'll show us how the resonance is acting in the world." Daniel's pulse quickened. He noticed the street lamps flickering 17 in a row, followed by a brief blackout that sent the square into semi-darkness. Gasps arose from passers-by, some laughing nervously, others irritated by the interruption. Yet in the rhythm of the disruption, Daniel recognized the influence of the artifact, the number was now asserting itself, even affecting unobservant people and mundane devices. Ethan grinned, flipping his notebook closed. And that's how it begins. Small tremors, almost comedic, but deliberate. The number nudges the environment. People like us notice, people like them just react. He gestured toward the crowd, scattered under umbrellas. See? Chaos, alignment, resonance. All in motion. Daniel felt the artifacts pull more strongly than ever. The metallic disc, once distant in memory, now seemed present in the pulse around him. He could almost sense the hum of it in his fingertips, in his chest, vibrating in sync with street lights, reflections, and even the pedestrians' movements. "Wait," Clara said suddenly, pointing to a young boy running across the square. He tripped on the curb, scattering 17 marbles across the wet pavement. Daniel's instincts kicked in, and he stooped, catching a few before they rolled under a fountain ledge. The boy looked up, confused, but then laughed, brushing off the fall. "Even small events obey it," Clara said, eyes wide. "Every interaction, every minor accident, it's part of the resonance. The artifact is influencing subtle disruptions, showing us the web we inhabit." Daniel glanced at Ethan. "And what happens if someone resists? Or interferes?" Ethan's grin faded slightly, replaced by a thoughtful seriousness. "The number doesn't punish, not directly. But when attuned individuals step into the flow, it magnifies choices, good and bad. Misalignment can cascade. Disruption, intentional or accidental, spreads. Tonight, we're seeing hints of that." Suddenly, a street vendor's cart toppled, spilling goods across the cobblestones. Daniel, Clara, and Ethan instinctively moved to stabilize it, but even as they did, they realized the pattern. 17 items fell, landing in precise, almost choreographed positions. The crowd murmured, some pointing, others laughing at the odd symmetry. Daniel felt a strange exhilaration mixed with dread. The artifact was no longer just a passive catalyst, it modulated events in the city, amplifying minor chaos into perceptible alignment. He understood that each intervention, each reaction, now had significance, rippling through the grid of 17 that surrounded them. Clara's eyes darted to the fountain. "Look! The water is responding. The mist, the spray, it's moving in 17 arc sequences. It's communicating." Daniel squinted. Indeed, each droplet seemed orchestrated, rising and falling in intervals that matched the rhythmic pulse he felt in his chest. The resonance was almost tangible, almost sentient, guiding the city's subtle choreography. "Artifacts, alignments, attuned individuals," Daniel muttered, "they're all nodes in a network. But what's the network for?" Ethan's expression darkened. "That's the question, isn't it? Networks like this can create harmony or amplify chaos. Tonight, we've seen the comedy side, the elegant alignments. But the 17th also awakens hidden influences, latent conflicts." Before Daniel could respond, a car horn blared nearby. 17 pedestrians froze, then shuffled in unison to avoid a collision. Daniel realized with a jolt that these weren't random events, they were micro-manipulations of perception and behavior, subtle nudges shaping outcomes without anyone fully understanding why. Clara's voice broke his reverie. "The artifact doesn't act alone. The number has adherents, people who know how to channel it, intentionally or unintentionally. Some amplify chaos, others harmony. Both influence the city tonight, preparing for tomorrow." Daniel shivered, suddenly aware that he, Clara, and even Ethan were now active participants in the unfolding resonance. Each step, each choice, each glance would ripple outward, influencing events in ways they could not yet predict. The rain intensified again, heavier now, drumming against umbrellas, puddles, and the fountain. Daniel felt the artifact's pull stronger than ever, a vibration through his chest and limbs, echoing across the square. He looked around, 17 lamp posts, 17 benches, 17 scattered leaves aligned perfectly in the wind's wake. Ethan scribbled furiously in his notebook. The city is alive tonight. 17's influence is multiplying. We're in the middle of an orchestra, and every minor chaos is a note in the symphony. Clara's voice was urgent. We need to pay attention. The artifact is no longer just a guide, it's a force multiplier. Every disruption it triggers is meaningful. Every minor event is a prelude to the 17th's full resonance. Daniel swallowed hard. He understood now, the patterns they had observed in Part B and Part C were merely the opening movements. The artifact had woken fully, the city had become attuned, and the number 17 was preparing to assert its will. Minor chaos, subtle nudges, and orchestrated alignments were converging, setting the stage for both revelation and potential disaster. The trio moved cautiously through the mist, aware that every step was part of the network. Daniel felt a shiver of both fear and exhilaration. The night had become a living demonstration of 17's influence, subtle, pervasive, and escalating. Above them, the city's lights shimmered, the fountain's arcs of water glinted, and the rain fell in deliberate rhythm. Tomorrow the 17th would transform these signals, these minor disturbances, into events with consequence. And in the still, misted night, Daniel, Clara, and Ethan understood, they were no longer observers. They were now participants in the resonance, their choices rippling outward, intertwining with the city, the artifact, and the inexorable force of the number 17. Chapter 3, Laughter in the Rain. Part E. The rain had softened into a misty drizzle, leaving the city wet and gleaming under the dim glow of streetlights. Daniel felt the pulse of 17 more strongly than ever, vibrating through the very fabric of the streets, the reflections in puddles, and the faint hum of the antique artifact. It was no longer subtle, the number was asserting itself, orchestrating small disruptions, aligning minor chaos, and revealing hidden currents that intertwined with the city's people. Clara's laughter rang in the mist, teasing and sharp. She leaned into Daniel's side as they walked, her hand brushing against his accidentally or perhaps deliberately. "You seem tense," she said, eyes glinting. "Are you afraid of a little chaos, Daniel?" Daniel swallowed, feeling the artifact's hum intensify in his chest. "It's exhilarating, but unsettling," he admitted. He glanced at Ethan, who smirked knowingly. Ethan's presence added a peculiar energy. He was both observer and participant, his humor a mask for the same attunement Daniel now sensed pulsing in him. Clara glanced between them, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "You two are predictable," she teased. "So serious. I like the chaos. Don't you?" Daniel felt a flutter of unease and curiosity. Clara's flirtation was disarming, yet it was layered over the very real, very dangerous resonance of 17. He caught himself watching the way her hair glistened in the mist, how her eyes reflected the lamplight, and how her awareness of the unfolding patterns seemed almost instinctual. "Perhaps I do," Daniel admitted. "But the number, it's different. It isn't just chaos. It's," he paused, struggling for the right word. "Alive. Deliberate." Clara's smile widened, a spark of mischief in her gaze. "Alive and deliberate. Sounds like someone I'd like to get to know better." Ethan laughed, shaking his head. "Ah, the attuned are flirting. Good. Distraction is essential when the city itself conspires." He stepped slightly ahead, scanning the square. Speaking of the city conspiring, at that moment, a minor disruption drew their attention. 17 streetlights blinked in sequence, creating a pattern across the square. Simultaneously, a group of pedestrians stopped mid-step, as if caught in the invisible web of resonance. Daniel felt the artifact's pull, now almost audible in the rhythm of the street, its influence reaching out, nudging, aligning, and amplifying small events into tangible manifestations. "See that?" Clara whispered, pointing to the blinking lights. "The number doesn't act randomly. It gathers momentum. Small incidents cascade into larger effects, nudging those attuned and unobservant alike. Daniel nodded, heart racing. The sequence of events was hypnotic, and he felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. "It's beautiful," he admitted, almost to himself. "Beautiful, yes," Clara said softly, stepping closer again. Her hand brushed his arm. "But also dangerous. And fun, don't you think?" Ethan's chuckle was low, almost conspiratorial. "She's testing both of you. Careful. The artifact and the number aren't the only things that can manipulate perception tonight." Daniel followed her gaze and noticed a subtle movement across the plaza. A figure, another attuned individual, was observing them from a distance. The stranger moved with a fluid precision, alert, yet seemingly casual. 17 steps, precisely measured, brought them to the edge of the square, where they paused. Clara's smile was enigmatic. "We're not alone," she murmured. "There are others. Some may help, some may hinder. The 17th calls them out." Daniel felt a shiver of anticipation. The number was not just a passive observer, not merely an artifact, it was a force that drew the sensitive to it, aligning destinies, converging paths, and preparing the city for the resonance of tomorrow. Suddenly, a minor accident unfolded. A cart carrying 17 bottles of wine tipped over, bottles rolling with eerie precision across the cobblestones. Daniel and Ethan rushed to stabilize it, while Clara's laughter rang out, delighting in the symmetry of the chaos. "Even accidents obey 17, she said, winking at Daniel. "See? Chaos has its own rhythm." Daniel caught himself smiling at her, despite the surreal tension. The interplay between their attunement and the disruptions made every glance, every gesture, feel meaningful, charged with the resonance of 17. Ethan leaned closer, voice teasing. "Flirting with danger, flirting with resonance, and with each other. All in the same night. You two are really playing with forces beyond your comprehension." Clara turned on her heel, deliberately drawing their eyes. "Maybe that's the point," she said, voice low, almost a whisper. "To engage with the unknown, to see how we respond. To test ourselves." The rain intensified briefly, pattering rhythmically on umbrellas and pavement, and the artifact's influence grew stronger. A sequence of 17 umbrellas suddenly toppled as gusts of wind swept through the square, narrowly missing pedestrians. The trio moved instinctively, catching some and stabilizing others. Each action resonated outward, subtly influencing the unfolding pattern of events. Daniel realized that the interplay between them, his awareness, Clara's playful provocations, and Ethan's guiding humor, was itself part of the network of influence awakened by the artifact. Their decisions, gestures, and even flirtation contributed to the resonance, shaping the city's subtle alignments. "Do you feel it?" Clara asked, stepping close to Daniel again. Her tone carried both intimacy and challenge. "The artifact, the city, us. We're part of something bigger tonight." Daniel nodded, swallowing hard. "I do. And, it's overwhelming. But thrilling." Ethan's eyes glinted in the mist. "Good. Keep aware. Keep engaged. The 17th is almost here, and the more we perceive, the more we can guide or at least survive the unfolding events." As they moved through the square, Daniel noticed additional attuned individuals appearing at intervals, drawn to the resonance: a man arranging 17 lanterns on a balcony, a woman dropping 17 coins into a fountain, a teenager stacking 17 books in a window display. Each contributed to the network, a subtle choreography orchestrated by the artifact and the number 17. Clara's gaze met Daniel's, playful and knowing. "See? We're not alone. The city itself awakens those who can perceive it. And maybe, we'll learn who can be trusted, who can't." Daniel shivered, both from the mist and from the realization that the night had become a complex web of influence, perception, and intention. Every laugh, every glance, every flirtation, every small act of chaos contributed to the alignment, preparing for the full resonance of September 17th. Ethan's voice broke the momentary tension. Remember, observation alone isn't enough. We must participate. Influence. Adjust. And maybe, just maybe, survive the evening with our wits and hearts intact. Clara smiled, brushing a strand of wet hair behind her ear. Challenge accepted. But don't think I won't play games along the way. Daniel's heart raced. The interplay between her teasing, Ethan's insight, and the city's subtle manipulations created a charged atmosphere, a mix of tension, attraction, and the electric awareness of 17's growing influence. He knew that tonight, the night before the 17th, would set the stage for revelations, challenges, and the awakening of hidden abilities. The three of them moved forward, the mist swirling around their feet, reflections of streetlights and puddles creating fragmented patterns of light. The city seemed to pulse in rhythm with 17, alive, aware, and preparing them for the threshold of resonance. Daniel glanced at Clara, then Ethan, and felt the thrill of uncertainty, of anticipation, and of the powerful web of interactions yet to unfold. The night was far from over, and the artifact's influence, the playful intrigue, and the escalating chaos promised a dawn unlike any other, the full awakening of September 17th. Chapter 3, Laughter in the Rain. Part F. The storm returned with sudden violence, as if the heavens themselves had been waiting for the exact moment to tear open. Lightning carved jagged veins across the night sky, and thunder shook the cobblestones beneath their feet. Daniel felt the artifact in his pocket tremble, not as a passive object anymore, but as though it were alive, pulsing in time with the storm. Clara instinctively slipped closer to him, her hand brushing against his chest as if seeking the source of that strange vibration. Her eyes widened, not in fear but in fascination. "It's responding," she whispered. "Do you feel that? It's not just the rain. It's resonance." Ethan, a few paces ahead, turned back sharply. His usually playful eyes were serious now, shadowed under the brim of his soaked hat. "Resonance, yes," he said. "But it's reaching a peak. You'd better decide if you're ready to ride this wave, Daniel, because the city doesn't wait for indecision." The square around them had transformed. The blinking streetlights no longer flickered randomly, they pulsed in 17-beat rhythms, casting waves of illumination across the plaza. Every time the lights flared, reflections multiplied in the puddles until it looked like hundreds of eyes were watching. Shop signs rattled. Windows shook. From somewhere far down the street, church bells rang, not 12, not midnight, but 17 measured tolls, impossibly precise. Daniel staggered under the weight of it. His vision swam, not with dizziness, but with patterns. Lines stretched across the buildings, weaving geometric webs that converged on the artifact. He was seeing the city not as it was, but as it had always been beneath the surface, a living equation, built on the rhythm of 17. Clara gripped his arm tightly, her expression lit with awe. "Look at it! Look at all of it!" She pointed toward the cafe where they had first met. The condensation on its windows spiraled into a lattice of sevens and ones, like an ancient script re-emerging. "This is the truth of the number, Daniel. It reveals itself when the moment comes. 17 isn't random, it's a key." Ethan stepped closer, water dripping from his jacket. "Keys open doors. But doors open to what?" His voice was low, tense. "Don't be so eager, Clara. Not every doorway should be crossed." Clara turned sharply, her smile provocative even in the midst of chaos. "Always the skeptic," she teased. "Yet you follow the rhythm like the rest of us. Maybe you're just afraid of what you'll see if the door opens." Her words hung between them, charged not only with challenge but with something more intimate. Daniel caught the subtle shift in her tone, the deliberate spark she planted between him and Ethan. A game, yes, but a dangerous one, especially as the storm pressed in. The artifact flared in Daniel's palm. He hadn't realized he was clutching it until a surge of warmth spread through his arm, up into his chest. The light it emitted wasn't bright, but it was absolute, a strange, golden glow that seemed to rearrange shadows, bending them toward it like worshippers to an altar. Immediately, the square responded. The 17 streetlights flared in unison. Doors along the avenue slammed open, revealing startled faces of shopkeepers and passers-by who had been drawn outside without understanding why. Cars stopped in perfect alignment, 17 of them lined bumper to bumper as if compelled. A stray dog barked 17 times, then fell silent. The resonance was no longer subtle background chaos. It was total orchestration. Daniel gasped. It's controlling them. Not controlling, Clara corrected, her voice hushed. Attuning. The artifact is aligning them to its rhythm. To us. Ethan swore under his breath, something bitter and sharp. Alignment is just a polite word for possession. Look around. They're not choosing this. The crowd of onlookers in the square stood transfixed, each person holding a posture that felt rehearsed, choreographed. Eyes glassy, their heads tilted slightly as if listening to a silent conductor. Daniel's stomach twisted. He could sense the artifact's pulse inside them. His heartbeat synchronized against his will. 17 beats, 17 breaths. Daniel, Clara murmured, her face close to his, her breath warm despite the chill. This is what I meant. The number doesn't just influence, it rewrites the ordinary. With it, you can shape lives. Shape history. Her eyes burned with intensity, but softened into a smile. Don't you see? This is why I wanted you here. You feel it too. For a moment, Daniel was caught between fascination and horror. Clara's closeness, her conviction, was intoxicating. He felt the temptation to believe her, to accept that the rhythm was not just chaos but destiny. But Ethan's voice cut through like thunder. She's seducing you with the shine, mate, Ethan said, stepping forward. His wet hand clapped onto Daniel's shoulder, grounding him. This artifact, this number, whatever it is, has a cost. It always does. And someone always pays. Lightning split the sky again. The glow of the artifact surged in Daniel's hand, bright enough now that it cast stark shadows across Ethan's sharp features and Clara's soft smile. Between them, Daniel felt as though he were standing at the center of some ancient equation, a man torn between two forces, two interpretations of the same power. The crowd shifted suddenly. As if waking from a trance, the bystanders began to murmur and move, though their actions remained curiously aligned. 17 steps here. 17 nods there. Their ordinary conversations bent around the rhythm, every sentence fractured into patterns Daniel could predict before they were spoken. Clara laughed lightly, the sound carrying despite the storm. They're not harmed. They're transformed. The city is alive with it, Daniel. Alive, and waiting for someone to guide it. Or waiting to consume whoever dares try, Ethan countered grimly. The tension between them was palpable, intellectual, emotional, and undeniably personal. Daniel felt himself pulled in both directions, Clara's allure, Ethan's warning, and the artifact's undeniable hum in his blood. Above them, the church bells tolled again. Not once, not twice, but 17 times in succession, defying the very mechanics of their tower. The climax of the night had arrived. Daniel's knees weakened under the pressure of resonance. He dropped to one hand on the wet cobblestones, clutching the artifact tighter. The glow flared, casting the square in a surreal light. Around him, the city moved in unison, the synchronized dance of 17. The number was no longer a whisper. It was a roar. And as the bells fell silent, the three of them, Daniel, Clara, and Ethan, stood at the center of the storm, the artifact vibrating between their fates. Tomorrow was September 17th. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part A. The morning broke with a peculiar stillness, the kind that seemed less like calm and more like a city holding its breath. After the night's storm, the streets were washed clean, their surfaces glistening under a weak but persistent sun. Puddles mirrored the facades of tall buildings, distorted by the faintest stir of wind. The air itself smelled different: ozone, damp stone, and a metallic tang Daniel could not place. At precisely 9 o'clock, Clara unfolded her umbrella. Its fabric was a deep, saturated red, almost startling against the washed-out palette of the morning. She did not need it, for no rain fell, yet she carried it with a kind of reverence, the way one carries an heirloom. Strangers turned their heads as she passed, drawn less to her beauty than to the bold umbrella, a singular slash of color against the grey. For Clara, the gesture was not practical but ritual. The umbrella had belonged to her mother, a woman she remembered in fragments, laughter on a balcony, the smell of jasmine, a gentle hand guiding her across a busy street. Her mother had vanished from her life on this very day years ago, swallowed by the cruel mathematics of fate. The red umbrella was all that remained. Walking through the avenues, she felt eyes on her, but not hostile ones, curious, reverent, unsettled. It was as though the city itself recognized the symbol. The rhythm of 17 still pulsed faintly in her chest from the night before, and now it seemed to synchronize with each click of her heels against the stone. At the same hour, Daniel left his apartment. He had hardly slept, the artifact's glow burned into his eyelids. The tolling of 17 bells still echoed in his skull. He thought he might be hallucinating when he first glimpsed her, a flash of scarlet far ahead on Kingsbridge Street, bobbing against the tide of pedestrians. Clara! The umbrella! Something compelled him to follow. And yet, half a mile away, Ethan Blake stumbled bleary-eyed out of his rented flat above a laundromat, his notebook still smudged with rain from the night before. Nursing a coffee, he rubbed at his temples. The city looked odd. The signs of resonance from yesterday lingered. Cars hesitated too perfectly at crosswalks, pigeons moved in patterned bursts, even the café patrons' laughter seemed to fall in syncopated rhythm. Then he froze. Across the square, cutting a line of red through the muted crowd, Clara walked with her umbrella open. Ethan nearly dropped his coffee. He had been certain Daniel was trailing her across town. How could she be here, at the same time, walking with the same measured grace, the same impossible red umbrella? Two Claras. Neither man knew about the other yet, but both felt the same unease rising, the sense that the number was not merely influencing events anymore. It was multiplying them. Clara herself was unaware of this doubling. She felt only the peculiar charge in the air, the way people stepped aside instinctively to let her pass, as if compelled by choreography. The red umbrella had become more than a keepsake, it was a beacon. For some, a memory. For others, a warning. When she reached the antique shop, the bell above its door jingled, low and deliberate, though she had not touched the handle. From within, the dim interior exhaled a scent of polished wood and old paper. A woman stood just beyond the threshold, waiting. Helena Weiss was neither young nor old. Her face was sharp, lined but unbowed, her dark eyes gleaming with the certainty of someone who has seen too much. She wore a high-necked black dress, severe yet elegant, her silver hair twisted into a braid coiled at the nape of her neck. "You should come inside," Helena said, her voice low but commanding. Clara hesitated, her knuckles tightening on the handle of the umbrella. "Do we know each other?" she asked, uncertain whether to step forward or flee. Helena's lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. "Not yet. But I know your kind. You are not the first September child to step here." The words landed with the weight of prophecy. Clara felt the hair rise on the back of her neck. Somewhere across the city, Daniel's steps faltered, Ethan's pulse quickened, and the rhythm of 17 tightened around them all like an invisible snare. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella Part B. Daniel pushed his way through the morning crowd, his eyes locked on the scarlet umbrella bobbing ahead of him. The throng of commuters parted unconsciously as Clara advanced, but Daniel felt none of the city's usual rhythms. He was caught between urgency and dread, every step echoing the artifact's faint hum in his pocket. At one corner she paused, turning her head just enough for him to glimpse her profile. The sight was enough to arrest his breath. She looked serene, untouched by the storm of the previous night, the very image of certainty moving through uncertainty. Daniel called her name, softly at first, then louder, but the umbrella tilted slightly, as though shielding her from his voice. Without breaking pace, she crossed the street and slipped from view. Meanwhile, Ethan's hands trembled as he clutched his coffee cup, watching his Clara disappear into a side alley not far from the square. He knew enough about tricks of perspective, about doubles and coincidences, but this was different. He had studied faces for years, cataloging expressions to feed his comedy routines, and there was no mistaking what he saw. Same woman. Same walk, same crimson canopy. Bloody hell, he muttered. He stubbed the cup against a trash bin and started after her, weaving past vendors and tourists. His mind turned over explanations: hallucination, sleep deprivation, mass coincidence, but none fit. The number 17 lingered like a taste on his tongue. Ethan rounded the corner and nearly collided with her. Clara, no, a Clara stood in the narrow street, gazing at a faded mural. She looked up, eyes catching his, and for a moment Ethan swore she recognized him. But then her gaze slid past, dismissing him as though he were no more than background noise. She vanished into the crowd beyond. Twins? A trick? Ethan whispered. But his chest told him otherwise, that old instinct honed on stage when an audience shifted from laughter to silence. Something was terribly wrong. Inside the antique shop, Clara felt time stretch. The bell above the door had ceased ringing, yet the echo lingered as if caught in some loop. Helena Weiss motioned her deeper into the dim room, lined with glass cabinets and shadowy alcoves. Artifacts crowded every surface: bronze astrolabes, carved statuettes, faded manuscripts with spines that cracked under the weight of centuries. The red umbrella dripped faintly, though it had not touched rain. Clara leaned it against her chair when Helena gestured for her to sit. "You called me a September child," Clara said, her voice steady but wary. "What does that mean?" Helena's eyes lingered on the umbrella. "There are those born into alignment with certain numbers, certain days. Not every birthday matters. But September 17th, it is a hinge, a gate. Children born under it often carry a weight they do not understand. Their lives intersect with currents larger than themselves." Clara swallowed. "And my umbrella?" Helena's fingers brushed the crimson fabric, reverent. "It is not just a keepsake. Objects, too, can become vessels of alignment. Your mother knew this, whether she spoke of it or not. She carried this umbrella as both shield and signal. To some, it says, 'Here walks one attuned.'" Clara's chest tightened. The idea that her mother had known, had perhaps carried secrets wrapped in daily objects, unsettled her more than Helena's certainty. "And you expect me to believe this?" Helena's gaze sharpened. "Do you not already feel it? You walk through the city and people step aside without knowing why. Men follow you across districts, compelled without cause. Even the sky bends to notice." Clara's breath caught. She thought of Daniel's haunted stare, Ethan's wry but searching smile. She thought of last night, the bells, the artifact glowing in Daniel's hand. 17 is not a number, Helena continued, her voice low. It is a language. And you, Clara, are already speaking it without knowing. At that exact moment, Daniel reached the shop's doorway. He had lost Clara only blocks earlier, but here she was again, visible through the fogged glass, seated opposite a severe-looking woman. Relief surged through him, though it was laced with unease. She had not seen him yet, and he hesitated, the artifact burning in his pocket as though warning him. Blocks away, Ethan paused at another corner, staring down a different street where another flash of red umbrella disappeared around the bend. He rubbed his face, muttering bitterly, "Either I've gone mad, or the city has. And either way, I don't like the odds." For both men, the line between reality and resonance had begun to dissolve. Clara was no longer singular. She was plural, multiplied by the number that bent their world. Inside, Helena smiled faintly, as if aware of all of it. 2 men, she murmured, each tethered to your path, each carrying his own fragment of the truth. That is no accident. The 17th has begun. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part C. Daniel lingered outside the antique shop longer than he cared to admit. His breath fogged the glass, but he couldn't yet bring himself to push the door open. He watched Clara from the dim street, her figure poised in the chair opposite the shopkeeper. She looked smaller there, as if the weight of the dim room pressed down upon her shoulders. And the damned umbrella stood propped by her side like a sentinel. The artifact in his pocket pulsed. Not warm this time, but insistent, as though nudging him forward. He pressed his palm against it, whispering under his breath, "Not yet." A couple of pedestrians passed, giving him odd looks. To them, he must have seemed a nervous lover stalking outside a boutique. And in a way, wasn't that true? But Daniel felt the truth ran far deeper, curling down into layers he had no vocabulary for. Finally, he pushed the door open. The bell above gave its tremulous chime, but unlike the sharp, metallic notes he expected, the sound stretched long, resonant, almost orchestral, as though time had thickened. Helena Weiss lifted her eyes immediately. For an instant, Daniel thought she had expected him all along. "Mr. Rosenfeld," she said calmly, before he had even introduced himself. "You are late." Daniel froze. Clara turned sharply, confusion etched on her face. "You know each other?" she asked. Helena's lips curved into something too subtle to be called a smile. "We have not met. But some things do not require meeting to be known." Daniel swallowed, then forced himself to step inside fully. The door closed behind him with a hush that silenced the street outside. Meanwhile, Ethan leaned against the cold brick wall across the square, his eyes darting from the flow of pedestrians to the shop's shadowy windows. He had lost sight of his Clara minutes earlier, the double who had slipped into an alley and never come out. But the unease remained, an itch at the back of his mind. He lit a cigarette, though he'd sworn them off years ago, and drew a shaky breath. The city seemed too still, its rain-slick cobblestones reflecting lamplight with eerie precision, like a stage set awaiting its actors. He muttered to himself, "I'm not drunk, I'm not high, I'm not mad. Then why do I see her in twos?" As if in answer, the street lamp above him flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. He exhaled smoke and stared upward, suddenly certain the light had blinked 17 times before stilling. His stomach knotted. 17, he whispered. Always bloody 17. The wind shifted, carrying faint laughter his own, though he hadn't laughed. He turned sharply, but no one stood there. Only the echo of himself, mocking. He crushed the cigarette underfoot and set his jaw. Whatever madness was unfolding inside that shop, he wasn't about to let Daniel Rosenfeld of all people face it without him. Inside, Helena moved with unnerving grace, producing a small wooden box from beneath the counter. She placed it carefully before Clara and Daniel. The box was plain, but the wood glowed faintly, as though lit from within by some ember that never cooled. "This," Helena said, "was left by another September child long before you, Clara." She too carried an umbrella, though hers was black. She too believed she was merely a daughter, a student, an ordinary woman. But September 17 does not allow for ordinary. Clara reached out, fingertips trembling, but Daniel caught her hand. "Don't," he murmured. Helena's eyes flicked to him, sharp. "You can delay curiosity, Mr. Rosenfeld, but you cannot prevent it. The pull will always return." Daniel's jaw tightened. "Why us? Why Clara?" Helena tilted her head. "Because you have already stepped across the threshold. You carry the artifact, do you not? You felt its resonance in the square last night. That is no accident. It chose proximity to her. They always do." Clara's voice quivered. My mother, yes, Helena interrupted softly. She knew. She did not tell you, perhaps to protect you, perhaps out of fear. But she carried the umbrella for a reason. It marked her as aligned, and it marks you now. You are her continuation, whether you accept it or not. The words burrowed into Clara's chest, heavy and unyielding. Memories of her mother flickered, faded photographs, the scent of lavender, a laugh half remembered. Had all of it carried hidden meaning she had never thought to question? Daniel clenched his fists. What danger are you leading her into? Helena gave him a measured look. I am not leading her. The number is 17 will come whether you resist or not. But know this, September children rarely live untouched. Their choices ripple outward, shaking others into alignment or into ruin. Clara shut her eyes, overwhelmed. She wanted to protest, to dismiss all of it as superstition, but hadn't she already felt the pull? Hadn't she noticed the way the city shifted around her presence, how Daniel and Ethan were drawn like moths to flame? Outside, Ethan crossed the street at last. He touched the shop's door handle, ready to burst in, but froze as the glass reflected back not his face, but Clara's. Not one, Clara too, standing behind his shoulder, umbrellas tilted like wings. He spun, heart thundering, but the street was empty. When he looked back, his own reflection had returned. Pale, shaken, eyes too wide. He whispered, "This is it, Blake. Either you've lost your mind, or the world has." He pushed the door open, the bell chiming again, different this time, a shrill discordant note, as though the shop itself resisted his entry. Helena looked up at once. Her expression didn't change, but her voice carried weight. Ah! The jester arrives. Every tale needs one. Ethan bristled. Don't call me that. Clara rose, startled. Ethan? You too? He nodded, forcing a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Seems I'm caught in the same play as you two. And frankly, I don't like the script. Helena's gaze swept over them, the three of them bound now by circumstance, by something greater. She placed a hand atop the box and whispered, "The 17th will not wait. Each of you is tethered, the scholar, the seeker, and the fool. Together you may survive its weight." Alone, her hand lifted, and the box creaked open. A faint shimmer of light spilled out, pulsing faintly, rhythmically. Daniel's chest seized as he realized, the glow was in perfect sync with the artifact in his pocket. Clara stared into the box, breath shallow. Inside lay not jewels, not relics, but fragments of paper, pages torn from a diary. Across each page, in hurried, looping script, the same phrase repeated, 17 will divide. 17 will bind. 17 will choose. The words writhed on the page, alive. Clara staggered back, clutching the umbrella like a lifeline. Daniel reached instinctively for her arm. Ethan simply laughed too loudly, too desperately. "Well," he said hoarsely, "I don't know about you lot, but I'm starting to think 17's got one hell of a sense of humor." But the laughter faded quickly, leaving silence. And in that silence, Helena spoke the truth they had all dreaded: you are not three separate souls wandering this city. You are a triangle drawn by the 17th itself. And triangles, her voice dropped to a whisper, are never stable for long. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part D. The glow from the box deepened, and in that dim shop the air thickened as if the walls themselves were pressing closer. Clara's red umbrella, resting lightly against her chair, shifted. No one had touched it, yet its fabric quivered as though caught in a breeze that was not there. The handle tilted, rolling an inch across the floorboards. Daniel, who had been bracing himself against Helena's revelations, snapped his head toward it just as the artifact in his pocket grew warm again, its pulse sinking to a rhythm he knew was not his own heartbeat. Clara gasped, her hand darting for the umbrella as if afraid it would leap away. The instant her fingers brushed its handle, Daniel felt the artifact surge, a heat that climbed through his ribs and into his throat. He staggered, clutching his chest. Ethan, attempting humor to mask his unease, muttered, "Well, that's one way to announce yourself," but his voice cracked, betraying the fear beneath the words. Helena's expression remained calm, though her gaze sharpened, following the invisible line between Clara's umbrella and the bulge in Daniel's pocket. "So," she whispered, "they recognize each other." The umbrella trembled in Clara's hands, the ribs straining outward until the fabric snapped open without her consent. Red bloomed like a wound in the candlelight. The artifact answered with a flare of brightness through the cloth of Daniel's jacket, as though some hidden lantern had been lit beneath his skin. Ethan stumbled back, nearly knocking over a stand of porcelain figurines. "Jesus," he said, his voice rough, "what the hell are you carrying in there? And why does it like her umbrella so much?" Clara clutched the umbrella closer to her body, though she knew it was not truly hers, had never been hers alone. It had belonged to her mother, and before that, who? She felt the pressure of unseen generations, shadows of women who had carried it before her, each tethered to the same date, the same cycle. She whispered, "It feels alive." Daniel could only nod, unable to trust his voice. The artifact's heat was not pain, but intimacy and invasive warmth threading into his pulse, demanding recognition. He pulled it from his pocket at last, unable to resist the compulsion. It was no longer the dull shard he remembered from the square. In the glow of the shop, the surface shimmered like glass lit from within, edged with faint symbols, 17 lines radiating like spokes. Clara inhaled sharply as the umbrella tilted forward, its opened canopy trembling, and one of those lines lit in response. The resonance filled the shop like a silent chord, inaudible but felt in bone and blood. Even Ethan, whose cynicism had been his shield, could not laugh now. He clutched his temples as though struck by a sudden pressure change, muttering curses under his breath. Shelves rattled. A clock on the far wall ticked forward several minutes at once, then froze again at 17:09. Helena alone remained still, her gaze fixed on the two objects. "It has begun," she said quietly, almost reverently. "The binding." Her voice deepened with gravity. "Every cycle, when umbrella, and stone or shard, or key, or whatever form it takes resonate, the children are drawn into alignment. 3 must bear witness, 3 must decide, or the city itself will bear the burden." Daniel, through clenched teeth, demanded, "Decide what?" But Helena shook her head. "That answer is not mine to give. It comes in the test, and the test arrives tonight." Clara, still holding the umbrella, felt tears well against her will. A flood of memory unspooled, her mother, standing in the rain without speaking, clutching the red umbrella as though it were the only thing keeping her upright. The memory shimmered, distorted, no, not a memory but something older, pressing through her mind. She saw a line of figures, women and men across centuries, each holding a different object, each marked by the same haunting date. Their faces blurred, but the dread in their eyes was unmistakable. She blinked hard and the vision broke, leaving her breathless. Ethan's patience cracked. He slammed his hand on the counter, rattling the wooden box and scattering the strange diary pages. "Enough riddles. What test? What does this number want from us?" His voice reverberated, not just in the shop but inside their skulls. For a moment, Clara swore she heard 17 echoes of his cry, overlapping like voices in a canyon. Helena regarded him with solemn pity. "The fool cries loudest, yet he is often first to understand." She turned her gaze deliberately to him. "It wants choice. 17 always wants choice. But choice is not given, it is taken. The 3 of you must find it before midnight, or the choice will be made for you." Daniel's grip on the artifact tightened as he glanced at Clara. Her knuckles were white against the umbrella's handle, but her eyes were wide, locked on his. For the first time since their meeting, no barriers of irony or small talk stood between them. He saw in her gaze the same mixture of fear and inevitability that churned inside him. Ethan looked from one to the other and let out a jagged laugh, too brittle to be sincere. Great! So I'm stuck in a cosmic love triangle powered by umbrellas and shiny rocks. Just my luck. But even as he said it, his hands trembled. He, too, had felt the pull. The shop shuddered again, faint but undeniable. Dust drifted from the rafters. Outside, the rain thickened, drumming on the roof with violent rhythm. Helena raised her voice above the growing storm. Listen to me. Tonight, before the clock strikes midnight on September 17, the city will bend. Patterns will reveal themselves. Doors will open that should not open. If you step through blindly, you will be lost. But if you endure together, if you recognize the truth of your bond, you may survive the resonance. Her gaze flicked across all three of them in turn. But beware. Resonance does not discriminate. It can bind love as easily as hatred. It can amplify desire into obsession, loyalty into betrayal. Already, you feel it. Clara flushed, though she could not say whether from the heat of the umbrella, Helena's words, or the undeniable tension strung taut between her and the two men. Daniel felt it too, a magnetic pull, both toward her and against Ethan, a current that both united and divided. Ethan, for his part, looked away, jaw tight, hiding the truth that even he was not immune to Clara's presence. The triangle was real, drawn not only by prophecy but by human hunger. Helena's words carved through the silence, the test is not only of the city. It is of the heart. Suddenly, the umbrella snapped shut in Clara's hands, the ribs collapsing with a metallic clatter. At the same moment, Daniel's artifact dimmed, its glow sinking back into stillness. The resonance ended as abruptly as it had begun, leaving them shaken, breathless, and suspended in the silence that followed. For a heartbeat, the only sound was the ticking clock, resuming its steady march toward midnight. Helena exhaled, shoulders lowering slightly. It sleeps, for now. But tonight you will not sleep. None of you. Clara leaned heavily against the counter, eyes glassy. Daniel slipped the artifact back into his pocket, though he knew it had not finished with him. Ethan rubbed the back of his neck, muttering, "So that's it, hey? We just wait for some kind of cosmic exam and hope we don't flunk." Helena's eyes were cold steel. "Not wait. Prepare. Midnight does not forgive." She turned away, as if already weary of their questions, and began to extinguish the candles one by one. Each flame died reluctantly, filling the shop with darker and darker shadows until only a single lamp remained, its light trembling over their unsettled faces. The three of them stood together in that dimness, bound not by trust, not yet by love, but by a number that had chosen them before they ever chose each other. And as the final candle was pinched out, Helena's last words lingered like a verdict: "By the stroke of midnight, the city will know who you truly are. And so will you." Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Party. When the trio finally stepped out of Helena Weiss's antique shop, the rain had not let up, it had thickened into a downpour that blurred the edges of the city into smears of light and shadow. The street lamps, usually steady, now flickered irregularly, their intervals oddly synchronized as though some unseen metronome conducted them. Clara held the umbrella above her head, its crimson canopy vivid against the grey torrent. Yet Daniel and Ethan both swore, though neither voiced it aloud, that for a split second they saw two umbrellas, one red, one black, layered upon each other, phasing like a double exposure. The city was no longer only wet and cold, it breathed differently, each gust of wind carrying with it whispers they could not quite catch, syllables scattered but undeniably forming the number 17. Pedestrians hurried along the slick cobblestones, collars raised, hoods up, umbrellas bobbing like mushrooms. At first glance they seemed ordinary, but Daniel noticed details that gnawed at him. A man paused by a lamp-post, glanced at his watch, and nodded as though reassured to see the hands frozen on 17 minutes past the hour. A woman crossing the street clutched a newspaper that bore the headline "Market Falls 17 Points." A child dragged her mother toward a toy shop window where a display of painted figurines stood in neat rows, 17 of them exactly, their painted eyes too bright, too knowing. Clara gripped the umbrella handle tighter, feeling her palm slick with rain and sweat, sensing that the city itself had entered into the same resonance that had shaken Helena's shop. Ethan muttered under his breath, half to himself, half to them, "Tell me you're seeing this too. Otherwise, I'm checking into the nearest asylum." They walked without deciding where, as though the streets arranged themselves to guide them. Every turn brought them into alignment with something stamped by the number, a bus stop sign bearing the route number 17, a bakery window advertising a discount of 17%, a poster for a forgotten film festival dated September 17 of a decade past. Daniel felt his heart racing, not from fear alone but from recognition, as if threads long invisible now revealed themselves in sharp relief. Clara slowed as they passed a church. Its doors stood open, unusual for the hour, and from within came a low chant. She tilted her head, listening, and realized with a chill that the chant was not Latin or any recognizable prayer but a repeated intonation of syllables that, if strung together, formed the cadence of 17 counts. She backed away quickly, but the sound clung to her, echoing even as they moved on. At the square, where fountains usually spilled water into wide basins, something stranger awaited them. The fountains were not running, yet rain collected in the bowls in precise increments, each basin filling to the same level as though obeying a hidden law. Daniel crouched beside one, tracing his finger through the water, and gasped softly. The ripples formed concentric circles that counted out 17 before fading. Clara grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back, her face pale. "It's everywhere," she whispered. "Not just us. The city is obeying." Ethan barked a laugh, ragged at the edges. "Obeying what? A date? A number? You two talk like we're extras in some cosmic math problem." Yet even as he spoke, he noticed a group of strangers gathering near the fountain, their faces slack, eyes glassy. They looked at Clara. Not at him, not at Daniel, only at Clara, as if drawn by the red umbrella glowing faintly beneath the streetlights. Helena's warning returned to Daniel's mind, "The test arrives tonight." He pulled Clara gently away, his hand brushing hers longer than necessary. She did not resist, though Ethan noticed and rolled his shoulders in irritation, trying to mask the sting with another muttered joke. But the crowd followed, their footsteps slow, deliberate. A man in a brown coat raised his hand as if in greeting, then intoned clearly, 17. Others echoed, 17. 17. Each repetition gained weight, the syllables thick with something more than sound, like hooks digging into the air. Clara stumbled, almost dropping the umbrella, and Daniel caught her, but the canopy twisted in his grasp and snapped open again. This time the city itself seemed to pause, traffic lights freezing, the rain falling in slow motion for a heartbeat. And then came the resonance unmistakable, a vibration underfoot as if the very cobblestones hummed. Ethan swore violently, grabbing Daniel's arm. "We need to move. Now." But as they pushed through the growing crowd, something extraordinary and terrifying occurred. Every face they passed shifted for an instant into someone else's. Strangers became reflections of Clara, or of Daniel, or of Ethan. Not copies exactly, but echoes, flickering in and out of recognition. Clara pressed the umbrella to her chest as though it might shield her, but the resonance only grew stronger. A tram screeched to a halt at the end of the street, its digital display flashing error codes that resolved into a single repeated figure, 17. Daniel's legs trembled. The artifact in his pocket pulsed again, stronger than before, responding to the umbrella without his permission. He felt it searing through him, pulling at Clara, tethering Ethan on the other side. They were bound, unwilling participants in something the city itself enacted. A thunderclap cracked above, splitting the sky into jagged light. For a breathless instant, the rain ceased altogether, suspended midair like glittering beads. In that frozen silence, Clara looked around and saw not one city but layers of it, the modern streets overlapping with ruins, with temples, with fires burning in ancient marketplaces. She saw Egyptians marking walls with the numeral for 17, Mayan priests arranging offerings in 17 bundles, Mesopotamian scribes inscribing tablets with 17 stars. Each vision shimmered, overlaying the present, as though the city's history had folded inward to reveal its long obsession. She nearly dropped the umbrella, but Daniel steadied her, his voice low, urgent. "Clara, look at me. Stay with me. Don't let it pull you under." Ethan, meanwhile, was wide-eyed, his bravado stripped away. "I just saw myself on a stage," he said hoarsely, 17 people laughing, and then silence. Not real laughter, forced. Like puppets. God, what is happening? The rain crashed down again with doubled force, breaking the trance. People scattered, though some still muttered the number under their breath, counting on invisible rosaries, tapping it on lamp posts, humming it in tune with the downpour. The trio found themselves pressed into the shelter of a narrow arcade, hearts pounding. Clara closed the umbrella, her arms shaking. The air smelled of ozone and iron, thick and metallic. Daniel leaned against the wall, wiping rain from his face, but the glow from his pocket did not fade. Ethan crouched, head in his hands, whispering, "We're in it now. No turning back." Daniel looked at him sharply. "You think this is a joke still?" Ethan shook his head, his hair plastered to his forehead. "No, I think it's worse than a joke. At least jokes have punchlines. This doesn't end with a laugh." The city was not finished. A bell rang out, heavy and resonant. Not from a church tower but from everywhere at once, echoing in metal pipes, in gutters, in the bones of the buildings themselves. The sound carried 17 tolls, each one shaking their bodies. On the 17th strike, silence fell, a silence so deep it pressed against their eardrums. Clara whispered, almost against her will, "It's counting down." Daniel felt a chill crawl through him. Midnight was not yet near, but already the city had begun to prepare. He thought of Helena's words, "Doors will open that should not open," and wondered how many were already unlocked. They pressed on, moving toward the heart of the city. Everywhere they looked, synchronicities bloomed. Posters peeled from walls to reveal layers of older posters beneath, each stamped with 17s in different fonts, different decades. Street vendors sold charms in bundles of 17 without explanation. Stray dogs barked 17 times before retreating. The deeper they went, the more undeniable it became. The city was alive, attuned, and it was watching them. Clara stopped suddenly, her eyes catching on a shop window. Behind the glass stood a mannequin dressed in red, holding a black umbrella. Its head was tilted just so, mocking her stance. She shivered violently, backing away, but Daniel refused to look away. He understood now this was not coincidence. It was an unveiling. They reached the square again, now nearly deserted. The fountain basins overflowed, rainwater spilling into perfect concentric circles. A man stood at the center, unmoving despite the storm. He turned as they approached, and though his face was unfamiliar, his eyes mirrored Daniel's own. The stranger lifted his hand, palm out, and spoke with calm authority, 17 has chosen. You cannot unbind yourselves. Daniel stepped forward, ready to demand answers, but Clara pulled him back, whispering, not yet. Please. The stranger only smiled faintly and dissolved into the rain, vanishing as though he had never been. Ethan cursed again, his nerves frayed, but neither Daniel nor Clara responded. The moment had etched itself into their bones. The city was no longer a backdrop but a participant, and their role was far from voluntary. As midnight approached by slow degrees, the three of them stood drenched, shaken, bound by forces they barely understood. The umbrella trembled in Clara's grasp. The artifact glowed against Daniel's chest. Ethan, restless, muttered to himself but did not leave. Around them, the city shifted with each step, synchronizing its rhythms, aligning its face toward them. The resonance had spilled into the open world. There was no hiding from it now. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part F. The square, slick with rain and ringing with the memory of 17 tolls, had begun to empty of ordinary citizens. The muttering crowd that had followed them earlier dispersed into the labyrinth of side streets, as though the city itself had dismissed them once their purpose as witnesses was complete. But the silence that remained was not empty, it was taut, the hush of an audience waiting for the curtain to rise. Clara stood still, the umbrella trembling slightly in her hand though no wind touched her. Daniel's knuckles whitened around the lump of the artifact pressing against his chest, and Ethan scanned the shadows like a cornered animal. They all felt it at once, they were no longer alone. Figures emerged slowly from the edges of the square, not in a rush but with the precision of those who knew they had all the time in the world. There were 7 of them, men and women of varying ages, dressed in dark coats that glistened wetly in the rain. Each held an object, different but resonant, a lantern, a staff, a book swollen with water, a mirror wrapped in cloth, a vial of dark liquid, a bell that did not ring, and most unsettling of all a mask carved in the likeness of a child's face. They did not hurry, their measured steps echoed with uncanny clarity, as though the cobblestones amplified their approach. Clara's breath caught in her throat. Something about them pressed against her memory, not as recollection but as recognition, as if she had always known this moment was waiting. The tallest of the figures, a woman with iron-grey hair braided tightly against her skull, stopped first. She raised her lantern, its flame guttering but refusing to die in the rain. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless, and they fixed on Clara with unwavering intensity. When she spoke, her voice was low, deliberate, and carried easily across the square. 17 has marked you, she said. You bear the umbrella. You carry the thread. But you are not alone. Her gaze flickered briefly to Daniel and Ethan, then back to Clara. The September children rarely are. Clara swallowed hard, unable to summon words. Ethan stepped forward instead, shaking water from his sleeves, his bravado tattered but not gone. And who exactly are you supposed to be? Some kind of cult? Because I've had just about enough of strangers whispering numbers at us like it's the secret code to a lunatic asylum. One of the others, a younger man clutching the mirror, gave a humorless smile. Cult, he echoed. That is what the unmarked call us. But we are no cult. We are guardians. We are the ones who remember when the rest forget. We are those who survive each September while the city resets itself. His voice thickened on the last words, carrying the weariness of repetition. Daniel's hand clenched at his side. Reset itself? What does that mean? The man tilted the mirror slightly, rain sliding down the cloth that half covered it. It means you live in a city that is not as linear as you believe. Each September, the resonance peaks. Each September, one child is marked. Each September, the cycle tests us. And if you fail, the city erases the record, and only fragments remain in dreams, in echoes, in signs on the walls. His eyes bored into Daniel's. You've seen them already. Daniel stiffened but said nothing. He had seen them, layers of the city, glimpses of ruins and ancient markets, repeating through Clara's vision. He had not told anyone, not fully. But they had seen it in him regardless. Clara finally found her voice, soft and fragile. And what happens if we don't fail? The lantern-bearer stepped closer, her flame reflecting in the wet stones. Then the city survives another year. The child survives another year. But you must endure the test. All of you. Her gaze swept across Daniel and Ethan as well. None of you can stand apart. The umbrella binds you. The artifact binds you. The number binds you. Her voice dropped to a whisper. 17 will not be denied. The group fanned out, forming a loose circle around the trio. Daniel shifted instinctively, placing himself half a step in front of Clara. Ethan cursed under his breath, his hands balling into fists. The one with the book opened it, the pages running with rainwater, and began to read aloud. The words were guttural, older than any language Clara recognized, and yet she understood fragments, as though some part of her blood remembered. Phrases leapt out like sparks: child chosen, umbrella opened, city awakened. As the incantation grew, the resonance returned, thrumming beneath their feet. The fountain basins trembled, their waters rising in trembling pillars despite the storm. The bell holder raised his object, and though it did not move, a deep toll reverberated in the marrow of their bones. 17 pulses, slow and inexorable. Clara staggered back, clutching Daniel's arm. "They're doing something," she gasped. The mask-bearer approached, lifting the carved child's face toward her. Its expression was neutral, but its empty eye sockets seemed to bore into her skull. She almost dropped the umbrella. Daniel stepped forward sharply, his voice loud against the chant. "Stop this! Whatever you think she is, whatever you think we are, stop!" The lantern-bearer's gaze hardened. "You think you have a choice? The city chose long before you were born. The test will come whether you welcome it or not. We prepare you only because you will die without us." Ethan barked a short, sharp laugh, shaking his head. "That's rich. You terrify her, chant at us in the rain, wave masks in her face, and call it preparing? Sounds more like theater to me. 17 acts in the play. Where's the applause?" But even as he spoke, his bravado faltered. The resonance surged, and Clara cried out as the umbrella twisted violently in her hands. The fabric shimmered, not red alone now but streaked with black, as if shadows bled through the cloth. Daniel pulled it closed, but the moment he did, the artifact in his pocket blazed with heat, forcing him to hiss and drop it. It clattered on the stones, glowing faintly, pulsing in time with the chant. The guardians as one inhaled sharply, and their chant broke into silence. All eyes fixed on the artifact, steaming against the rain. "So it has awakened," the mirror-bearer said softly. "Then the city is nearer than we thought." Clara bent instinctively to pick it up, but the lantern-bearer lifted a hand. "No. Not yet. If you take it, you claim it. And once claimed, there is no release." Her words stopped Clara cold, her hand hovering inches above the glowing object. Daniel crouched beside her, eyes locked on hers. "Don't," he murmured. She trembled, torn, before pulling her hand back. The artifact dimmed, as if sulking. Ethan exhaled sharply, muttering, "Great. So we're babysitting a cursed stone and a cursed umbrella. Anyone else want to curse me while we're at it?" The lantern-bearer stepped closer, lowering her flame between them. "You don't understand. These are not curses. They are anchors. The umbrella is the past, the memory of what has been lost. The artifact is the future, the possibility of what might yet be. Together, they hold the present steady. Without them, the city fractures. Without you, the cycle breaks and the city collapses in on itself." Daniel felt his chest tighten. He wanted to dismiss her words, to accuse them of madness, but the rain itself seemed to pause around them, waiting for his answer. He remembered the frozen droplets, the layered visions, the faces flickering in strangers. He could not call it madness anymore. Clara's whisper barely carried above the storm. "And if we fail?" The lantern flame quivered. "Then none of us remember. The city begins again. But you," she fixed her pale eyes on Clara, "you are erased. Utterly." A heavy silence followed, broken only by the hiss of rain. Clara's hand tightened on the umbrella until her knuckles blanched. Daniel's jaw clenched, his instinct to protect her at war with his growing fear. Ethan, surprisingly, was the first to speak. "Then tell us how to survive it." His voice was low, bitter, but steady. The lantern-bearer regarded him for a long moment before lowering the flame further, almost in benediction. You will not survive by fighting us. You will not survive by fleeing. You will survive only by facing what the city demands before midnight. The test is not ours to give. It is already coming. She gestured toward the dripping alleyways and shuttered shops. The signs have begun. You've seen them. The number is everywhere. Soon it will be more than signs. The bell holder stepped forward, voice resonant though the bell itself remained mute. We will not stop it. We cannot. But we can guide. If you would have our help, you must follow. He extended a hand, the rain slick against his palm. Clara looked to Daniel, then Ethan. Daniel's face was grim, torn between suspicion and necessity. Ethan shook his head sharply, then sighed, rubbing his temples. We follow the creepy cult or we wait around for the city to eat us alive. Hell of a choice. Clara drew in a shaky breath and stepped forward, the umbrella trembling but steady. We'll follow, she said. Her voice was stronger than she felt. Daniel nodded reluctantly, standing at her side. Ethan muttered, this better not end with me chanting 17 in a basement, but he fell into step as well. The guardians turned, their circle breaking into a path that led toward the heart of the old district, where narrow streets twisted like veins through the city's oldest stones. As they walked, the resonance pulsed softly beneath their feet, as though guiding them deeper into a truth they had no hope of resisting. The rain followed, relentless, but Clara felt it less keenly now. All she felt was the weight of the umbrella, the nearness of Daniel, the restless energy of Ethan at her side, and the silent, suffocating awareness that midnight was approaching. Chapter 4 The Woman with the Red Umbrella Part G. The old district had always seemed quaint to Daniel, an area of crooked timbered houses and uneven cobblestones where tourists wandered with cameras, photographing gargoyles and weather-worn archways. But in the rain-soaked night of September 17, following the Guardians' procession, it was transformed. The narrow lanes closed in like ribs of a massive carcass, their windows blank, their shutters drawn as if the city itself refused to look. Shadows folded against shadows, and every crooked alley seemed to breathe, exhaling the scent of damp earth, rust, and something older, faintly metallic, like blood long dried in the stones. The lantern-bearer led them, her pale flame unyielding against the weather. Behind her, the bell-holder's silence pressed like a second heartbeat. The group moved in deliberate formation, the guardians never breaking their pattern, while Daniel, Clara, and Ethan stumbled in their wake, dissonant and uncertain. Clara kept the umbrella half open though the rain had thinned, its fabric streaked strangely with streaks of black that pulsed faintly, like veins under skin. She found herself angling it subtly, as if it might shield not only her from the drizzle but Daniel from whatever unseen eyes watched. Each time she shifted it, Daniel felt the artifact at his chest cool, as if soothed by the umbrella's motion. They stopped before an arched gateway set into the wall of a long-abandoned church. Its doors were swollen with age, carved in reliefs so weathered they looked like scars. The lantern-bearer pressed her hand against the wood. At her touch, the carvings seemed to stir, grooves deepening, forming numbers. Daniel blinked, then recoiled. Not Roman numerals, not letters, but sevens and ones repeating, bending into the shape of 17s over and over, until the whole surface writhed with them. Ethan muttered under his breath, of course. Creepy cult doors. Next thing you know, we'll be chanting Sudoku in a crypt. But the door creaked open, revealing a stairwell spiraling downward. Warm air rose from below, carrying the smell of wax, parchment, and stone dust. Without hesitation, the guardians descended, their footsteps echoing in disciplined rhythm. Daniel hesitated. Clara, maybe we shouldn't, but she cut him off, her eyes wide, not with fear but with a strange pull. We have to. Don't you feel it? It's waiting for us. She tightened her grip on his arm and tugged him forward. Ethan rolled his eyes, but followed, muttering, fine. If we die, at least it'll be atmospheric. The stairwell seemed endless, each step sinking deeper into time. The walls bore niches filled with unlit candles, but as they passed, flames flared to life, trailing their procession in gold. Daniel touched one instinctively and felt no heat, only a pulse echoing his own heartbeat. Clara brushed her fingers against the stone, and words formed briefly under her touch, glowing, "Children of September." She gasped and drew back, the words fading. Ethan caught the tail of it and laughed nervously. "Well, congratulations, birthday girl. You've got your name on the walls. Me, I prefer billboards." At last the stairwell opened into a vast chamber carved beneath the city. It was circular, the ceiling lost in shadow, and in its center stood a dais with a great stone disc embedded in the floor. The disc was marked with concentric circles, each etched with numbers, 1 through 31, over and over, but only the 17s glowed faintly, like embers waiting to catch. Around the chamber stood rows of alcoves, each containing relics: a crown crusted with green patina, a sword snapped in two, a cracked hourglass filled with black sand. Each relic seemed to hum, as if straining against centuries of silence. The guardians fanned out, taking their positions at precise intervals along the circle. The lantern-bearer placed her light upon the stone disc, the bell-holder raised his silent bell. The book-reader opened his sodden tome, its pages miraculously dry here in the chamber, and began to speak. The words echoed, and the air thickened. Daniel felt his artifact pulse hot against his ribs. Clara's umbrella fluttered open fully of its own accord, scarlet fabric gleaming like a wound. Ethan shifted uneasily, hands shoved into his pockets, until he pulled out a coin to fidget with. He tossed it once, then froze. It landed spinning on its edge, balanced impossibly, and when it toppled, it showed a date he hadn't expected: September 17, 1997. He stared, color draining from his face. "That's not possible. That's not." He pocketed it quickly, jaw tightening, as though afraid even to speak it aloud. The lantern-bearer's pale eyes turned to them. "This is the Chamber of Cycles. Here the test has been staged for centuries, though each year it takes a different form. The umbrella will call the past. The artifact will call the future. And between them, you will stand. If you falter, the city falters with you." Daniel clenched his fists. "You keep saying test, but you never tell us what it is." The mask-bearer tilted his carved child's face toward him. "It reveals itself. Always differently. Always the same." His tone was final, inexorable. Clara took a trembling step forward, her umbrella glowing brighter. She turned in a slow circle, her eyes catching on the relics in the alcoves. They're all from different times. Roman, Mayan, medieval, how are they all here?" The mirror-bearer answered in a whisper. "Because the city remembers what the world forgets. Each failed September collapses, but fragments remain here, bound by those who survived the erasure. That is our duty, to guard the fragments. To prepare the marked." Daniel frowned, staring at the glowing 17s on the disc. He felt the artifact tugging, begging to be placed at the center. He took a step, then another. Clara reached for him instinctively. "Daniel, don't!" He looked back at her, conflicted, torn between compulsion and terror. "It wants to be there," he whispered. Ethan's voice cut through, harsh and edged. "Yet? And what if it wants to kill you? Rocks don't usually have opinions, mate." He strode forward, snatching the artifact from Daniel's chest with surprising speed. It seared his palm, but he held it anyway, jaw set, refusing to cry out. The guardians stirred, murmuring. "He is unmarked," the bell-holder warned. Ethan grinned tightly through the pain. "Guess I'm the understudy then." Clara moved toward him, umbrella flaring. "Stop! You'll hurt yourself." But as she drew near, the artifact cooled in his hand. The umbrella and the stone pulsed together, rhythm aligning, 17 beats. The guardians fell into silence. Even the rain outside seemed to cease. Ethan looked at his palm, then at Clara. His usual sarcasm faded, replaced with raw wonder. "It likes you," he murmured. For the first time, Clara saw him not as a jester, not as the interloper, but as someone touched by the same pull that bound her and Daniel. A shiver ran through her, not entirely unpleasant. Daniel bristled, stepping between them, reclaiming the stone. "Enough," he said, harsher than he intended. His eyes locked on Ethan's, daring him to argue. Clara lowered the umbrella slightly, her expression clouded with something Daniel could not read. The guardians exchanged glances, their composure cracked by this divergence from the pattern. The lantern-bearer whispered, "3 threads, interwoven. That has not happened in centuries." The stone disk beneath their feet pulsed brighter. The 17s blazed as though lit from within. The relics in the alcoves trembled, faintly lifting from their pedestals before resettling. A low hum filled the chamber, rising like a choir's breath. Daniel, Clara, and Ethan stood at its center, bound by forces none of them fully understood. The test was not tomorrow, nor midnight. It was now, unfolding in secret beneath the city. Clara lifted the umbrella, Daniel held the artifact, Ethan clenched his coin as if it anchored him to reality. For a heartbeat, they were united, a trinity bound by red cloth, black stone, and laughter half swallowed by fear. Then the bell holder raised his silent bell, and the hum shattered into resonance. The chamber came alive. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella Part H. The chamber's shadows stretched and twisted as the hum from the disc escalated. It was no longer merely a stone circle with relics, it breathed with memory, pulsing with 17 beats in an endless loop. As the trio held their positions, Clara with her umbrella, Daniel with the artifact, Ethan clutching the coin, the walls began to ripple. The carved stones of the alcoves warped and shimmered like heat on asphalt, revealing scenes within them. The first vision settled before Daniel. He blinked, heart tightening. The walls melted, and he saw her, the woman he had lost 10 years ago, the one who had been ripped from his life on a September day. She stood beneath a willow, sunlight catching in her hair. She smiled at him, a smile that had haunted his dreams. His chest ached, and for a moment, he felt drawn forward as if he could step through the stone itself and reclaim her. A voice, soft yet urgent, whispered in his mind, "Do not linger, Daniel. 17 calls, not yesterday, but now." He clenched the artifact, the stone glowing against his chest, tethering him to the present. He forced himself to turn toward Clara and Ethan, resisting the pull of nostalgia. Clara's vision erupted next. The red umbrella glowed brightly in her memory, but it was her mother who appeared, standing beneath a torrential downpour, her hands outstretched as if offering guidance. Clara felt herself weeping, though the tears did not fall, trapped by the chamber's enchantment. Her heart thudded as she realized the umbrella she held was more than a relic, it was a vessel of connection, a bridge between her and the women she had lost, the lineage of September children flowing through her veins. Her fingers tightened on the handle, and she felt Daniel's presence near, a grounding force in a vision that threatened to sweep her away. She turned, meeting his eyes, and in that instant, a subtle warmth passed between them, unspoken but undeniable. Ethan's vision was darker, less tender but no less revealing. He found himself on stage in a bar he knew well, the crowd silent except for one figure, a shadowed reflection of himself, mouthing words he could not hear. The artifact in his hand burned hot, he felt a sting in his palm. He realized, with a start, that the visions were not merely illusions, they were mirrors of desire, fear, and failure, and that each of them bore the weight of choice. He laughed suddenly, a hollow sound that echoed through the chamber. "Great," he muttered, "so my greatest fear is me. Really, universe? That's the joke." But beneath the sarcasm, he trembled, understanding the chamber demanded engagement, not mockery. The guardians watched silently, their expressions unreadable. The lantern-bearer stepped forward, raising her pale flame to illuminate the disc, now spinning faintly under their feet. The test, she intoned, is not merely to endure visions. It is to confront them, to choose. Each of you must navigate what is past, what is desired, and what is owed. Fail in heart, and the city forgets you. Fail in will, and you may never step into the sunlight of September 18. Daniel exhaled sharply, scanning Clara's face. She met his gaze, tears shimmering in her eyes but a fierce determination beneath them. He wanted to reach for her hand, to assure her that they would survive this together. Hesitation froze him. He feared that even a touch might disrupt the delicate resonance. Yet he did it anyway, fingers brushing against hers. She responded instantly, her hand pressing into his. The artifact pulsed warmly against his chest, the chamber thrumming in response. Ethan noticed the brief exchange and muttered, half-jokingly, "Get a room, will you? Or are we all going to die holding hands like a twisted friendship bracelet?" The chamber reacted. The walls swirled faster, visions layering upon visions, past and present colliding. They saw cities of marble and clay, fires consuming empires, children marked with red cloths, artifacts glowing in secret alcoves. Each vision vibrated with the pulse of 17, teaching and warning simultaneously. Daniel felt the artifact pull, urging him forward. He stepped cautiously toward the center of the disc. Clara followed, their hands still entwined. Ethan hesitated, then, with a muttered curse, moved as well, the coin in his pocket burning faintly against his thigh. Suddenly, the chamber's air thickened, and the visions became three-dimensional. Shadows lengthened, forming hands that reached for the trio, spectral and insistent. Clara gasped, instinctively shielding herself with the umbrella. The red fabric shimmered with a luminous force, warding the apparitions back, but not completely. One spectral hand brushed her shoulder, cold and fleeting, leaving a mark that tingled across her skin. Daniel stepped into the path, the artifact glowing brighter, and the visions recoiled slightly. Ethan, impulsive as ever, threw the coin toward one of the specters. It clinked against stone and vanished, the ripple of its disappearance echoing in the chamber. The guardians moved as one, forming a circle around the trio, their presence stabilizing the chaos. "You engage the test," the bell holder intoned. "Not as spectators, but as participants. Your hearts, your choices, your connections, these are the instruments of resonance. Only by harmonizing can the visions guide, rather than consume." Daniel drew a deep breath, feeling Clara's hand squeeze his. "We have to face it," he whispered. She nodded, umbrella held high, eyes blazing. "Together." Ethan snorted softly. "Together? Fine. But I call shotgun on sarcasm. Let's do this." The chamber reacted once more. The floor pulsed, the disc glowing with blinding intensity. Visions converged into three spiraling pathways, each tailored to the individual's deepest fears and desires. Daniel's path was lined with memory, his lost love, the tragedy of 10 years ago. He stepped forward, forcing himself to recall, to acknowledge, but not to succumb. Each step tested him, the artifact pulsing to match the beat of his heart, guiding him like a compass through grief. Clara's path shimmered with spectral figures of her mother and ancestors, moments of loss and absence now refracted through the chamber's magic. She walked steadily, red umbrella shielding her from despair, moving toward a memory of her mother smiling through the storm. Daniel's gaze followed her, and in that watching, he drew strength he had not realized he possessed. Ethan's path was chaotic, unstable, a mirror of his fear and uncertainty. Shadows whispered his failures, taunting him, but each act of courage, each laugh, each choice to move forward despite absurdity stabilized the path. The coin spun in his hand, then fell to the floor, glowing faintly as if approving his persistence. By the time the vision stabilized, the trio stood together, the chamber quiet but alive, their choices marking a subtle harmony. The artifact glowed faintly, the umbrella shimmered in response, and the guardians regarded them with a mixture of awe and approval. The lantern-bearer spoke softly, "You have endured. Not without struggle, not without fear, but you have endured. The resonance is not broken, and the city watches." Daniel looked at Clara, her hair damp, her eyes alight with unspoken understanding. He took her face in his hands, their foreheads touching. "We're here," he whispered. "Together." She smiled, trembling slightly. Ethan groaned, rubbing his temples. "Wonderful. Now we hug in haunted crypts. Next up, tea with the dead." The lantern-bearer allowed herself the faintest smile. "The test continues. But for now, the first trial is complete. Take what you have learned, and move forward. The night is not over. Midnight approaches, and the city waits for the culmination." The trio emerged from the chamber, the streets of the old district stretched before them, rain-soaked but quiet now. The city held its breath. Clara lowered the umbrella, Daniel held the artifact close, and Ethan fidgeted with the coin. Together, they stepped forward, hearts aligned with the pulse of 17, bound not only by destiny but by the fragile, unspoken threads of connection forged in fear, in courage, and in something tender that neither time nor resonance could undo. Chapter 4 The woman with the red umbrella parted as they emerged from the hidden chamber. The city seemed different. Rain fell as before, but now each drop hung longer, catching the streetlights and reflecting in odd, staccato flashes, like fragments of a kaleidoscope. The air smelled sharper, metallic, and every sound, footsteps, distant laughter, the clatter of a cartwheel resonated with a peculiar echo that seemed slightly off-tempo, as if the city itself were rehearsing some elaborate symphony. Daniel felt the artifact pulse insistently against his chest, the hum vibrating in his bones, a constant reminder that midnight approached. Clara, umbrella raised, squinted down the streets. The reflections in puddles no longer matched the city above them. She laughed nervously. "Is it just me, or is the city wobbling?" Daniel arched an eyebrow. "Wobbling is not what I'd call it. More like, the city has hiccups." Ethan pointed to a lamppost which suddenly began spinning like a top. "Wobbling, hiccups, spinning lampposts. Right, that's normal. Totally normal for a Tuesday night." He shook his head and squelched a laugh. "And of course it's Tuesday, because the universe hates calendars." As they walked, the first of the physical manifestations struck. A market stall, long abandoned in the previous months, erupted with fruit that rolled off the table in perfect, synchronized arcs. Apples, oranges, and small pumpkins spun through the air in a chaotic dance. Ethan ducked reflexively, narrowly avoiding a rolling squash. "I swear," he muttered, "if one of these hits me, I'm blaming you both." Clara's umbrella flared slightly, and the fruits hesitated mid-air before landing gently, as if the red canopy of her heritage controlled them. Daniel's jaw tightened. "We can't underestimate this." The city's resonances. He stopped abruptly as a tiny whirlwind of dust and rain lifted around them, tugging their coats and hair in absurd directions. Daniel stumbled, tripped over his own feet, and nearly crashed into a fountain, prompting Clara to laugh despite the tension. Ethan, spinning in a circle to avoid a rain-soaked sign flapping toward him, shouted, "This is officially the weirdest pub crawl ever." They turned a corner and were greeted by an entirely more surreal tableau, a line of pigeons that had formed a geometric pattern on the cobblestones. As the trio approached, the birds lifted in unison, forming concentric rings, then a series of spirals, hovering unnaturally before spiraling skyward. Clara gasped. It's responding to us. To the artifact, to me." Daniel nodded, trying to make sense of the synchronized chaos. Ethan, of course, could not resist commentary. "Great, now the pigeons are doing interpretive dance. Fantastic. Should I applaud, or are we expecting a standing ovation?" The city's distortions increased as they proceeded. Street signs flipped, letters shifting into numbers. 17 appeared on every wall, lamp, and puddle. Even shadows cast by lampposts swirled strangely, elongating in impossible angles. Clara's umbrella glowed faintly, and she instinctively pointed it toward a twisting signpost. The sign rotated slowly, revealing a cryptic message in the language of the Guardians: choose carefully. Step lightly. Midnight approaches. Daniel felt the artifact's pulse intensify as if it were agreeing or warning. The absurdity escalated when they reached a crossroad where two old men were juggling flaming torches. Normally mundane, except for one critical fact: the torches followed them. Each flame spiraled along the trio's trajectory, stopping just shy of contact. Ethan jumped, yelping, then bowed theatrically. I bow to the flaming gods of September. I concede. I accept the test. Daniel groaned. You think joking will save you? Ethan winked. Oh, definitely. Works in every existential crisis. Clara rolled her eyes but allowed herself a brief smile. Even in the surreal chaos, Daniel's presence gave her grounding, and a moment of levity shared between them pulled her heart slightly toward him. They navigated further, entering a square where a fountain's water had frozen mid-splash, each droplet suspended like crystal orbs. Daniel instinctively touched one, the water pulsed warmly under his fingers. Clara reached forward, her umbrella lifting slightly, and each orb vibrated in response. Ethan, of course, had to test gravity. He jumped onto the fountain's edge. Miraculously, he landed on one of the floating water globes, teetered precariously, and rolled off onto dry cobblestones, erupting in laughter. I'd like to formally apologize to all gods and pigeons. Thank you for not killing me. Yet the mirth could not hide the urgency. Daniel saw the time reflected in the city, clocks bent impossibly, their hands spinning wildly, converging repeatedly on 11:58. The artifact tugged, insistent. Clara's grip on the umbrella tightened. Ethan, sensing the pressure without comprehending it fully, muttered, so, in about 2 minutes, we either die, levitate, or get a history lesson in pigeons, right? Suddenly, from the shadows, a figure emerged, a woman, partially translucent, her eyes glowing faintly. She mirrored Clara's movements, opening an umbrella identical in shape and size. You are marked, she intoned, voice melodic yet chilling. Clara froze, instinctively stepping in front of Daniel. Marked? By what? The figure tilted her head. By 17. By choice. By blood. By those who remember. Daniel's pulse quickened, the artifact vibrated sharply in his hand. Ethan, trying to diffuse the tension, clapped his hands. Oh good. Ghost lady. Perfect. I was just thinking we needed an advisory board on mystical nonsense. Clara gave him a sharp glance, but Daniel allowed a tiny smile despite his apprehension. The resonance of 17 wrapped around them, but in that blend of terror, absurdity, and flickering humor, a strange equilibrium was achieved. The city itself seemed alive, streets bending and twisting, puddles reflecting visions of past September events, shadows and whispers guiding their steps. Yet the trio moved forward together, bound by artifact, umbrella, and improbable courage, tripping over absurdities, laughing nervously, yet inching toward the crescendo of the night. Every step, every tumble, every flailing action fed the resonance, heightening the impending test. As the clock on the tallest tower twisted impossibly, showing 11:59 and then 11:60, Daniel, Clara, and Ethan reached the edge of a plaza, the epicenter of the city's unnatural transformation. Statues seemed to lean forward, benches quivered, and street lamps hummed. The artifact pulsed with a steady beat, the umbrella glowed red and black. Clara glanced at Daniel. Whatever happens, we face it together. He nodded firmly. Ethan, slightly off balance, grinned nervously. Together. But if we get eaten by a pigeon or a frozen water drop, I'm blaming both of you. And with that, the city, the artifact, the umbrella, and the trio itself seemed to inhale as one entity, preparing for the midnight culmination, the moment when the resonance of September 17 would transform both the city and the destiny of those who dared to walk its rain-slick streets. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part J. The plaza ahead stretched wide under the distorted cityscape, an eerie expanse where lamplight flickered as though uncertain of its own purpose. Rain continued to fall, yet it seemed to dodge the trio, scattering around them, leaving a narrow path of clarity. The artifact pulsed insistently in Daniel's hand, every beat resonating with the faint thrum of the city. Clara held her red umbrella tightly, its canopy glowing faintly as though aware of the approaching trial. Ethan shuffled alongside them, coin clutched like a talisman, muttering about improbable deaths by enchanted pigeons or frozen water droplets. The first sensation struck without warning, the shadows at the periphery of their vision shifted with intent. Not mere trickery of lamplight, nor any human movement, but a subtle, intelligent motion. Something followed them. Daniel slowed, scanning the edges of the plaza. "Do you see that?" he asked quietly. Clara turned her head, umbrella tilting slightly. "Yes," she whispered. "Not people, something else. Something, aware of us." Ethan squinted, then shrugged. "Great. Ghosts. Fantastic. Nothing like being shadowed by the supernatural during a citywide cosmic coincidence." As they advanced, the shadows deepened, detaching from walls and pooling around the plaza like liquid ink. They moved in tandem with the trio, coiling around obstacles, creeping along pavements, curling upward to follow each step. Clara felt a chill as if hundreds of unseen eyes scrutinized her. She murmured, "They're watching, but not waiting. We need to move carefully." Daniel tightened his grip on the artifact, feeling its pulse sync with his racing heartbeat. "We have to act naturally, but not stop," he said. Ethan snorted. "Naturally? Have you seen the spinning lamp posts? Or the juggling fire torches? We're already absurd." Suddenly, the ground beneath them rippled. A manhole cover shifted, raising from its frame as if the city itself breathed. From the opening rose a swarm of shadowy tendrils, twisting toward the trio. They were semi-transparent, writhing, and intangible, yet they pressed with intent, testing each step. Clara lifted her umbrella defensively, the red glow pushing back the shadows. The tendrils recoiled, writhing in irritation. Daniel stepped forward, holding the artifact aloft, its pulse flared bright white, illuminating the plaza and revealing more shadows coiled along buildings, rooftops, and even street signs. The trio had to navigate a maze of distorted streets, each turn folding reality slightly. Every step forward revealed another anomaly, lamp posts bending to block their path, signs that rotated in impossible sequences, puddles reflecting moments of the past September 17. Phantom sounds echoed, footsteps, laughter, whispers of names long forgotten. Daniel realized the city was constructing a labyrinth of fear and memory, designed to test courage as much as intuition. At one corner, a doorway led into an alleyway shrouded in mist. The shadows thickened there, forming humanoid shapes, faceless and fluid. Daniel stepped cautiously, artifact pulsing. Clara whispered, "We must move as one." Ethan muttered, "Fine, but if we get eaten, I call dibs on dramatic death lines." The trio advanced in unison, each step a delicate negotiation with the invisible pursuers. The shadows brushed past them, tugging at clothing, slipping through hair, testing their reaction. Each time they moved in coordinated rhythm, the shadows recoiled slightly, as if measuring their unity. Suddenly, the plaza shifted again. Buildings elongated, cobblestones rippled. From above, phantom forms dropped silently, barely visible in the distorted lamplight. The trio stumbled, then caught each other. Daniel steadied Clara, whose umbrella flared against the ethereal attackers. Ethan leapt backward onto a raised fountain base, narrowly avoiding a tendril that wrapped around the railing, and called out, remind me again why the city decided tonight was prime for surreal acrobatics. The first direct illusion assaulted Daniel. He saw the plaza behind him as it had been 10 years ago, the day his fiancée vanished. He froze, momentarily transported. The shadows used the vision as leverage, coiling tighter around him. Clara reached for his hand instinctively. Daniel! Focus on now. On us. Her umbrella flared in response to her determination, a beacon that pushed the shadows back. He blinked, taking her hand, feeling the artifact pulse stronger, the resonance between them grounding him in the present. Ethan faced his own trial. A phantasmic audience materialized, mocking him with exaggerated gestures, replaying his deepest failures, his sarcasm and impulsivity twisted into cruelty. Each shadow that brushed him carried fragments of past humiliation. He laughed nervously, bouncing from foot to foot, trying to maintain balance between fear and ridicule. All right, all right. I see you. I see you, universe. And you. Stop. I accept my flaws, now leave me alone. He spun in a circle, coin aloft, flinging it. The metallic disc spun and caught the light, reflecting onto the shadows, which hesitated, then receded. The trio regrouped at the center of the plaza. Their breaths came fast, hearts synchronized to the artifact's rhythm. The city's distortions had slowed slightly, though the shadows still swirled at the edges, testing, circling, probing. Clara whispered, "They're learning. We're teaching them, or maybe they're testing us." Daniel nodded, eyes scanning the streets for the next anomaly. Every choice, every movement matters. One misstep, and the resonance could shatter, or worse, they could isolate one of us. Ethan, brushing water from his coat, muttered, "Fantastic. Just what I needed, potential isolation, citywide ghost pursuit, and moral responsibility all before midnight." From above, a rain-soaked banner unfurled, twisting letters forming a single sentence, "Those who walk together, survive together." Daniel took it as a sign. We move as one. No splitting up, no hesitation. Clara adjusted the umbrella and took his hand again. Ethan groaned, but fell into step beside them, coin tucked away. They advanced through twisting streets, encountering shadow barriers that solidified into more tangible forms, statues that lunged, fountains that sprayed spectral water, and shop windows reflecting alternate versions of themselves. Each trial tested not just courage but trust. Clara's umbrella acted as a focal point, shielding them, while the artifact aligned with Daniel's intent, forging a fragile harmony. Ethan's humor, though sardonic, steadied nerves and provided necessary distractions. By the time they reached the final stretch before the clock tower, shadows were thinning, though their awareness remained. The trio moved through the narrowing streets in deliberate rhythm, the artifact and umbrella pulsing in unison, testing intuition and focus. Clara glanced at Daniel. "I think we're ready for the next stage, whatever it is." He nodded. Ethan shook his head, muttering, "I don't think I'll ever get used to a city that actively wants to eat us or test our teamwork with shadow ninjas." The artifact pulsed strongly. The umbrella glowed deep red. Midnight approached. And the city held its breath, unseen pursuers still observing, their presence invisible yet palpable. The trio's connection, courage, intuition, and emerging bonds was about to be tested like never before. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella Part K. The narrow alley opened suddenly into a vast chamber, half lit by lanterns that hung impossibly in the air, swinging as if moved by invisible hands. The walls were carved with unfamiliar glyphs, pulsing faintly in response to the artifact in Daniel's grip. The red umbrella in Clara's hand seemed to thrum with a resonant heartbeat, harmonizing with the artifact's glow. Ethan, slightly behind, fidgeted with his coin, its metallic surface catching the lantern light as if to reflect not only the chamber but their anxiety. Daniel stepped forward cautiously. "This is it," he murmured. The trial room. The chamber's air was thick, almost viscous, vibrating with a presence they could feel rather than see. The shadows at the edges of the room flickered, forming humanoid shapes, slithering along the walls and ceiling as though watching. Clara's grip on the umbrella tightened. "They're here," she whispered, her voice taut with tension. "They, guardians of the resonance. Or whatever they are. They want the artifacts." Before Daniel could respond, the shadows lunged. Not corporeal, yet tangible enough to snag at clothing and hair. Daniel swung the artifact, and it emitted a pulse of light that forced the shadows back, but only momentarily. Ethan ducked, narrowly avoiding a tendril that shot from the wall, his coin clattering to the floor. "I thought you said they were intangible," he shouted, scrambling upright. Clara's umbrella flared, glowing red and white, warding another approach. "Intangible doesn't mean harmless," she said. The trio moved as one, weaving through the chamber's twisting pathways. Every turn revealed a new hazard, walls that rippled into mirrors showing their deepest fears, floor tiles that vanished beneath their feet only to reappear just in time, lanterns swinging down as if to knock them off balance. Each illusion tested not just courage but trust. Daniel found his steps guided by instinct, artifact pulsing in sync with his heartbeat. Clara followed closely, shielded by the umbrella's soft glow. Ethan, ever the comic relief, hopped from one tile to the next, yelling, "I do have a fear of falling, thank you very much." As they neared the center, the artifact pulsed violently. Daniel felt a sharp tug, drawing him forward. Shadows thickened, swirling faster, now forming claw-like appendages that reached for the artifact. Clara instinctively raised her umbrella, and a shockwave radiated outward, scattering the shadows temporarily. Ethan jumped in, swinging the coin like a weapon, and narrowly avoided being swallowed by a spectral arm. "We're not exactly subtle, are we?" he gasped. A sudden vision overtook Daniel. The chamber's walls melted into a vast library, filled with floating tomes, each glowing with a number 17 repeated endlessly. The shadows were now humanoid scholars, reaching for the artifact, whispering secrets in voices that were both compelling and threatening. He glimpsed the moment of their world-altering theft, artifacts stolen, cities manipulated, destinies rewritten, and felt a chill. "They've been here before," he whispered, eyes widening. "They know what we hold." Clara's vision was equally unsettling. The umbrella shimmered as spectral versions of her ancestors appeared, their expressions anxious, gesturing toward hidden compartments within the chamber. "They've been waiting for this," she said. "For us, for the artifacts. They want to control the resonance. If they succeed, everything changes." Ethan, finally catching sight of one of the shadowed pursuers, shouted, "Oh, come on! Are we running a mystical obstacle course or a full-on spectral ambush?" The shadows pressed closer, and Daniel realized the only way to survive was to move in precise harmony. He clutched the artifact to his chest, stepping forward deliberately, letting the pulses guide him. Clara mirrored his steps, umbrella glowing, harmonizing with the artifact's rhythm. Ethan, reluctantly, synced with them, coin swinging in a protective arc together, their combined presence pushed back the shadows, forcing them to retreat momentarily into the chamber's darker corners. Suddenly, the artifact emitted a piercing light, illuminating a hidden alcove. Within, a small pedestal held a secondary relic, shimmering with the same otherworldly aura. The shadows recoiled instantly, sensing the power. "That's it!" Daniel exclaimed. "The second artifact." Clara nodded, tightening her grip on the umbrella. "We must retrieve it together." As they approached the pedestal, the shadows surged with renewed ferocity. Hands, faces, appendages intangible yet suffocating swept toward the trio. Daniel raised the artifact, a pulse of light erupted, momentarily pushing back the pursuers. Clara thrust her umbrella forward, a glowing barrier of red and white energy. Ethan, despite trembling slightly, hurled the coin at the nearest shadow. It struck and dissipated, leaving behind a faint echo of laughter. Seriously, I'm getting a recurring nightmare out of this, he muttered. They reached the pedestal. Daniel carefully lifted the secondary artifact. Immediately, the chamber reacted. Shadows recoiled and shrieked in a symphony of hissing tones, retreating toward the walls. The artifacts pulsed in unison, the resonance intertwining with the umbrella. Clara's grip stabilized, artifact and umbrella now forming a protective triad. Ethan breathed heavily but managed a grin. Well, we didn't die. Yet. But the chamber was not done. The walls rippled again, revealing corridors that had not existed moments before. Shadows lurked in every corner, subtle but deliberate. They had learned their location, their rhythm, their weaknesses. The trial had escalated from an obstacle to a true pursuit. Daniel glanced at Clara. We need to move. Now. Before they recover. Clara nodded, adjusting the umbrella. Follow me. Keep the rhythm of the artifacts with your heartbeat. Ethan shook his head, muttering, this is basically a spectral dodgeball game with city-altering stakes. Perfect. They sprinted through the chamber's twisting halls, illusions attempting to confuse them at every turn. Floors appeared to vanish, corridors shifted, walls loomed closer, and spectral hands snatched at them. Daniel led the charge, guided by the artifact's pulse. Clara's umbrella radiated protective energy, warding the most aggressive attacks. Ethan, improbably agile despite his exclamations, darted behind and alongside, using the coin to deflect stray tendrils. At one point, a massive illusion unfolded, the chamber expanded into a flooded city, streets submerged under spectral water. Shadows, now appearing as colossal humanoid forms, loomed beneath the waves, reaching for the artifacts. Daniel and Clara realized their coordination was critical, their movements had to harmonize with the pulsing energy. Step by step, forward, rhythm maintained, the waves receded. Ethan, flailing wildly, managed to ride a spectral water flow safely, exclaiming, "This is officially my weirdest kayak trip ever." Finally, the trio reached a vast central chamber. The floor was inscribed with interlocking symbols of 17, glowing faintly. Shadows surged one last time, attempting to grab the artifacts. Daniel held both in front of him, Clara raised the umbrella high. Ethan, despite exhaustion, swung the coin like a pendulum, each strike producing a resonance that pushed back the spectral pursuers. Light flared, shadows dissipated, and the chamber stilled. Breathless and soaked, the trio looked at one another. Daniel's voice was steady but strained. "We made it." Clara lowered the umbrella slightly, artifact pulsing in her hands. "For now. But the night isn't over. Midnight is still coming." Ethan wiped sweat from his brow, grinning nervously. "And I still get the sense the city isn't done laughing at us yet." Outside the chamber, the city had shifted again. Streets aligned in impossible geometries, lights flickered with a strange cadence, and the distant echoes of the shadows hinted that pursuit would continue. Yet for now, Daniel, Clara, and Ethan had survived their first epic trial, relying on courage, intuition, and the emergent bond forged in the crucible of the mystical chamber. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part L. The chamber's walls, previously static, began to breathe, expanding and contracting as if the building itself were alive. Shadows no longer lurked merely at the edges, they poured across the floor, stretching impossibly, and wrapped around objects, bending reality to their will. Lanterns rose into the air, swinging in impossible arcs, their flames casting moving geometries that danced across the trio's faces. The artifact pulsed violently in Daniel's hand, resonating with Clara's umbrella, and even Ethan's coin vibrated faintly in response, as though the entire room acknowledged their combined presence. Clara's grip on the umbrella tightened. "They're changing the room now," she whispered, voice taut with tension. "Not just watching, acting." A shadow coalesced near the far wall, forming a humanoid figure whose eyes were hollow voids reflecting fragmented visions of the trio's past mistakes and insecurities. The figure stepped forward, each motion rippling reality. The floor undulated beneath them, walls stretched taller, and the ceiling seemed to curve toward the trio like a looming dome. Daniel felt a pulse of fear tighten his chest, but he forced himself to focus. We have to move. Trust the resonance. Stay in rhythm. The artifact's pulse accelerated, responding to his determination. Clara mirrored him, umbrella radiating protective light that pushed back tendrils of shadow. Ethan, exhausted but alert, tried to keep a sense of humor. Well, either we survive this, or I'll have the best horror story for open mic night, he muttered, flinging his coin to reflect a sudden flash of shadow energy. Suddenly, the floor beneath Ethan gave way, revealing a spectral pit lined with flames that burned silently. He scrambled back, swinging the coin at the edge of the pit, which caused the shadows to recoil slightly. Daniel and Clara leapt to his side, forming a protective triangle, each pulse of the artifact and umbrella striking back at the encroaching darkness. The room, it's alive, Daniel whispered. Everything here responds to our actions and fears. Clara's umbrella flared brighter as the shadows intensified, now weaving illusions tailored to each of them. Daniel saw fragments of his fiancée's face, her expression changing between sorrow and reproach, flickering with each pulse of his heartbeat. He struggled to step forward, balancing the artifact's guidance against the flood of memories. Clara saw her mother, red umbrella in hand, appearing and disappearing, urging her forward while warning of unseen dangers. Ethan faced a chaotic reflection of himself, exaggerating every failure, misstep, and sarcastic comment from his life. The trio had no choice but to coordinate perfectly. Daniel led, artifact pulsing, each step synchronizing with Clara's umbrella and Ethan's erratic movements, creating a combined resonance that stabilized portions of the chamber. Shadows shrieked and lunged in frustration, striking the walls, twisting floor tiles, and warping reflections. Objects became animate, a table twisted into a serpentine form, shelves reached for them, and lanterns swooped like predatory birds. At one corner, the trio encountered a mirror, but this one reflected not their current selves, it reflected the trio failing the trial, separated and conquered by shadows. Daniel froze momentarily, but Clara's voice cut through the illusion. Don't look. We define the reflection, not at us. Her umbrella blazed, shattering the illusory image into shards of light. Ethan tripped over one shard but bounced upright, mumbling, "Well, that was humbling. And a little terrifying." The chamber's ceiling began to descend slowly, shadows forming claw-like projections that reached down with intent to seize them. Daniel realized that hesitation would be fatal. The artifact's pulse indicated that unity and courage could stabilize the environment. He took Clara's hand and nodded to Ethan. "Follow my lead. Step as one, trust the resonance." They advanced deliberately, each movement synchronizing with the artifact's rhythm. Shadows struck at them, pulling at clothing, brushing against hair, and whispering doubts. The next illusion hit with precision, a corridor filled with phantom figures from their past, speaking in voices that warped reality. Daniel heard the voice of his fiancée, then his own, distorted into despair. Clara heard her mother calling, then voices questioning her worth. Ethan heard the laughter of crowds mocking him endlessly. Every step required a mental focus beyond fear, each pulse of the artifact and flare of the umbrella repelled the spectral attackers, pushing them forward. Suddenly, the room split into three paths, each aligning with one member of the trio. Shadows darted along each path, trying to separate them. Don't go alone!" Daniel shouted, but the artifact pulsed insistently, guiding them. Clara raised her umbrella, creating a bridge of light across the paths. Ethan, coin spinning like a tiny satellite, bounded across, laughter mingled with panic, maintaining the rhythm. Together, they reconverged at the chamber's center, the shadows recoiling at their unified presence. The city outside seemed to respond, echoes of the chamber's illusions vibrated through distant streets, lamp posts swayed, and puddles reflected impossible geometries. The trio realized that their choices here did not just affect the chamber, they influenced the resonance throughout the city. Mistaken or fearful actions could propagate chaos beyond these walls. The pressure heightened. Midnight was approaching, and the shadows intensified their attacks. Daniel's voice was steady, commanding. "We are one. Move as one. Act as one. Trust each other. The artifacts and the umbrella guide us." Clara tightened her grip, flaring her umbrella, synchronizing with the pulse of Daniel's artifact. Ethan grinned nervously but followed the rhythm, coin spinning, deflecting stray tendrils. Shadows lunged and recoiled, but the unified triad pressed forward, forcing them to retract, leaving clear space. At last, a raised platform appeared in the chamber's center, inscribed with interlocking 17s, glowing faintly. 2 more artifacts rested upon it, simultaneously alluring and menacing. Shadows lunged, reaching to prevent them from attaining the prize. Daniel and Clara raised artifact and umbrella, Ethan flung the coin. A surge of combined energy erupted, scattering the shadows into the chamber's corners. Breathing heavily, soaked and trembling from exertion, they advanced onto the platform. Each step resonated, illuminating the remaining shadows and forcing them to retreat. The artifacts pulsed violently, harmonizing with the umbrella. The room seemed to stabilize, though the shadows still lingered at the periphery, aware and waiting, yet temporarily beaten. Daniel looked at Clara. "We've done it, for now. But they're still here. They'll keep coming." She nodded, eyes glowing faintly with the umbrella's light. Ethan wiped sweat from his brow. "Yeah, but we're alive. And we've got the artifacts. Take that, spectral chaos." The city's distorted skyline beyond the chamber mirrored their triumph. Buildings stretched, streets rippled, but the resonance was stabilizing, if only temporarily. The trio's bond had solidified under pressure, a combination of courage, intuition, and trust forged in the crucible of the trial. Shadows still lurked, mysteries remained, and midnight's arrival promised an even greater climax. But for the first time, they had acted not just as individuals responding to the supernatural, but as a coordinated force capable of navigating the mystical perils of September 17th. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part M. The chamber's pulse shifted suddenly. Shadows that had lingered on the periphery surged forward, no longer intangible tendrils but dense, semi-solid forms with eyes like liquid obsidian. They moved with a singular purpose, to seize the artifacts. Daniel, clutching his primary relic, felt the artifact's pulse sync with his heartbeat, urging him to act, to anticipate, to move. Clara's umbrella flared a deep crimson, vibrating in perfect resonance. Ethan, coin spinning furiously between his fingers, barked a nervous laugh. "I knew the day would get worse than a ghostly obstacle course, but this is absurd." As the shadows lunged, a sudden shimmer caught Daniel's eye. In the center of the chamber, atop a raised dais, stood a crystalline formation, an energy crystal, pulsing in a spectrum of impossible colors. Its facets refracted light into surreal patterns that danced across the walls and floor, transforming the chamber into a shifting landscape. Each reflection seemed to warp the trio's perception, stretching corridors, bending gravity, and altering the laws of physics. Daniel instinctively realized that the crystal's power was amplified by the utterance of precise phrases, words long forgotten, their resonance tied to the number 17. Clara leaned closer, studying the inscriptions carved into the base of the crystal. "It's Latin," she whispered, fingers tracing the glyphs. "I think these phrases, they channel the crystal's energy. 17 appears in every line, hidden in syllables, embedded in rhythm. Whoever speaks them can transform the environment." Ethan gulped audibly. "Oh, fantastic! So if someone yells random Latin, the city can start bending like a Salvador Dali painting? Perfect." Daniel moved cautiously toward the crystal, aware that the shadows pressed closer, intent on preventing them from activating its power. The first phrase, Septem decim potentia revelar, he recited hesitantly. The crystal pulsed violently, and the chamber rippled outward like water. Floor tiles warped into giant waves, lanterns twisted into spiral tornadoes of flame, shadows were flung backward, temporarily stunned by the absurd transformations. The trio stumbled but maintained their grip on artifact and umbrella. Ethan, ever the improviser, flung his coin at the crystal in mock defiance, and surprisingly, the metallic disc triggered a partial resonance. Shadows attempting to reach them were transformed into impossible caricatures, long-legged, top-heavy, flailing in midair like grotesque puppets. "See? I told you this would be absurd," Ethan said, barely keeping his balance on a warped section of floor. Clara realized the true potential: we can use the crystal and our artifacts together. The resonance is tied not just to the words, but to our intent. Fear strengthens the shadows, unity strengthens us. She raised the umbrella high. Daniel matched her steps, artifact in hand, reciting the next phrase, Arcanum 17 Fortitudinem. Light flared, shadows shrieked in frustration, and the chamber shifted again. Corridors extended, floor tiles rotated, and the crystal's facets projected spectral bridges connecting them to the next dais. The shadows were relentless. Semi-solid figures coalesced into forms that mirrored Daniel, Clara, and Ethan themselves, but twisted, grotesque versions, designed to test their perception and resolve. Daniel faced a mirror image of himself, fiancée's face flickering across the figure, whispering doubts and regrets. Clara confronted a spectral double holding a red umbrella, gesturing toward a pit that wasn't really there, or was it? Ethan's mirror self parroted every failure, laughing maniacally, swinging invisible weapons. Daniel drew a steadying breath. "We define what's real here. We control the resonance, not them." Clara nodded, her umbrella flaring as the artifact pulsed. They synchronized perfectly, speaking the final Latin phrase together, Septem decim lucus et umbri. 17 guides us. The chamber responded instantly. Corridors straightened, floors stabilized, and the shadow devils froze mid-motion, their expressions locked in futile rage. But the crystal had more to offer. Daniel reached toward it, artifact glowing in his hand. As he touched a facet, the chamber twisted into a kaleidoscope of surreal possibilities. Streets outside could be glimpsed through cracks in reality, reflections of the city in abstract shapes, echoes of other September 170s overlapping in impossible layers. Clara's umbrella amplified the protective light, stabilizing the immediate area around them. Ethan, laughing nervously, bounced along floating tiles, tossing the coin at any approaching shadow with uncanny accuracy. The shadows, sensing the crystal's power, combined into a massive, amorphous mass. They surged forward, writhing tendrils coalescing into grotesque forms that towered over the trio. Daniel stepped onto the central dais, artifact raised, and recited another phrase, Septem decim vigilantia et fortitudo. The crystal responded violently, shooting beams of refracted energy into the shadows. The mass writhed, twisted, and exploded into 1,000 fragmented forms, each dissipating in flashes of colored light, only to reform again, slower this time, less coordinated. Clara's umbrella flared in synchrony with Daniel's artifact. Together, they advanced, forcing shadows back, stabilizing the chamber. Ethan, surprisingly agile, darted forward, coin spinning, knocking fragments of residual shadows off the dais. "If I survive this," he muttered, "I'm never complaining about a bad set again." The crystal's pulse intensified. With each word, the trio felt a collective clarity, a resonance that aligned mind, body, and artifact. Shadows that had once seemed omnipotent now recoiled with uncertainty, unable to predict the trio's coordinated moves. Daniel realized that the combination of courage, unity, and proper utterance of the key phrases could bend the chamber and perhaps the city without losing their own sense of reality. Finally, the trio reached the apex platform. Daniel placed the primary artifact on the pedestal nearest the crystal. Clara raised her umbrella above her head, the light flaring to touch the crystal's facets. Ethan, coin spinning, recited the last phrase they had pieced together instinctively, Septem decim potentia, veritas et ludus. The crystal erupted in a blinding, multicolored pulse, and the chamber stilled. Shadows shrieked, then dissolved entirely into colored motes that drifted toward the ceiling and vanished. The city outside seemed to sigh. Streets realigned, lamplights stabilized, and puddles reflected a coherent skyline. The trio collapsed onto the floor, soaked, trembling, but exhilarated. Daniel looked at Clara. "We did it, we survived the penultimate trial." Clara nodded, umbrella still glowing faintly. Ethan, breathless, slumped beside them. I think the city just tried to kill us in style." The crystal shimmered softly on its pedestal, resonating faintly with the artifact and umbrella. The shadows had been defeated for now, but the sense of lurking, unseen powers lingered. Midnight was near. The final confrontation awaited, but for the first time, the trio had gained mastery over their combined abilities and the crystal's chaotic influence. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part N. The chamber trembled with a resonance that no mere mortal could ignore. The crystal, which had rested calmly on its pedestal moments before, now lifted slowly into the air, its multifaceted surface refracting every shard of light into countless spectral rays. Each ray cut across the chamber like liquid glass, and Daniel felt his heartbeat synchronize with the rhythm of the pulsing crystal. The shadows, once fragmented and disorganized, coalesced into figures eerily human, their faces familiar yet distorted, as if pulled from collective memories. They drifted silently, circling the trio, observing, testing. Clara tightened her grip on the red umbrella, feeling it vibrate as though alive. "It's not just a trial anymore," she whispered. "The crystal, it's reading us, following our thoughts." The artifact in Daniel's hand pulsed violently, responding to the crystal's energy. He took a step forward, heart pounding, and saw the chamber warp. Doorways appeared along the walls, leading simultaneously to countless other rooms, each with its own peculiar architecture, each visible through a translucent overlay of the current chamber. It was as if every potential reality was condensed into this space. Ethan swallowed audibly. Oh no. This is worse than I imagined. We're in, like, all the rooms at once? And that crystal wants to talk to us." The crystal's light intensified, spiraling outward, and the figures surrounding them began to speak in unison, voices harmonizing in a strange cadence. Words resonated directly in the trio's minds. "Seek the truth of 17. You hold it, yet do you understand?" Daniel's pulse quickened. He realized that the crystal's power was no longer merely reactive, it was proactive, shaping the chamber according to the trio's fears, memories, and desires. Each thought generated a new world fragment, streets flooded with spectral rain, libraries filled with endless books, staircases that bent impossibly upward, and skies painted in colors unknown to any human eye. From these shifting realities, people emerged, figures who stepped forward, half-transparent yet fully articulate. They regarded the trio with solemn curiosity. One figure, an elderly man draped in flowing robes, spoke first. "We are the witnesses of the artifacts. You who have survived until the threshold must understand these objects do not belong merely to this city, nor to this time. They bind realities, open pathways, and shape the resonance of minds attuned to 17. His eyes glimmered with a kaleidoscope of reflections, each facet showing different moments from the chamber. A woman appeared next, her hair flowing like liquid silver. "We have observed your trials, your coordination, your courage. The crystal now tests not just your unity, but your comprehension. For to control the resonance is to navigate the infinite threads of existence." She gestured to the crystal, which hovered at the center, pulsing in response to every thought. Daniel could feel it pulling gently at the edges of his consciousness, probing for weaknesses, amplifying doubts, yet rewarding clarity with stability. Ethan, spinning his coin nervously, asked, "So, we're not just fighting shadows anymore? We're negotiating interdimensional etiquette." The woman smiled faintly. "You fight nothing but yourselves. The shadows were but the first lesson. Now you must see beyond fear, beyond illusion, to understand purpose." Clara stepped forward, umbrella held high. "Then, we have to focus on why we are here. On what 17 truly means." Her voice resonated through the chamber, harmonizing with Daniel's artifact and Ethan's coin, each pulse aligning with the crystal's rhythm. Light surged outward, and the spectral figures paused, as if acknowledging their intent. The crystal responded dramatically, projecting portals into multiple worlds simultaneously. Some rooms contained echoes of their past trials, others imagined futures, and others places that seemed impossible, floating cities of glass, forests under inverted skies, oceans stretching into infinite horizons. People emerged from each portal, whispering questions, offering guidance, or simply observing, their expressions a mix of curiosity and urgency. One figure, a man in armor from a civilization long extinct, spoke to Daniel, 17 is not mere number. It governs cycles, alignments, and the hidden currents of will. You who have borne courage must now choose how will you wield it." A woman in flowing robes approached Clara, pointing toward the crystal. "Balance your power with intention. Without it, reality itself becomes absurd, chaotic, ungovernable." The chamber now felt alive, a breathing organism. Shadows no longer attacked in fearsome forms, they merged with the crystal's projections, forming a web of potential realities. Every misstep, hesitation, or lapse in focus caused corridors to bend, floors to dissolve, and portals to flicker dangerously. Daniel realized that their survival depended entirely on synchronization not just of body, but of thought and intent. Clara's voice rang out again, clear and commanding, "We act as one. Intent and courage are our shield." Artifact, umbrella, coin aligned. Light flared, connecting the three to the crystal in a lattice of radiant energy. Figures from the other realms regarded them silently, some nodding, others awaiting judgment. The city outside responded, buildings shimmered, streets aligned, and the air itself seemed to vibrate in anticipation. Then the crystal surged violently, pulsing in tandem with their synchronized actions. Reality bent, shadows transformed into semi-human guides, portals stabilized, and the chamber itself became a nexus where all realities overlapped coherently. The trio felt a flood of clarity, visions of purpose, and understanding of the artifact's role. The crystal's voice, though silent to the ears, reverberated in their minds. 17's resonance is complete when unity, courage, and clarity converge. Only then does the path forward unfold. Ethan laughed nervously, spinning his coin. "Well, that's a sentence. But I think I get it. Don't panic. Stay aligned. Keep talking weird Latin. And maybe, just maybe, don't die." Clara smiled faintly, tension easing. Daniel's focus sharpened, every pulse of the artifact and umbrella resonated perfectly with the crystal. They felt the chamber stabilize around them, the multidimensional portals harmonizing rather than collapsing. Figures from other worlds stepped closer, no longer threatening, now conversational. "You have proven worthy," the silver-haired woman said. "The resonance of 17 acknowledges your understanding. What you carry, artifacts, courage, unity, now binds the realities together." Daniel nodded slowly. Clara lowered the umbrella slightly, still glowing faintly. Ethan exhaled loudly, relief and disbelief mingling. The crystal hovered above them, radiating an aura of perfect balance. Shadows dissolved entirely, energy pulsed softly rather than violently, and the city outside, though subtly transformed, remained stable. The trial had reached its culmination, the penultimate confrontation had passed, and the ultimate test, harmony, understanding, and the alignment of human will with mystical power had been met. Daniel glanced at his companions. "We made it. Together." Clara nodded, faint smile on her lips. Ethan tossed his coin lightly in the air. "Yeah, together. And somehow, I'm still alive. Which counts as a win in my book." The crystal pulsed one final time, gently, and descended onto its pedestal. Figures from the other worlds began to fade back through their portals, leaving the trio alone in the stabilized chamber. The red umbrella shimmered softly, the artifact hummed with energy, and the coin lay spinning on the floor, still resonating faintly with the crystal. Outside, the city breathed quietly. Midnight was imminent, but for now, the resonance of 17 had been aligned, the trial survived, and the trio had gained mastery over the mystical forces that had threatened to overwhelm them. Yet they knew this was only the beginning. The powers they had awakened, the portals glimpsed, and the understanding of the artifact's purpose promised even greater mysteries ahead. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part O. The chamber, now still and silent, exhaled as though it had been holding its breath for hours. The crystal rested on its pedestal, its facets dimming to a soft glow, while the red umbrella in Clara's hand pulsed faintly, echoing the harmony achieved moments ago. Outside, the city seemed unchanged at first glance, but a subtle hum vibrated through the streets, a resonance detectable only by those attuned. Daniel could feel it in the solace of his feet, Ethan noticed it in the slight lift of the air against his skin. Even the lamplight appeared steadier, reflecting not just illumination, but a quiet, latent order. Clara turned to Daniel, her expression unreadable. "Do you feel that?" she asked, voice low. "The city, it's different." "Almost, breathing differently." Daniel nodded, realizing that the trial's resonance had rippled outward, subtly restructuring the patterns of human attention, the flow of traffic, even the weight of shadows. Ethan grinned, half in disbelief. "I'd say the city's alive, but, after tonight, I'm not sure that's the right word." As they stepped into the streets, the first figures from other worlds appeared. They emerged from lingering portals, no longer threatening, but composed and deliberate. Each carried an aura of quiet authority, garments rippling in a gravity-defying manner, and eyes reflecting landscapes that did not belong to Earth. "You have completed the trial," said one, a man in robes of iridescent blue, voice resonating directly in their minds. "But the artifacts you hold, more importantly, your resonance with 17 open possibilities beyond your world. We can teach you to traverse realities." Daniel's pulse quickened. "Traverse realities? You mean we can leave this city? This planet?" The man nodded. "Yes. With the crystal and proper phrases, one can leave the ground, one can fly above landscapes, but it will not be this world. You will enter realms parallel, similar, yet fundamentally different. Here, your body's motion obeys the artifact and your intent." Clara's curiosity ignited. "And the phrases?" she asked, holding the umbrella closer. "Are they the same as in the chamber?" The woman from another world, silver-haired and serene, smiled faintly. "They are similar. They must be spoken aloud, attuned to your intent. Speak incorrectly, and gravity and reality may reject you. Speak correctly, and you will rise, unbound, traversing a world both familiar and alien." Ethan gulped audibly, spinning the coin nervously. "So, basically, if I say the right magic words, I can fly over some other planet with no wings? And if I screw up, I plummet to oblivion?" Daniel chuckled despite the tension. "Apparently, yes. But somehow, I feel like this isn't your ordinary Monday night." They approached the crystal. Its facets now shimmered softly, reflecting possibilities rather than immediate dangers. Daniel placed the artifact beside it, and Clara raised the umbrella high. The silver-haired woman stepped forward. "Speak after me," she said, voice melodic and deliberate. "Volari per mundos, septem decim potentia, lumen et umbra." Daniel repeated the phrase carefully, matching his breath to the cadence. Clara followed, her umbrella pulsing in time with the words. Ethan's voice wavered, but he joined, coin spinning in hand, as the rhythm stabilized around them. Instantly, the laws of gravity shifted. The ground seemed to fall away beneath them, replaced by a sensation of floating. Daniel's pulse synced with the artifact, guiding their elevation. Clara felt a subtle tug in her chest, almost like the umbrella itself was pulling her upward. Ethan yelped and laughed simultaneously as he lifted from the street, spinning midair, barely conscious of the wind or lack thereof. The trio hovered, a few feet above the cobblestones, before ascending further. Beyond the city, the world transformed. Streets stretched and twisted, buildings warped, and the skyline opened into vistas impossible in their prior reality. Above, skies shimmered with unfamiliar hues, violet gradients bleeding into gold, clouds that refracted light in crystalline patterns. Below, rivers glimmered with iridescent currents, forests folded like origami, and mountains floated partially, their peaks levitating above the terrain. Every step or, rather, every thought guided the trio through this surreal panorama. Daniel realized that the crystal's power was no longer passive. It was an interface, linking intent to movement. Thoughts of hesitation slowed their ascent, while confident visualization accelerated them. Clara, focused on her umbrella, felt it act as a tether, anchoring their consciousness to one another. Ethan, ever the comic relief, flailed at first, then laughed as he discovered that spinning his coin in midair influenced their trajectory, almost like rudimentary steering. From the portals around them, figures emerged, humans and humanoid beings from parallel worlds, observing, guiding, sometimes gesturing for the trio to follow. Each interaction was brief but precise. "Over the river bend, your flight will align with the next resonance," said one. "Here, trust the crystal, but beware the wind currents," warned another. The trio realized that the flight was more than movement, it was an exercise in focus, trust, and coordination. The artifacts, crystal, and umbrella acted in unison, harmonizing intent with physical liberation. The first tangible test came in the form of an archipelago of floating islands, each levitating at staggered altitudes. To proceed, they had to navigate the gaps, trusting the crystal's guidance. Daniel led, concentrating on the artifact's pulse. Clara stabilized the group with the umbrella. Ethan, improvising, spun the coin like a rudder, laughing nervously. Midair, they dodged spectral winds, avoided collapsing bridges of light, and even laughed at the sheer absurdity of their airborne predicament. Above them, distant mountains seemed to shift and breathe, their peaks forming arches reminiscent of the chamber's labyrinth. Rivers of light ran between them, rippling as if alive. The city, now far below, shimmered faintly, a tethered echo of their starting point. The trio realized that the resonance of 17 extended beyond their initial reality. Every movement, every thought, every alignment with the crystal subtly influenced these parallel spaces. Clara, peering over the edge of a floating island, whispered, This is more than flight. It's like we're learning to navigate possibilities themselves." Daniel nodded, reaching for her hand instinctively. "And if we fail, we return to the chamber or worse." Ethan, spinning the coin with newfound precision, added, "Or we become permanent aerial entertainment for some alien audience." "Honestly, not the worst fate I've imagined tonight." Their laughter mingled with fear, with exhilaration. The crystal pulsed again, bright and steady, guiding them further. The portals remained open, each one offering glimpses of worlds more impossible than the last, skies with multiple suns, rivers of molten crystal, forests where gravity was inverted. Figures from these realms gestured, offering lessons in flight, guidance in motion, and cryptic advice about the artifacts. Finally, Daniel felt the convergence. The trio had aligned fully with the crystal, umbrella, and coin. The resonance of 17, extended into these alternate realms, stabilized their flight. Gravity, though flexible, obeyed their intent. The crystal's energy amplified their movements without opposition. Portals adjusted fluidly, leading them forward safely. In unison, they realized a fundamental truth: the trial had not ended in the chamber, it had expanded into the multiverse, teaching them to navigate with courage, clarity, and unity. As they floated above a verdant plain dotted with crystalline towers, the first hints of dawn glimmered on the horizon of this other world. Daniel exhaled, heart racing, artifact still pulsing. Clara's umbrella shimmered gently, guiding them. Ethan, laughing breathlessly, said, "Well, we're flying. Over a planet that isn't even ours. And I think I like it." They hovered together, knowing that the lessons of September 17th, the courage, the resonance, the unity were only the beginning. The crystal, artifacts, and other worldly guides awaited their next choices. Flight was no longer a dream, it was a responsibility. A journey. And the worlds above, below, and beyond beckoned them onward. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part P. The trio hovered above a vast expanse of luminous plains, the light from alien suns casting elongated shadows across undulating crystal formations. The air itself seemed elastic, bending to their will as the resonance of 17 guided their flight. Daniel, holding the artifact firmly, felt a growing sense of exhilaration. Each movement, each breath, was a collaboration of mind, will, and mystic energy. Clara, umbrella aloft, laughed as a sudden gust lifted her higher than anticipated, spinning gracefully before Daniel extended his hand to steady her. Their fingers brushed, a spark of human connection rippling through the ethereal currents. Ethan, floating slightly behind, shook his head with an incredulous grin. "I've literally flown across an alien world, narrowly avoided several floating islands collapsing beneath my feet, and still I can't believe I agreed to this. But, it's kind of amazing." The coin in his hand reflected kaleidoscopic light, each spin generating a miniature pulse in the air that influenced their trajectory in ways he didn't fully understand but somehow controlled intuitively. From the sky, shapes began to emerge, figures both human and strange, some winged, others semi-transparent, all observing them with quiet curiosity. One of the winged beings approached, its feathers glimmering like molten metal. "Travelers," it said in a voice that resonated inside their minds, "you have activated the resonance of 17 in multiple realities. The artifacts you carry bind not just worlds, but consciousness. Will you follow the paths of learning or indulgence?" Daniel frowned. "Learning. I think. Probably learning." Clara glanced at Ethan, her lips twitching with a playful smile. "Indulgence is tempting, though, isn't it?" she teased, spinning lightly, almost in defiance of gravity. Daniel chuckled, shaking his head. "With you, there's always a choice, but I trust you'll choose wisely." Ethan interjected, coin spinning furiously, "I vote for fun. But, safe fun." Their laughter mingled with the strange whines of the alien sky, blending comedy and tension in an uncanny harmony. The guides led them across a series of floating archipelagos, each world subtly different from the last. In one, the sky rippled like water and rivers of light flowed upward; in another, the ground reflected constellations in motion, echoing the past and future simultaneously. As they navigated these surreal landscapes, the crystal pulsed in rhythm with their thoughts. Daniel realized that the crystal amplified not just movement, but emotional resonance. Clarity strengthened flight, fear distorted reality, and playful engagement generated stability. At one point, a figure emerged from a portal resembling Daniel's own grandmother, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. 17 has always chosen those capable of balance, she whispered. You hold the artifacts, yes, but more importantly, you hold intention. Do not underestimate the power of connection between you, and between worlds. Clara shivered, touched by the reminder of shared human bonds across realities. It's strange, she murmured, to feel both fear and affection at the same time. For them, and for each other. As they approached a vast expanse of floating bridges, each bridge a ribbon of crystalline energy, Ethan began to notice strange phenomena. Shadows of themselves mirrored their actions, exaggerating gestures in absurd ways. Daniel's artifact handwave created twin arcs of light, Clara's umbrella spin caused ghostly umbrellas to twirl alongside her. Ethan laughed aloud, nearly colliding with a floating boulder. Okay, I get it now. The worlds are mocking us, but also helping. Daniel smiled, appreciating the subtle humor woven into the mystical challenge. Perhaps, he said, the resonance of 17 favors not just courage, but levity. It teaches lessons, yes, but also reminds us to live even while flying above alien planes. Clara reached for Daniel's hand again, intertwining fingers mid-air, grounding them both amidst the surreal beauty of the multiverse. The bond between them strengthened, the red umbrella now pulsing softly as if acknowledging the alignment of their emotions. From another portal, a small group of scholars emerged, humanoid but translucent, holding scrolls of light. They whispered phrases, guiding the trio in how to approach the next set of trials, flying through loops of energy without touching their sides, synchronizing thought with movement, and projecting the resonance of 17 outward to stabilize the floating islands. Daniel concentrated, the artifact glowing in his hand. Clara twirled, umbrella extended, Ethan spun the coin like a rudder. Together, they followed the instructions, laughing at near misses and marveling at the physics-defying elegance of their flight. At the apex of the largest floating archipelago, the trio paused to observe a panorama of worlds layered atop one another. Figures from previous realms called out from their portals, offering guidance and encouragement. One said, 17 binds courage, unity, and clarity across all realities. You now see the magnitude of your resonance. The trio gazed across infinite landscapes, each similar yet distinct, feeling both awe and responsibility. Daniel realized that the flight was not simply physical, it was symbolic. Each world reflected the choices of those who wielded artifacts responsibly or irresponsibly. They could influence not only space and time but the consciousness of beings within these worlds. Clara's voice broke the reverie, we're not just travelers. We're stewards. And I think we're supposed to learn how to trust each other too. Ethan, still spinning his coin, quipped, yeah, trust. Flying above alien worlds, trusting my friends in a glowing crystal. I mean, it's practically a team-building exercise. His humor eased tension, but Daniel sensed the gravity behind the joke. The resonance required unity, shared intent, and courage. Any fracture of confidence could ripple disastrously across the multiple realms. As they prepared to descend toward a luminous city visible in the distance of one of the parallel worlds, the crystal pulsed in anticipation. The guides nodded, hovering nearby, their forms transparent yet tangible, ready to assist if imbalance occurred. Daniel, Clara, and Ethan synchronized their breathing, heartbeats, and intent. Together, they spoke a combined phrase in the same melodic cadence used before, Volari per mundos, septem decim potentia, lumen et umbra. Instantly, they surged forward, wings of energy and thought propelling them across the skies, soaring without wings over a world that was not their own. The wind or whatever replaced air here streamed past them, carrying sounds, lights, and sensations impossible to name. Bridges of energy arced beneath them, rivers of light spiraled upward, distant mountains floated, casting shadows that stretched into other dimensions. The feeling of liberation was intoxicating, almost comic in its absurdity, yet exhilarating and profound. As they flew, the trio realized that the resonance of 17 was not just a trial, but a gift, the ability to perceive, navigate, and harmonize multiple realities simultaneously. The red umbrella pulsed softly between Daniel and Clara, a symbol of connection. Ethan's coin sparkled, tracing arcs of protective energy, and the crystal, hovering nearby, reflected infinite possibilities. Together, they were not just travelers, they were pilots of possibility, agents of harmony in a universe now revealed as multidimensional, interactive, and full of wonder. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella Part Q. The descent into the new realm was unlike the other crossings. Instead of drifting gently through a luminous sky or stepping lightly across bridges of crystal, the trio was pulled downward in a spiral of gravity that felt both physical and psychological. The crystal, hovering ahead, emitted an insistent hum, as if warning them of what lay below. Clara tightened her grip on Daniel's hand, her red umbrella flaring faintly like a beacon. Ethan spun his coin nervously, muttering to himself, "Every time we land, it's weirder. Every time. And I'm still here. Somebody tell me I'm not the comic relief." When they touched the ground, they found themselves standing in a wide plane of obsidian glass, its surface fractured like a shattered mirror. Above them, the sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, threads of purple, gold, and deep scarlet weaving into one another as though stitched by unseen hands. Yet what unsettled them most were the people waiting. At first glance, they resembled ordinary humans, men and women dressed in garments that seemed equal parts ancient and futuristic. Their eyes, however, betrayed them. Within their irises flickered constellations, entire galaxies compressed into a single gaze. One stepped forward, a tall figure clad in silver-grey robes that shimmered like liquid metal. "Travelers," he intoned, voice resonant and layered, as though several beings spoke at once. "You have crossed the threshold of our world, summoned by the resonance of 17. Now you must prove your intent." Daniel raised the artifact, uncertain whether to show strength or humility. "We seek knowledge, not conquest," he said firmly. Clara lifted her umbrella, its crimson glow casting a soft light across the obsidian plain. "We're not here to take anything that isn't ours," she added, though her words trembled slightly. Ethan, in his usual style, blurted out, "And if you're giving out free food, we'll take that too." The remark drew a ripple of laughter, not mocking, but strangely approving from the crowd. The leader inclined his head. "Then you will face the trial of convergence. Not alone, but alongside us." He gestured, and from the horizon rose towering structures made of light and shadow, resembling colossal gateways. Within each, shifting images appeared, battles fought across time, civilizations rising and collapsing, rivers flowing backward, stars imploding. This is where realities overlap. Shadows pursue all who touch the crystal. To resist them, you must fight not only with your strength, but with your bonds. As the gates solidified, figures stepped out, not the shapeless shadows of before, but incarnations shaped like warriors of light and flame. They wielded weapons that seemed grown from their own bodies, spears of fire, shields of water, blades of stone. These were the guardians of this world, and they now stood beside the trio, ready to test and aid them in equal measure. Clara looked to Daniel. "It feels different here. Less illusion, more confrontation." Daniel nodded grimly. The artifact pulsed in his hand, warning him of what was to come. Ethan, meanwhile, twirled his coin, only to notice one of the guardians watching him with curiosity. "That little disc," the being said softly, "is more than you know. It balances chance and choice. Use it wisely." Ethan swallowed hard. "Great. No pressure." The trial began suddenly. From the far end of the obsidian plain, fissures opened and released entities that looked like distorted versions of the guardians, beings of corrupted light, their forms jagged, eyes burning with malice. They advanced in coordinated waves, their movements eerily synchronized. The guardians raised their weapons, signaling the trio to join them. Daniel swung his artifact, releasing arcs of blue-white energy that cut through the obsidian surface, forcing the corrupted beings back. Clara unfurled her umbrella, the crimson light forming a protective dome that shielded both allies and strangers alike. Ethan, hesitant at first, flipped his coin high into the air. It landed on his palm with a resonant chime, unleashing a shockwave that disrupted the enemy's rhythm, scattering them into confusion. "Heads, we win. Tails, we survive another round," he quipped, though sweat rolled down his forehead. The battle surged into chaos. Clara and Daniel fought side by side, their powers blending in seamless arcs, his artifact a blade of precision, her umbrella a shield of grace. Ethan darted between them and the guardians, using the randomness of his coin flips to create unpredictable bursts of energy that caught their enemies off guard. Each clash of light and shadow echoed across the obsidian plain, sending tremors into the ground beneath their feet. Midway through the struggle, the leader of the Guardians shouted, "The crystal feeds on unity. Speak the words, bind your powers with ours." Daniel remembered the Latin inscriptions they had recited in the chamber. Together with Clara and Ethan, he shouted, "Septem decim concordia, lumen vincit umbram." The Guardians added their own voices in a language older than time. The crystal, which had floated above them like a silent witness, suddenly blazed with brilliance. Portals opened within the gates, revealing glimpses of yet more worlds, oceans suspended in midair, cities carved into the sides of mountains, endless forests lit by moons of green fire. But the portals were unstable, warping dangerously as if torn open by too much force. One corrupted entity slipped through a portal and emerged twisted into a monstrous hybrid of multiple worlds, half serpent, half machine, with a face that flickered between dozens of identities. Its roar shook the sky itself. Clara gasped, shielding her face with the umbrella. Daniel steadied himself. Ethan flipped his coin, whispering, "Come on, luck, don't fail me now." Together with the Guardians, the trio launched into a desperate stand. Daniel struck at the serpent machine with precise arcs of artifact energy, severing its shifting limbs. Clara redirected its destructive rays with her umbrella, turning attacks into harmless light. Ethan's coin flips created moments of improbable opportunity, slips in the creature's coordination, stutters in its assault that the Guardians exploited mercilessly. At last, after what felt like hours but was no more than minutes, the beast collapsed into fragments of light, scattering across the obsidian plain before evaporating. The portals stabilized, though faint tremors remained, warning that this was only the first of many trials. The Guardians lowered their weapons, acknowledging the trio with solemn nods. "You have passed the trial of convergence," the leader declared. "But the shadow forces are relentless. They will not stop until the crystal is theirs. You must choose stay here, and guard this world, or move forward into the next and carry the resonance onward." Daniel glanced at Clara, her hair illuminated by the umbrella's glow. She met his gaze with quiet determination. Ethan sighed, tossing his coin once more. It landed in his palm, shining brightly. "Looks like we're going forward," he said softly. The Guardians opened the largest gate, its light spilling across the plain like a new dawn. Beyond lay another realm, unknown and perilous, yet promising deeper truths. The trio, still breathless from their first external challenge, stepped forward, the crystal hovering at their side, and disappeared into the brilliance. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part R. The gate dissolved behind them with a soft hum, leaving Daniel, Clara, and Ethan suspended above a landscape unlike any they had encountered. The terrain appeared alive, with forests of crystalline trees whose branches shimmered like threads of light and rivers flowing in impossible geometries looping back onto themselves, twisting in Mobius-like patterns. Floating cities drifted in the distance, each constructed from layers of translucent material, reflecting sun-like spheres in multiple hues. The air vibrated with subtle harmonics, as though reality itself had become a resonant string tuned to 17. Daniel tightened his grip on the artifact. "Everywhere we go, the resonance of 17, it reshapes reality," he murmured. Clara floated beside him, her umbrella radiating faint pulses that seemed to map the patterns of the world around them. "It's not just about flying, or passing trials," she said. "It's teaching us how to read worlds, how to interact with their laws." Ethan, flipping his coin once more, muttered, "I just hope it's not going to explode in our faces." From one of the floating cities, a figure emerged. She appeared human, yet her eyes held galaxies that shifted with every blink. Her voice echoed in their minds, resonant and melodic. "Travelers from another world," she said. "You carry artifacts of power, tools designed not merely for passage, but for unlocking potential across realities. The crystal you wield is a key to puzzles older than your comprehension. Only by harmonizing its energy with intention, and invoking precise words in your origin world, Can the next stage be activated? Daniel frowned. Words? Latin again. The figure smiled faintly. Yes. The language of resonance. Only through spoken truth in your own tongue and world can the puzzle be solved. The artifacts will respond, and the path to the next chamber will appear. But beware, those who would harness the crystal for destruction will attempt to intercept you. Clara glanced at the red umbrella. So the artifacts are, part puzzle, part test, and part weapon. She shivered, feeling the weight of responsibility settling over her. Ethan twirled his coin, looking between them. Great. So basically, solve the puzzle, save reality, and don't get killed by some interdimensional enemies. Got it. Easy. The figure extended her hand, revealing a small, floating cube inscribed with numerals and sigils. This represents the next stage, she explained. One of you must return to your world to speak the words, activating the hidden pathway. Then, one of you will accompany me to open the chest of creation, a vessel that contains the essence of world building itself. Beware, the chest cannot fall into the wrong hands. Daniel stepped forward. I'll go back. The artifact seems attuned to me, more than the others. Clara hesitated but nodded. Be careful, she whispered. And remember, the resonance works best when we are aligned. Ethan groaned. And by aligned you mean, holding hands again? Daniel smirked. Something like that. Daniel raised the artifact as he phased briefly through the portal back to their world. The city below appeared familiar yet subtly altered. The echo of previous trials had left faint traces in the streets, in lamplight and reflections, in the rhythm of human activity. Taking a deep breath, he recited the Latin phrases taught by the guides, Septem decim potentia, lumen et umbra, creer et dissolvera. The artifact pulsed violently, resonating with the very air around him. Back in the alternate world, Clara and Ethan waited with the guide, a guardian of the chest. The cube floated before them, spinning with impossible geometry. The chest itself, the guide explained, contains matter and energy capable of constructing new worlds. Only those who understand resonance, intention, and consequence can unlock it safely. But others will come to seize it, drawn by the crystal's call. As if on cue, shadows shimmered at the edges of the floating city, figures from other worlds, adversaries aligned with destruction, their forms shifting unnaturally as they converged. They know, Ethan whispered. They know we have the chest. Clara tightened her grip on her umbrella. Then we stop them. The guide's eyes glimmered. You may have to fight not only with strength, but with creativity and intent. The chest's reality is malleable. Your adversaries cannot control it without understanding resonance. Suddenly, the first wave of enemies attacked, phasing between layers of reality, attempting to seize the cube mid-air. Daniel, returning through the portal, hovered beside them, the artifact glowing white-hot with energy. Together, the trio formed a protective formation. Daniel and the guide focused on stabilizing the chest, Clara deflected incoming attacks with umbrella and light, and Ethan improvised, flipping his coin to generate unpredictable energy waves that disrupted the attackers' coordination. The chest pulsed, responding to their combined effort. A low hum filled the air, vibrating the very floating city, and images of possible worlds appeared briefly on its surface, continents forming and dissolving, skies erupting in auroras, oceans spilling into air. One of the enemies lunged through a portal, transforming into a multi-limbed figure, attempting to touch the chest. Clara moved with speed and grace, redirecting energy through the umbrella, while Daniel projected arcs of light from the artifact, intercepting the assailant midair. Ethan's coin struck the enemy's shadow form, scattering fragments of its body across several realities simultaneously. Finally, Daniel and the guide opened the chest. The lid lifted with a soft resonance, revealing a sphere of pure energy within a miniature world swirling in infinitesimal detail. This, said the guide, voice calm yet urgent, is the core. It can birth worlds, or destroy them. It must not be taken by those who would sow chaos. Clara reached out, tentatively touching the sphere. The resonance flared, connecting her consciousness to the multitude of possibilities held within. Ethan groaned. Okay, no pressure, right? Daniel shook his head. Pressure is exactly what this is. The enemies, relentless, phasing in and out of reality, advanced once more. Light flared, shadows twisted, and the air warped under the influence of the chest. With a decisive gesture, Daniel, Clara, and the guide coordinated their resonance, stabilizing the sphere and preparing to transport it to a safe world. The plan was simple in theory: take the chest to one of the newly opened worlds and destroy it, neutralizing its potential for misuse. But the enemies would not allow it. They attacked with everything, their forms fluid, unpredictable, and empowered by the same resonance that had guided the trio. Clara deflected a lunge with the umbrella, Ethan sent a shockwave through the air with a precise coin toss, and Daniel, artifact ablaze, created a protective barrier, rippling with the harmonic pulse of 17. Through careful synchronization, the trio guided the chest into a portal leading to one of the pristine, uninhabited worlds. Shadows lunged through the portal after it, but the guide's knowledge of resonance kept the path stable. Clara whispered, "Almost there, just a little further." Daniel aligned his breath with the artifact, channeling intention into reality itself. Ethan, spinning his coin furiously, generated the last burst of chaotic energy needed to seal the portal behind them. The chest landed safely in the new world. With a decisive movement, Daniel invoked the final resonance phrase, Dissolvo, Mundi Novi. The sphere pulsed, then collapsed in a brilliant explosion of light, dispersing energy harmlessly into the world. The floating city stabilized, the enemies dissipated, and silence returned, thick with the hum of lingering resonance. Clara exhaled, the umbrella lowering. "We did it," she said softly, voice trembling. Ethan collapsed into a crouch, laughing nervously. "Yet, we exploded a world. Totally casual Tuesday." Daniel, holding the artifact close, allowed himself a brief smile. It wasn't about destruction. It was about control, understanding, and intention. "We've passed the next step." The guide nodded, fading slightly as they prepared to lead the trio to the next trial. The resonance of 17 has revealed much. But even greater challenges await, and the artifact's purpose is far from complete. You must remain vigilant, for every action echoes across all realities. Together, Daniel, Clara, and Ethan prepared to move forward, their bonds deepened, their understanding of the crystal and artifacts evolving, and the mysteries of 17 expanding before them into worlds both unimaginable and dangerously alive. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella Part S. The aftermath of destroying the chest in the previous world left the trio suspended in a quiet, surreal moment of triumph. Above them, the skies shimmered with lingering resonance, and the floating cities pulsed softly in sync with the energy of 17. Yet there was no time to rest. The destruction had sent ripples across the multiverse, alerting those who sought the artifact's power, the shadowy figures of the malevolent group who would stop at nothing to claim creation for themselves. Daniel, still clutching the artifact, turned to Clara and Ethan. "That chest was only one of many. There are others, and they are connected. Wherever they are, the resonance has drawn them. We have to find the next one before they do." Clara, her umbrella now faintly glowing crimson, nodded. "It's like a network, each chest a node. Destroy one, the others shift, but the energy persists. We're chasing not just objects, but consequences of power itself." Ethan's coin spun idly in his hand. "So basically, evil world hoppers are after us, and we're running a multiverse scavenger hunt. Perfect. I always wanted to collect things while being chased by interdimensional bad guys." From the horizon, a portal began to form, shimmering as if tugged by invisible threads. The guide who had helped open the first chest appeared beside them. "This portal leads to another reality," she said. one where the evil faction has established dominance. Their control is anchored to a chest identical to the one you destroyed. The energy there is unstable. They use it to manipulate entire populations, bending them to their will. You must enter, secure the chest, and neutralize it before they adapt to your presence. Daniel took a deep breath, the artifact resonating in acknowledgement of his intention. Then we go in. We can't let them consolidate power. We have to move swiftly, or this world like the others will fall into chaos. Clara offered her hand, and Daniel clasped it tightly. Ethan, trying to hide his nervous grin, gave a thumbs up. And if we die, at least we'll go out flying through portals, right? Not a bad way to go. They stepped into the portal, emerging in a realm of dense floating archipelagos. Each island hovered above a swirling vortex of molten light, and bridges of translucent energy connected them precariously. The inhabitants of this world were humanoid but twisted by dark energy, eyes black voids, limbs elongated unnaturally. They were guided by a sinister intelligence, the malevolent faction whose reach extended through the chest's resonance. Immediately, the trio encountered the first trial, navigating the precarious bridges while avoiding energy pulses designed to destabilize their consciousness. Daniel used the artifact to project protective arcs, stabilizing the bridges as Clara carefully guided Ethan through. It's like a cross between tightrope walking and mental gymnastics, Ethan muttered, flipping his coin. And I'm losing on both counts. Clara laughed softly, the sound a grounding melody amid the chaos. Focus, Ethan. We're stronger together. Remember the resonance, it aligns not just energy, but intent. Upon reaching a floating citadel at the center of the archipelago, they found the chest. Unlike the previous one, this was encased in a lattice of dark energy, pulsing with malevolent intent. Shadows flitted around it, taking the shape of humanoid enforcers from other worlds, interdimensional agents seeking to claim or corrupt the chest. One lunged at them from the shadows, but Clara deflected its attack with a precise sweep of her umbrella, sending it tumbling into the vortex below. Daniel activated the artifact, projecting light waves that interfered with the shadows' coordination. Ethan's coin spun rapidly, generating chaotic energy fields that disrupted enemy attacks in unpredictable patterns. Their combined efforts formed a rhythmic synergy, harmonizing with the resonance of 17 that lingered in the realm. Yet even as they fought, Daniel sensed something deeper. The chest itself responded not only to their actions but to their intentions. We need to open it, he said, urgency in his voice. Only then can we destroy it and neutralize the power here. The guide appeared beside them, whispering, one of you must synchronize with me. Only by aligning thought, intent, and resonance can the chest be unlocked safely. Clara volunteered, her hand glowing as she reached toward the chest, energy flowing between her umbrella and the lattice. Daniel and Ethan formed a protective perimeter, fending off attacks from shadows that attempted to interfere with the unlocking process. As the chest opened, a surge of energy enveloped the room. Multiple realities flickered in and out of alignment, glimpses of alien cities, skies alight with auroras, forests floating in midair, oceans suspended like liquid glass. From these glimpses, figures emerged, guardians and guides from other worlds who had observed the resonance of 17. Some offered cryptic advice, others challenged them with tests of perception and agility. Each interaction required Daniel, Clara, and Ethan to adjust rapidly, integrating insight with instinct. Meanwhile, the malevolent forces regrouped, attacking with renewed coordination. Shadows became more tangible, assuming humanoid forms with faces reflecting the trio's fears and doubts. Daniel, focusing on intention, projected a wave of artifact energy that disintegrated several shadows mid-air. Clara, twirling her umbrella, created a protective lattice, deflecting a cascade of attacks. Ethan, improvising, flipped the coin repeatedly, each spin creating bursts of chaotic energy that disoriented their opponents. The sequence of attacks, defenses, and creative improvisation resembled a surreal dance across the citadel. Finally, with the chest fully open, Clara synchronized with the guide and invoked the Latin phrase of dissolution, Mundi dissolvere, septem decem virtus. The chest's lattice fractured, releasing a cascade of energy that threatened to destabilize the floating citadel entirely. Daniel, focusing his artifact, stabilized the chamber's resonance. Ethan, laughing despite the chaos, spun his coin once more, creating a buffer that absorbed residual energy and prevented structural collapse. The chest's contents, the miniature world and the dark energy, were transported via a portal to one of the empty, uninhabited worlds. Once safely there, the trio and the guide initiated the destruction sequence. The energy surged, fracturing the miniature world into harmless strands of light that dissolved into the environment. Shadows howled in protest, phasing in and out of reality, but they could not prevent the dissolution. Breathing heavily, Daniel looked at Clara and Ethan. "We did it." Another one neutralized. Clara lowered her umbrella, smiling despite the lingering tension. "And yet, I feel like this is only the beginning. The resonance continues to call to us, across worlds and possibilities." Ethan leaned against a crystalline wall, spinning his coin with a manic grin. "And I thought the first chest was crazy. This? Multiverse chaos. I'm officially too old for this." From the portals of other worlds, beings approached, some humanoid, some abstract constructs of energy and light. They spoke in unison, their voices layered yet harmonious. "The resonance of 17 has passed another trial. But those who seek corruption are relentless. You must continue, for the safety of all worlds rests on your ability to act with courage, unity, and clarity." The trio, strengthened by shared trials, laughter, and newfound bonds, prepared to step through the next portal, knowing that the artifact's mysteries and the challenges ahead would demand not only skill and courage but ingenuity, trust, and the subtle power of 17 itself. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part T. The air around the trio shimmered as the portal behind them closed, leaving Daniel, Clara, and Ethan standing on the precipice of a vast expanse of mirrored planes, each reflecting versions of worlds both familiar and strange. The resonance of 17 throbbed beneath their feet, reminding them of the ongoing responsibility they carried. The destruction of the previous chest had alerted the malevolent faction across countless realities, and the echoes of their pursuit could already be felt in the subtle distortions of space. Clara adjusted her red umbrella, now pulsing with faint, rhythmic energy. "These worlds, they feel like living entities. Every step, every thought, changes them slightly. And the chest, it's still calling out. There are others, Daniel. We need to find them before the faction consolidates power." Daniel nodded, gripping the artifact tightly. "The chest isn't just a weapon. It's a key. Whoever understands its resonance can reshape reality itself. That's why they're after it. And if they succeed, our homeworld, the one we came from, could be at risk." Ethan spun his coin, eyes darting across the shifting horizon. "So basically, evil interdimensional overlords want to turn our city into their personal playground. Great. Casual Tuesday again." From the shifting horizon, a figure emerged, tall, robed, with eyes like molten silver. "Travelers of resonance," the figure intoned, voice layered with echoes from multiple realities. "The chest originates from the core of the multiverse itself. Its power is a reflection of order and chaos intertwined. You have seen its potential for creation and destruction. Yet you do not fully understand its origins, nor the factions that seek to dominate its influence." Clara tilted her head, intrigued. "Origins? How did it come to exist? And why is it tied to 17? The figure gestured, and the mirrored planes rippled, revealing flashes of civilizations long past, ancient architects of the chest, civilizations that understood the subtle magic of numbers, using 17 to harmonize energy and consciousness. From the earliest ages, those attuned to 17 discovered its resonance could influence minds, shape societies, and control realities. Some used it for protection, guiding civilizations, others sought dominion, bending entire worlds to their will. The chest is a nexus of that power, a focus point for both creation and corruption. Daniel frowned. So we're not just chasing a physical object. We're dealing with a legacy of power spanning eons. Yes, the figure continued. And your adversaries, those who would exploit the chest, are not mere individuals. They are remnants of ancient orders, dispersed across realities, seeking consolidation. They are attuned to the resonance and will attempt to manipulate outcomes in every possible world to regain the chest. Suddenly, the mirrored planes shifted, revealing scenes of the faction in action, shadowy figures moving across multiple worlds, orchestrating chaos and corrupting local populations to serve as pawns. Clara's grip tightened on the umbrella. They're everywhere, she whispered. And if we fail, Daniel interjected, then we protect the next chest. We must neutralize it before they get it, just as we did before. Ethan, flipping his coin, laughed nervously. And we do all this while hopping between worlds, being chased by people or shadows that can phase in and out of existence. Sure, no big deal. The figure raised a hand, and suddenly, portals opened around them, each leading to a different reality. These are locations where other chests are currently guarded or corrupted. You must travel to them, assess the resonance, and neutralize the threat. But beware, those aligned with chaos are aware of your actions and will adapt. Coordination, creativity, and unity will be essential. Daniel looked at Clara and Ethan. We go together. We've learned that the resonance responds to more than intention, it responds to connection, trust, and ingenuity. We can't split up. Clara nodded, the umbrella humming as if affirming her commitment. Ethan spun his coin one last time, a chaotic energy pulse radiating outward. All right, let's go. Another multiverse adventure, starring 3 slightly crazy humans and a very magical umbrella. The trio stepped through the nearest portal, emerging in a dystopian world where a corrupted chest had empowered its malevolent inhabitants. Buildings floated unnaturally, streets twisted in impossible loops, and the sky was fragmented into overlapping dimensions. Shadows moved along the streets, anticipating the trio's approach. Clara immediately sensed the chest's energy, dark, pulsating, and heavily distorted. It's unstable, she said. We need to neutralize it before they use it to collapse this world or worse, invade others. Daniel activated the artifact, creating a protective field around them. Ethan's coin flared with chaotic energy, providing an unpredictable counterbalance to the faction's manipulations. The trio advanced cautiously, encountering pockets of resistance, humanoid figures twisted by the chest's dark influence, each attack reflecting the will of the malevolent faction. In one narrow plaza, shadows converged, attempting to encircle them. Daniel projected arcs of light from the artifact, forming barriers that deflected attacks. Clara, twirling her umbrella, created a harmonic lattice that stabilized the plaza's shifting geometry. Ethan, improvising with his coin, launched chaotic pulses that scattered the shadows and disrupted the enemy's coordination. Their synergy allowed them to navigate the plaza and approach the corrupted chest at the city's center. The chest was larger than previous ones, its lattice of dark energy coiling and writhing like a living entity. Daniel sensed the artifact resonating more strongly than ever. This one will require all of us, he said. Clara nodded. We synchronize our intentions, just like before. But this time, the stakes are higher. They won't let us succeed easily. As they aligned with the chest, the malevolent faction emerged from shadow, now fully corporeal and coordinated. They attempted to seize the artifact, their attacks synchronized with the chest's dark energy. Daniel, Clara, and Ethan responded with a combination of light, resonance, and improvisation, creating a protective field around the chest. Through dialogue, gestures, and resonance, the chest began to respond. Its lattice twisted, revealing hidden compartments containing inscriptions in ancient languages: Latin, Sumerian, Mayan glyphs, each corresponding to the numbers, symbols, and powers aligned with 17. Clara deciphered the instructions, coordinating with Daniel and Ethan to stabilize the energy long enough to invoke the dissolution phrase, Mundi corrupti dissipare, virtus septem decim. The chest shuddered violently, its dark energy fracturing and scattering into harmless strands across the city. The malevolent faction screeched in frustration as their influence collapsed. The mirrored planes of the world stabilized, and the distorted geometry returned to normal. Exhausted but exhilarated, Daniel looked at Clara. Every chest we neutralize, every world we save, we're reshaping the balance. Clara smiled, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. And every adventure binds us closer. I think 17 has a sense of humor, don't you? Ethan laughed, leaning against a building. Yeah, it's a cosmic joke, and we're the punchline. I'm okay with that. The guide's voice echoed across the portal network. The multiverse watches. The resonance has shifted, and the malevolent forces are weakened for now. But the chest's legacy endures. You must continue, for their influence remains. Every action echoes across worlds. As the trio prepared to step through the next portal, their bond, understanding of the resonance, and appreciation for the chaotic interplay of magic, comedy, and romance deepened. Each chest neutralized revealed not just the artifact's power, but the intricate balance of multiverse politics, responsibility, and the subtle, pervasive influence of 17. They knew that more challenges awaited, that adversaries would adapt and return, and that the journey across worlds would continue, but together, with wit, courage, and a touch of absurdity, they could navigate the labyrinthine resonance of 17 and protect the multiverse from those who would wield it for destruction. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella. Part U. The resonance hummed like a heartbeat across multiple realities, each pulse a warning that the malevolent faction was mobilizing. Daniel, Clara, and Ethan found themselves on a floating plateau of fractured skies, the artifact heavy in Daniel's hands, and Clara's umbrella glowing a steady, crimson rhythm. The chest, though destroyed in the previous world, still sent faint ripples through the multiverse, alerting its dark keepers to the trio's movements. This is it, Daniel muttered, scanning the horizon. They're converging. Wherever they are, they want the chest intact or its fragments to control the portals and, if possible, destroy our home world. They know that controlling the chest is controlling movement across realities. Clara tightened her grip on the umbrella. Then we have no choice. If they manage to reconstruct it or protect what remains, Earth, our world, could be the first target. We destroy it, and we prevent their invasion. From the swirling ether emerged figures from other worlds, the faction's agents. Some were shadowy humanoids with elongated limbs and shifting faces, others seemed solid but radiated an unnatural, oppressive aura. Their goal was clear: intercept the trio and prevent them from neutralizing any remaining fragments or reconstructing the chest. Ethan, spinning his coin nervously, muttered, "So basically, evil multiverse overlords are sending a team to stop us. And we're 3 humans with a glowing umbrella, a coin, and a magic light stick. Good odds, right?" Daniel gave a grim smile. "Better odds than letting them reach Earth." The trio dashed forward, leaping across floating islands connected by strands of energy, each step resonating with the number 17. Clara's umbrella glowed brighter as the resonance amplified, repelling shadow attacks and stabilizing their path. Ethan improvised, spinning his coin in complex patterns, creating chaotic pulses that disrupted the enemy's coordination. At the heart of this fractured reality floated the reconstructed chest. Dark energy pulsed around it in jagged waves, threatening to collapse the entire plateau. "It's more intact than I expected," Daniel said, his voice tight with urgency. "And it's drawing energy from the surrounding realms. Every second we delay, its influence grows stronger." From the shadows, one of the faction's leaders stepped forward, tall, cloaked, eyes reflecting worlds beyond comprehension. "You cannot succeed," the figure hissed. "The chest is not just a tool, it is the gateway. If you destroy it, all realities anchored to its resonance will destabilize. But if you fail to destroy it, your world will fall, and ours will dominate the multiverse. Clara's voice rang clear. We won't let that happen. Not our world, not Earth. We protect it at all costs. The umbrella pulsed as if affirming her determination. The confrontation escalated. Shadows swirled around the chest, and the trio was forced to act with precision. Daniel projected radiant arcs from the artifact, stabilizing the floating platforms. Clara's umbrella emitted resonant waves that repelled incoming attacks. Ethan spun his coin with wild precision, each motion generating chaotic energy bursts that scattered opponents. But the chest's dark energy responded to their presence, creating distortions, platforms bent into impossible shapes, gravity shifted unpredictably, and fragments of other worlds flickered through the air like holographic apparitions. The trio had to navigate not only the attacking faction but also the unstable terrain, the chest's unpredictable pulses, and the cascading resonance across multiple realities. Daniel! Clara shouted. We need to synchronize. Only together can we neutralize the chest without collapsing this world or ours. They aligned, forming a triangle around the chest. Clara chanted the ancient Latin sequence, her voice echoing across the fractured plains, Porti mundi clausi, septem decim potentia dissolvitur. Daniel directed the artifact's energy into a stabilizing flow, while Ethan manipulated chaotic pulses with precise timing. The chest shuddered violently, its lattice of dark energy unraveling in response to the coordinated resonance. Shadows screeched, attempting to reform, but the synchronized force of the trio's intent proved stronger. Suddenly, the chest projected illusions of potential futures, Earth under siege, multiverse collapse, and worlds consumed by darkness. Each vision threatened to overwhelm the trio's resolve. Daniel's mind fought panic, focusing on clarity. Clara's intent focused on protection of both their world and the multiverse. Ethan's chaotic energy became a stabilizing force, dispersing illusory threats. Finally, the chest fractured, splintering into strands of harmless light that dissolved into the surrounding ether. The malevolent faction reeled, unable to reconstruct the chest in time. For a fleeting moment, the worlds aligned, the resonance of 17 pulsing like a victorious heartbeat across multiple realities. Breathing heavily, Daniel looked at Clara. Every chest we destroy, every fragment we neutralize, we buy time for our world. But there are more, and they will continue to adapt. Clara lowered her umbrella, still glowing faintly. And yet, we're here, together. We've learned that resonance isn't just about power, it's about unity, intention, and trust. Ethan, spinning his coin with a grin, added, and a little chaos. Can't forget the chaos. As portals opened for the next stage of their journey, the trio knew the path ahead would be even more treacherous. The malevolent faction would not rest, and the remaining chest's power could reshape realities or destroy them. Yet, with their bond strengthened, their combined resonance attuned to 17, and a growing understanding of the artifact's potential, they were ready to face whatever multiversal threats lay ahead. The chase continued, but the trio's resolve had solidified: protect Earth, neutralize the chests, and prevent the malevolent faction from ever consolidating control. Every step through the portals reinforced the lesson that 17 was more than a number, it was a force, guiding, testing, and uniting those attuned to its power. And somewhere, across the multiverse, the malevolent faction plotted their next move, unaware that the trio had already begun to master the resonance that could thwart them at every turn. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Red Umbrella Part V. The air above the jagged peaks of the Windscar Mountains shimmered with a kaleidoscopic haze, where the clouds themselves seemed woven from fractured reflections of distant worlds. Daniel, Clara, and Ethan approached cautiously, the artifact humming with faint resonance that pulsed in tune with their hearts. The guide who had met them in the previous portal, one of the guardians of the September resonance, had directed them to this mountain. Here lived the keeper of the chest's force, a being who had existed across centuries and realities, attuned to the very essence of the multiversal artifact. He is waiting, the guardian's message had said, cryptic but certain. The keeper will teach you what must be done. But the path is perilous, and others will attempt to intercept you. Clara adjusted her umbrella, the red fabric glowing faintly in anticipation. Ethan muttered, flipping his coin. Perilous? That's every day for us. Bring it on. Daniel, scanning the jagged rocks, frowned. This isn't just about danger. Whoever is guarding this chest, whoever follows it, understands the resonance of 17 intimately. We'll need more than luck. Ascending the mountain proved grueling. Floating stones, fractured gravity, and the subtle distortions of the worlds converging above them forced the trio to focus intensely, coordinating their movements with the rhythms of 17. Every misstep could result in falling into a void that seemed to stretch infinitely downward. And then, as they neared the summit, the keeper emerged. He appeared as a man whose form shifted with every angle of perception, sometimes human, sometimes a shimmer of energy, at other times an almost crystalline being reflecting countless realities at once. Welcome, he intoned, voice harmonizing with the resonance of 17 itself. You have come far, but know this, the chest is not to be opened. Its existence is illusory, a construct of virtual resonance projected across worlds. Its destruction cannot occur through force, it can only be undone where the laws of reality are malleable, where the flight of thought and the power of focused intention can dissolve the projection entirely. Daniel stepped forward. So, the chest is virtual, but still dangerous. And the faction, the malevolent ones, are trying to manifest it physically across worlds. Yes, the keeper replied. They seek to anchor it to reality, to control portals, and to dominate entire worlds. But they cannot succeed if you act first. You must fly into the realm where the chest would exist, guided by resonance and telepathic influence, and dissolve it in mid-air. Only through synchronization of focus, intention, and voice can the chest be eradicated. Before the trio could process the full weight of this, a sudden ripple across the mountain heralded the approach of the malevolent faction. Dark silhouettes leapt from hidden dimensions, their forms shifting between shadows and fully corporeal bodies. They attacked with precision, aiming to overwhelm the trio and seize the artifact. The keeper acted immediately, his hands radiating arcs of multiversal energy that deflected the attackers. The mountain itself seemed to respond to him, stones shifted to block paths, gusts of wind lifted the heroes to safety, and ethereal barriers confined the faction in a cage of shimmering energy. Daniel and Clara worked in tandem, projecting stabilizing pulses while Ethan's chaotic manipulations disoriented the attackers. The keeper's protective efforts allowed the trio to regroup and prepare for the next phase. When the assault ended, the keeper gestured toward a point above the clouds. The world you must enter is one of aerial freedom. Here, gravity is malleable, and thought shapes flight. The chest will manifest only if allowed to solidify. You must strike where it would exist, dissolving it completely. Remember, it is not real, only the projection of intention and resonance. Fail, and the faction may anchor it in your world, destroying what you protect most. Clara nodded. We understand. We fly, we focus, we speak the phrases, and the chest ceases to exist. Simple enough, in theory. Ethan laughed nervously. Yet, if we survive floating without gravity crashing into anything, I'd call it simple. They stepped into the portal the keeper opened, emerging in a world where the sky stretched endlessly, layered with ethereal currents of energy that allowed flight. Every step lifted them from the ground, thought and intention guided motion. Daniel felt the artifact resonate more strongly than ever, reacting to the aerial currents and to their shared focus. The chest appeared as a spectral form in the center of a circular vortex of multiversal energy, hovering impossibly, framed by floating fragments of reality. Shadows representing the faction lurked at the edges, attempting to stabilize it. Clara and Daniel synchronized their focus, channeling their intent, while Ethan's chaotic energy pulses prevented the faction from closing in. The keeper's guidance echoed telepathically, focus on its dissolution. Do not touch. Speak the phrases. Let intention erase it from potential reality. Together, they spoke in unison, septem decim potestas dissipator. Mundi nexus libratus est. The chest shuddered, its lattice of energy unraveling in iridescent strands. For a moment, the vortex threatened to collapse, projecting glimpses of countless worlds in chaos. Then, like a bubble bursting in sunlight, the chest dissolved into nothingness. The shadows of the malevolent faction screeched, unable to anchor the chest. They dissipated into the currents of the multiverse, leaving the trio suspended in the open air. Exhausted but triumphant, Daniel looked down and saw the ground of their original city slowly coming into focus through the portal, grounding them. Clara smiled faintly, lowering the umbrella. It's done. No chest, no projection, no faction's anchor. Our world is safe. Ethan stretched, floating slightly above them. And we didn't even crash land. Small victories. As they stepped back through the portal, the landscape shifted and solidified. The streets of their city, familiar and real, replaced the aerial currents. They were standing on the same sidewalk where they had begun this journey, near the green plaza, sunlight filtering through ordinary clouds. For a moment, it felt surreal. The entire adventure might have been a dream, a test of consciousness, or a projection of minds attuned to 17. Daniel looked at Clara and Ethan. It wasn't real, and yet, every choice mattered. Every thought, every intent, every action across those worlds protected what we care about most. Clara nodded, the umbrella faintly pulsing, almost imperceptibly. Perhaps reality and perception are not so different. The resonance shaped us as much as we shaped it. And maybe that's the lesson of 17, awareness, connection, and courage can change everything, even the impossible. Ethan spun his coin one last time, letting it catch the light. So, we're back here, Earth style. And we've saved it. And we didn't even spill coffee. I call that a win. They stood together, breathing the familiar air, yet carrying the weight and wisdom of countless worlds. The multiverse was at peace for now, the chests dissolved, and the malevolent faction dispersed. The experience had reshaped their consciousness, deepened their bonds, and revealed the power of unity, focus, and the resonance of 17. And though the journey had returned them to the streets of their city, the sense of adventure, the magic of connection, and the lingering echoes of the other worlds remained proof that even when the impossible seemed real, courage and resonance could create order from chaos. The streets were calm, the umbrella softly glowing, the artifact humming gently. For now, they had completed the trial, and the lessons of September 17 would remain with them forever.